I love how at this point we're just excited just to get 1 point. Just 1 point, guys. You gotta anticipate. You gotta anticipate, chat. You gotta anticipate it's coming, guys. Oh my goodness. Good morning, how are you? Okay, I guess I won't be mad. Thank you for the ticket to submit. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Jim, for the ticket to submit. Holy shit. What page are we on? Who fucking knows? I've lost count. I've lost count. Thank you, Jim, so much for the ticket and subs. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the Subathon Day 308. Holy shit, guys. We only have 3 hours left. Is today actually going to be the final day of Subathon? I don't know. Guess we're gonna find out together because we still have a lot to cover. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. I owe you a wheel spin from yesterday, so we will spin for our 3 here in just a moment. But good morning, guys. How are all of you? We are like a fourth of the way through the breakdown. I think we're gonna finish the breakdown. Maybe Aria section, maybe Spite section, and we still have Silvervale section. So I'm hoping to finish all the document tomorrow as well. Shadow Dragon, thank you for the 10 too. Thank you so much for all your support, guys. I really do appreciate it. Oh yeah, no, we definitely have another day after this. the breakdown section is 200 pages, and also the Silvervale section is 200 pages. However, I will say this. We do have a lot of stuff. Syria, what are you doing?
Do it, no balls. Elara has
Wait a
spoken.
minute, don't what? You don't listen to Elara. She's a bitch. Don't listen to her. She's a liar and a traitor. Thank you so much, guys, for all the gifted. Oh my god, 30 gifted subs right at the start. Y'all are crazy. Thank you so much, guys. I really do appreciate all of your support this morning. Good morning. How is everybody doing? Yes, I started a little bit earlier because I'm having to end right at 3 o'clock because I've had a lot to do with my other workload besides this streaming, right? I've had other stuff that I have to do after stream, so I really do appreciate all of your support, guys. Something about the last day of Subathon? Yeah, I mean, there's only 3 hours left. It's probably the last day of Subathon. I don't know. I'm just sitting here reading the SINDER document. What do you want me to do? I'm just existing. Thank you guys so much for all of the subs. I really do appreciate you guys. It's very sweet of you. How are you guys doing today? What's up? Yes, I did start a little bit early because, again, I wanted to get time to read more. My goal is to finish the breakdown and maybe get through most of the Silvervale part, because the Aria and Spite sections are pretty short. A lot of it is repeated screenshots. So I do want to, get through that as best as we possibly can. I would like to finish the Silvervale section, or the breakdown section today, if we possibly could. That would be my absolute hope. We'll see though. It's a lot. So I just appreciate you guys coming on this journey with me. But how are you guys? Good morning. What's up? I'm drinking my water right now. So, oh, I forgot we have watch streaks now. That's awesome. So, you don't necessarily need the milk. So, what you're telling me is I can just delete the milk. Yeah, I can just delete the milk is what you're telling me. What do you been in this situation going on? I have no idea what you're talking about, Lazy. What is that? Flapper, thank you so much. Let's say something on Nate. Also, congrats on your model a while ago. Thank you so much, Flapper. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, you don't need that anymore. We can just get rid of that, right, chat? Yeah. You don't need that milk, do you? I'm pretty sure you don't need it anymore. Deception, stop it! Fortunately, the watch streak, can't be silent. I'll just take away your milk.
Why should I? I hate it.
You're going to be small and stunted forever if you keep using that stupid excuse! Shut up! I don't have to drink it if I don't wanna!
So we'll just take away them with Shadow Dragon. What the fuck? Dude!
Tier 100 Elara.
What do you
Reminder
mean?
that every time you say that, chat will raise the timer every time.
What
Just
do you
wait
mean?
until someone
Shadow
hits
Dragon,
several
what the
hundred
fuck?
subs.
Dude, Shadow Dragon. Oh my god, everybody, we missed this. Shadow Dragon just bought $100 DoorDash gift card. Thank you so much. I want to say some celebrating. That is absolutely insane. Thank you so much. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Yes. All thrown and all donuts actually count as double. That's crazy, dude. Thank you so much. I also had your wheel spins. Okay, so I gotta add that time manually. That's 200 minutes. That's 200 minutes. Oh my god, thank you so much, Shadow Dragon. You're feeding me. You're feeding me. I gotta tell you guys something important here. People, thank you for the 5 as well. Thank you so much. Alright, I'm gonna add the 200 minutes, okay? Alright, I'm gonna do it right now. Thank you so much, Renata, for gifting a sub as well. Okay, let me add the 200 minutes. Hold on. Okay, I'm only halfway there. Okay, I think I got it. Okay, all right, we're good. We're only at 7 hours. What the fuck? Why are we at 7 hours? Now we did. Shadow Dragon, this is all your fault, dude. This is all your fault. I mean, sincerely, thank you, but this is all your fault. Well, I got some good news, guys. I got some good news for all of you. Really good news, actually. Really good news, actually. You know what? Actually, I'll let Aya tell you. I think she streams tonight, right? Is Aya streaming tonight? I'm pretty sure she's streaming tonight. I'll let her tell you the good news. So it's more regards to her. It's not my place to tell you. So thank you guys so much. All the subs and everything. Y'all are crazy. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. Y'all are awesome. Holy shit. No, it's supposed to end. I mean, between today and tomorrow, holy shit. Yeah, well, I know the Pokemon game comes out, so I don't know. I don't know exactly what's gonna happen, so what? 50 kittens! Dude, are you serious? What is going on? Holy shit. Oh my god, thank you so much, Wapper. My chat broke. My chat broke, dude. Holy fuck. There's no escape from the photograph alarm. Please, no more. Wait, were those tier 2s? Those were tier 2s? Nah, y'all are fucking with me. Those aren't tier 2s. I don't believe you. Those aren't tier 2s. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I can't even see, but those aren't tier 2s, are they? You're fired. You're all fired. You're fired. You're all fired except on Wapper. Wapper is the only one that gets to stay now. Yeah, Wapper is the only one that gets to stay now. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Wapper, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like, actually, thank you so much. Everybody, I want to see... That is the wrong button. That is the wrong button. I want to see some fucking celebration in here. Holy shit, guys. Thank you so much for all of your support. I think this is... Oh my god. Okay, I can't lie to you, chat. I've not seen the booba this big yet. This is like level 4 booba. It looks so unnatural. That's too much boob. We gotta shrink that down. That's too much booba. Yeah, too much booba, guys. We can't be having all that. We can't be having all that. It's boob. It's like my head size. I mean, you guys got it a long time ago. You guys earned it, so you can't fire me if I quit. Well, guess what? You're fired before you quit. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Thank you so much, Wapper. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Shadow Dragon. Thank you, everybody, for all the gifted subs. Y'all are absolutely crazy. Oh, I'll definitely be sus. Honey, you're gonna have back pain with those cartons. Holy shit, so true. True to IRL size. Oh my god, not even close. It's your head plus your size. Thank you guys so much. Please, everybody, give some love to everybody that gifted subs. Thank you all so much. I owe you 32 wheel spins. 32 wheel spins. All right, let's see what we get. Let's see what we get. We'll do 1 times 2. Let's do this 1 times 2. Yeah, let's see what we get. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate all of your support for the Subathon. Y'all are crazy. Thank you so much. Flapper, thank you for the... Oh my god. I'll make this times 4, okay? I'll make this times 4. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted as well. I'll make that 34 wheel spins. We'll make that 1 times 4. You get 2 minutes. Thank you so much, Wapper. You guys are crazy. What the fuck? That's too much. Those are tier 2s. Okay, all right, fine. I'll add another 2 minutes. Jesus Christ, dude. All right, well, you get a 3 times 10. Here we go, guys. Everybody, do me a favor. I need you all, if you're here today, to that speed. Here we go, guys. Wapper, bro, Wapper. What the fuck, dude? Thank you so much. You're crazy. You're crazy. All right, here we go. All right, times 10. All right, wait, what is that? Okay, that's 5 minutes. All right, that's 1. That's 1. Fuck. I really thought I had it today. Oh my god. Thank you guys so much. Seriously, y'all are too much sometimes. I really do appreciate you though. It's really annoying the activity feed doesn't seem to there. Yeah, it doesn't. That's all I have to look at. $30 minutes, dude. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. $30 chat. That is absolute bullshit. I don't care what you say. Rigged. I'm having somebody drop tier to get in tier 3 subs. I would cry. I would actually cry. I mean, I'm already about to cry, but I'd actually cry. Oh my god. Thank you guys so much. Please, everybody, type W in the chat. Give some love to everybody that just gifted subs today. Thank you all so much. What'd you get? Bro, am I seriously doing times 10 milk again? All right. Well, times 10 milk. Here we go. I cannot believe this shit. That times 10 milk. That's wild, dude. That's wild. All right. Well, guys, I guess you better really get your milk today. There you go. I can't jump 200 tier 3. You can max a 40 in time. Oh, I got you. I don't even know those limits. Like, yeah, I didn't even know they said. Oh my god. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy as fuck. What the actual hell? Yeah, there it goes. There it goes. Everybody's like, goo goo gaga. Y'all are wild as fuck. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. Seriously, y'all are crazy. Why did you give out 17 gifted subs? Whopper again with the 17 gifted subbies. That is absolutely wild. Just to hit the level 15, bro. You're crazy. You're crazy. Thank you so much, Whopper. We're those tier 2s. You know what? I'm gonna do a wheel spin times 10. I'm gonna do a wheel spin times 10 just for you, Wapper, because you're being absolutely insane. All right, here we go, guys. Whatever this lands on is times 10. Thank you so much. What the fuck? By the way, chat, I want a medal after reading this document, okay? I think I deserve a medal, at least, for reading through this thing. Wapper, please. Got 5 minutes. Wapper, please. Everybody here, take care of yourself first. So I appreciate your support, but guys, like, don't feel like you have to do anything, okay? Please take care of yourselves, all right, first, y'all. And your finances are way more important than mine. So please take care of yourself first, okay? And thank you sincerely, really thank you. But please take care of yourself. And guys, please make sure you thank Wapper and Shadow Dragon and everybody that has been here. Absolutely insane, guys. Thank you so much for all of your support. Thank you for the bits. The tier 2s is wild. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. Y'all are every time I think I'm gonna escape, bro. Every time I think I'm gonna escape. But mark my word, chat. After this document this weekend, I'm escaping.
Go on.
I'm escaping,
Cry.
guys.
Cry your little bitch tears.
I always forget what redeem that is. Yeah, I always forget what redeem that is. Oh my god, yeah. Give claps, give claps. Everybody give claps. Come on, I want to see the claps. Let me see the claps. Thank you guys so much. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are actually crazy as fuck. You know what? I'm going to show you something really special, okay? You ready? Ready, guys? Are you ready for something special?
Back to that photograph. It reminds me of the photograph. Before the photo of that photograph. When it was just a normal photograph.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What? Wapper, what are you doing? For real? Wapper, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Stop this. Don't do that to your tooth, right? Are those your tooth? No.
It's a photo of a photograph.
I cannot believe this. Wapper, dude! Are you crazy? Are you actually crazy? No! I'm never escaping, am I? I'm never escaping, am I? Chat, no! I'm never escaping, am I, chat? Wait, who got fired? Wait, who got fired? Yeah, wait, who got fired? Aw, chef. Aw, darn, bro. You got fired? Man, that sucks. Alright, well, you can work yourself back into our army. All you gotta do is, gift 5 million subs. Yeah, no big deal. Oh, over the course of your life here, just 5 million subs. Really small amount. And I'll let you back. It always tags him in chat who got fired. It's a random person that's in chat. Well, I got fired again. Bro, I don't get fired from my own army. That doesn't work that way. Oh my god, thank you guys so much. What the fuck is wrong with you? So many people getting fired, not a good working environment, Laura. Well, you know, maybe they should work harder. Yeah, maybe they should work harder, okay? That's not my fault. Yeah, maybe you need to work harder, chap. You know, maybe you just need to, you know, lift a little extra to do your part in the army, chat. Look, we are running a very regimented, amazing army around here, guys. We're not fucking around. Yeah, we're working our butts off around here. We only want the absolute best. And occasionally the random person that gets fired, that's not my fault. But we're not here to talk about that. I'm sorry that you got fired. Okay, that's not my fault though. It's Toomsy's fault. It's Toomsy's fault. Yeah, Toomsy is in charge of Toomsy's in charge of hiring in the army. And maybe you should talk to Toomsy because he is in charge of the hiring 100%. Any qualms or any suggestions, please mail to toomsy@gmail.com/ he's a bottom. me during this Ramadan. Please, let me go, let me go. Nah, bro, no, they having him. It's Toomsy's fault. Yes, 100%, it's Toomsy's fault. It's Toomsy's fault. If you have any qualms or issues, make sure you bring it up at www.toomsyisabottom.com /. Roomsy. I don't know. That's not how rip and tear works. How would you know, J Meister? I mean, trust me, I know a lot about ripping and tearing. Elara got a job interview. Congratulations! Being fired from your own army is called a coup. No, it's called I fired you, Donald. Shut up. Thank you all so much for this amazing hype train. What? Yeah, so anyway. What the fuck was that? Guys, thank you so much for the level 16 hype train. I want to see some fucking hype in this chat right now. Thank you all so much, guys. Holy fucking shit. Y'all are wild. Thank you all so much. Sincerely, thank you all so much. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy, man. I don't know what to do with y'all sometimes. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. I owe you another wheel spin times 8. But you know what? I'm gonna upgrade it to 10 because Whapper was so giving today. Here you guys go. One more wheel spin, a times 10, and we're gonna hop into this crazy fucking news. Oh my god, I'm about to burp in the mic and I don't want to do that. No, I gave you times 10. You're not gonna get more milk. Shut up. All right, 30 seconds. Guys, you added an extra hour with all of the spins today. Like, that is absolutely insane. Thank you all so much. Please give a big thank you to Shadow Dragon, to Whapper, to everybody that gifted subs, to Siriu, everybody that went absolutely insane. Thank you all so much. And I see some of you figured out it's times 10 today. Great. Hold on, Flip. Sorry, certified Flim moment. Yeah, certified Flim moment, chat. Sorry about that. Gotta get it all out. Look, I've been talking for so many days straight, for so many hours. I'm like, holy crap, it's been a lot. It's been a lot to get through this document. We are going to keep using Elara. Elara is going to still talk for us a little bit. Oh, absolutely. It's very exhausting. It's a lot to discuss, but it's still important that we go through it and be fair and get through everything. I know that Cinder came back yesterday. Apparently she had like 13,000 viewers or something nuts. Like, I don't know. I didn't watch, but that's actually insane as fuck. So, I mean, I believe it, right? There's going to be a lot of people that want to hate watch. And then there's going to be a lot of people that, you know, will kind of stop watching after she's back, right? So a lot of people want to see that, what happened when she came back anyway. So anyway, guys, without further ado, thank you so much for 14K Max. Wow, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Thank you guys so much, all the subs and all the support this morning. Y'all are absolutely amazing. Okay, maybe I'll stop coughing. Certified Flim moment again. I do want to get through the document because I do want to keep discussing it, and of course, make our way through the rest of the breakdown section, which I think is a long one. And then hopefully we can finish with the Silvervale one tomorrow, and that'll be it. So we're really close to the end, chat. We're getting there. We only have really 2 more large sections, right? The Needleless section was by far the largest one, but my hope is to finish the breakdown, go through the Aru and Spite one today, and then leave Silvervale for tomorrow. So that's my hope. So without further ado, everybody do me a favor and type news. And let's get into it again. I'm sorry I'm extra flummy. I normally am up an hour later, so that might be why. I'm gonna drink my tea though. Okay. Sorry, I just want to drink my tea. Let's do it. Thank you again, guys, for all the subs and support. Y'all are absolutely wild. I really do appreciate all of you from the very bottom of my heart. Y'all are absolutely... Wait. What? Why am I flying through space? Oh. Okay, apparently we're not allowed to do that, chat. I will just fly through space. So anyway, we are going to be discussing, of course, everything we've been talking about the past couple days, which is, again, I don't know why I'm flying. We're going to keep discussing, this section called the breakdown, right? Which is discussing the documents as a whole. Now, what I will say about this is, you know, a lot of the stuff that's brought up here, one thing that's kind of bothering me is the fact that it's like, oh, I didn't exactly say this exact phrase. It's like, yeah, but you pretty much insinuated the rest of it. So, anyway, let's continue. We're going to talk about the damage control. We did get to this part. So, of course, this part is Nano's document. Again, I will remind you all, I'm not going to be rereading anything that we've already read as far as the screenshots go. So I'm only going to be covering any of the new stuff. So I will still go buy them and point them out to you, but I'm not going to reread a screenshot if we've already seen it. So anyway, let's talk about damage control. Again, this part from Nanolist's document, talking about keeping everything hush-hush. So this is what they have to say to refute that statement.
Making sure none of this reaches the other tubers and is all kept hush-hush, while also providing proof that they know what they do is ill-intended and should not get out, as it would cause issues for Cinder's career to be painted in this light.
Would.
The example shown in the next
would.
screenshot is after Nano cancelled Silvervale's model. Red did not ask her to make her do it, or target Silver in any way.
That's just false.
Obviously he wouldn't want Nano to tell Silver it was my fault, because it wasn't, or
she
the
did
fact
to me
they
yesterday,
were
we
talking
know.
about her at all. The only other time Red asked Nano to keep things between them about another tuber was when they made their exclusivity deal. Not only to keep what he said between them from the other tubers, but to keep what he said and did against Bao from me too.
But again, or target Silver anyway. They targeted her multiple times in their deals, right? They wanted to make sure they know for future models / outfits were going to be made. So no, I don't think this whole statement is made in good faith. But again, like, the whole intention of this, especially like this, to keep from against Bao for me too, like, that doesn't really refute this statement, right? It's just kind of like adding on to it, as you can see right there. So maybe that wasn't their intention to refute it, but certainly this statement from Nano's document still holds true.
Note that the uncalled shot at Silvervale is even spoilered, a hidden message in Discord, so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked. Pointing out and claiming a message was hidden so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked as the reason doesn't make any sense. Red fully trusted Nano to keep things private between them, not just this one censored message. Who else would that one message in Nano's DMs, that was immediately buried, be accidentally leaked to if it wasn't spoilered? Nano leaked that exact message here, and hiding did nothing to stop it from getting leaked after all.
Yeah, Tuxedo's right. You gotta understand that it's probably gonna take about 2 weeks before everything really settles out for her. For kind of like where her real numbers will actually be, right? Because people are gonna hate watch like crazy, right? Yeah, oh hi Red. Oh hi Red. Again, this is the one that's I'm out. I try to be transparent as possible. I think it's more fair to both sides. You didn't tell Blank you canceled because of Cinder, did you? The constant obsession with Silver Rail, which is absolutely true.
The
Absolutely
constant
true.
obsession with Silver Veil. There were a total of 3 major instances where Silver came up in Red's
But you did
messages
know
with
about
Nano,
at
2
least
of which
minimally
were in
one of them,
2023,
which you
and the
admitted.
other in January 2025, and in the aftermath of those cases were the only times Nano and I talked about her. My experience with Silvervale is explained in her section of this document.
I'm gonna be honest, chat. I don't really think that. Well, let's say hypothetically, Silvervale was not the best to Cinder, right? I don't think that will ever justify her actions. But let me know what you guys think.
Claiming that she is asking for it by causing this unspoken competition, which is coming from absolutely no other source than Cinder herself. No other source other than Red. These are Red's words. He did not say she was asking for it, and sympathized with Silver's perspective. This exact screenshot is what's shown next in Nano's document. I did view Silver as competition, but not until 2024, which will be shown in her section.
This is completely unnecessary. I did view Silver as competition, but not until 2024. You don't get. Oh, let me quantify when I started saying that I viewed her as competition. You definitely viewed her as competition since the beginning of your interaction with her, and you didn't go the way that you wanted it to. This is such a deflection with, oh, but not until 2024. Yeah, I did, but that's this whole like document chat. It's like, well, I did, but, and I really don't like that at all. The constant deflection or adding a but to it. Like, you viewed her as competition, period. That's what it was, right? Like, you showed you're obsessive. You showed that you were insecure with her multiple times, right? And again, like, I know that she came back, Chad. I know that. Again, like, I'm gonna tell you exactly what I said yesterday, and I put on Twitter too. Look, guys, it is up to you to decide if you want to accept her apology or not. I'm not really here to do that. I'm just here to clear up the facts, right? I want to look at this document. I want to talk about if it was good or not, and what the facts are, right? I'm not on either side. I mean, yes, I'm a little biased and I don't really want to support Cinder, but, you know, again, I'm not on any side. My side is just finding the truth. That's all I really care about. So, this is when we're at time about recognizing Cinder, that Silvervale doesn't. You know, and talking about how much you get compared to her, etc., right? Again, all kinds of stuff that we've already read multiple times throughout this document.
And the last image Nano presents below is from May 2023, where Red is talking about Spite, not Silvervale, but it's never pointed out that this is about someone else or from a different time. This is all that was shown about Spite, and Nano's document didn't include anything about Red asking and Nano agreeing she wouldn't work with Spite for some reason, even though it'd help Nano's case.
You probably just forgot about it. You know what I mean? Powder has also been objective and pragmatic regarding this. I don't really keep up with Powder anymore, but I mean, that's good. Yeah, that's good. All right, see you, Kinra. Have a good one. So you're talking about the unfollow section as well. And of course, the part of I like to highlight the irony of expecting to be entitled recognition for our own efforts and size when our own active efforts are tied to sabotaging this very same VTuber talking about against Silvervale, right?
I'd like to highlight the irony of expecting to be entitled to recognition for her own efforts and size when her own active efforts are tied to sabotaging this very same VTuber. Me trying to gain Silver's recognition came far before there was any kind of effort to ever try doing anything against her. They were not simultaneous, and a huge majority of the context around my relationship with Silvervale over the years was never explained to the public, including by myself in my apology.
They were not simultaneous. Yes, they were. There were multiple times where you where even like through Red, like you guys talked about your insecurity. You also talked about how you viewed her as competition. So they were simultaneous, because if they weren't simultaneous, you would have never tried to remove the ability for her to potentially get models made. So I think that's just incorrect. They were not simultaneous. They were simultaneous. Someone who did something wrong needs to be accountable. It's not people who are judging the situation recognize there's everything to go about. Doing yourself makes it look like doing yourself makes it look like you're trying to shift that accountability. I mean, if you want my take on this whole thing, right? I think that I think that there's like there's one big thing about this, right? So a lot of people are kind of like, well, I want to let her actions speak louder than words, right? And I think that's true, right? Most everybody deserves a second chance, but I do want to point out something really important here, right? The fact that actions speak louder than words, and her actions will prove if she's gonna be able to make a comeback, right? Well, you need to remember that them writing this document is an action, right? So going through this whole thought process of trying to deflect blame, to gaslight, to water down facts, that is an action, you know what I mean? So that's part of the reason why I feel like um she shouldn't have come back. I feel like this, right? Or not, at least not yet, right? I feel like when people say, oh, like actions are louder than words, well, this is an action, and this proves she still doesn't get the whole story, right?
Also, feeling entitled and insisting to be
Yeah,
recognized by
absolutely.
someone else is odd. I didn't feel entitled to be recognized by
Yes,
her.
you did.
I felt pressured to.
You you
On
you
one
you felt
hand, I was
entitled.
being
You
harassed for
absolutely
being
felt
similar to
entitled
her,
by
and
your
on the other,
patterns.
I was constantly asked to do things with her. If at the bare minimum we could get along on Twitter, it would have stopped the hate and satisfied the fans wanting us to interact. Similar to how another couple popular tubers that had beef in the past publicly ended the feud
Thanks,
between
me.
them. But Silver couldn't allow herself to do even that.
So I want to talk about this. Someone who was being harassed for being similar to her. This right here is very misleading. Nobody was harassing her, right? Yeah, they probably made some comparisons, etc., right? But this word harassment is extremely misused here. That the responsibility of how you deal with people criticizing, not harassing you, is on you to deal with it, right? I'm sure there were people that were like, oh yeah, like yeah, they're similar, etc., right? But you were the one that decided it was problematic, nobody else. So that is really strong wording meant to garner sympathy when I feel like that's untrue.
I hope everything makes sense and everyone who has been hurt, manipulated, or sabotaged by her will find closure. I hope the events presented here make even more sense than they did before. Dash
Yeah,
dash
they do.
dash dash dash.
Not really in your
Nano's
favor, but
message
they do.
screenshots, manipulation,
definitely do.
speculation. Another thing I'd like to point out is the fact that Nano's screenshots present in both her and Bao's documents were manipulated after Nano had already given them to Shilali and Bao. Meaning that someone helped Nano cover up information, and proving Nano did not originally present the screenshots to them this way. Here is one of the screenshots in Nano's document. The bottom is cut off.
So again, seeing both their Bao's document were manipulated after Nana had already given them to Shiloh and Bao. I mean, that might be the case, right? I know this is speculation, but we have already talked. I mean, it does feel like a stretch, right? We don't really know what Nano exactly said to everybody else, right? But again, here's that cut off screenshot. We've already read it. By the way, chat, I am going to try to keep things moving today. I kind of got baited yesterday, and I don't want to get so baited anymore.
Document. The
Gotta keep
image
things
is
moving.
in higher quality. The censorship is done differently, and the bottom where Nano says the deal was fair is present. Nano was the only one who could have had these screenshots from her DMs
yeah,
read
of
to
course.
give to Bao to use. Even the timestamps of the
Yeah, of
DMs
course.
are the same.
Is there any way to add a little bit more? It's right there, right? I think again, one thing to remember too is that everybody forgave Nano for this stuff, right? So they understood Nano's kind of position and understood that she was influenced, right?
If Bao's document had the full screenshot,
I
then
think
that
Nano
means
needs to
Nano
answer
showed them
for
the
a
full
few things,
screenshot.
Yuri.
But at some point after showing Shilali, Bao, and my friends, it was decided to edit the screenshot in Nano's document to crop out her calling the deal fair, removing her guilt. Another example is of the image of Red's message about Cotton. In Nano's document, the message about Cotton is deliberately doctored out of the image, as if it never existed. Nano, who had no relationship with Cotton and is on record saying she didn't care about her, would have had no reason to do this.
Again, Nano did have a relationship with Cotton because she was going to make her model, right? She was on that list of people she was going to work with. So Yes, even though she said she didn't care about her, what she was saying was she cared less about making her model comparatively to Cinder. That doesn't mean that she didn't care at all, right? Or doesn't care about her. I feel like sometimes they take what's written like too seriously, and a lot of their argument is, well, this exactly wasn't said, or oh, well, they said this, so it has to be 100%, fact. There's no in between, like, and that's not the case, right? There's always a little bit of something divulged from what people are saying, right? But again, Nano did have a relationship with Cotton, so that's just factually untrue, right? He was going to make one of her models.
But Bao's document shows the message and just
Already feel
censors
old.
Cotton's name.
I already feel old.
It also contains the message at the bottom, unlike the screenshot Nano's used. I'm unsure why Bao's own name is censored in the screenshot from her document.
I want to understand it better. Again, talking about the Bao drama.
So if my friends knew what the full screenshots showed here, but they were manipulated in Nano's document before showing them to the public, then who did it? At the very least, I know that Nano's specific message calling their deal with Red Fair was seen by Shy Lily, Bao, and my friends. My friends who were involved are not stupid. They wouldn't have done this to me if Nano didn't show them everything that happened first, right? I originally thought that, as my friends, they would have wanted to be fully informed on everything that happened before making their decision to cancel me.
I mean, Nano didn't include everything, right? So, and then that is problematic. However, this is all like speculation, right? So I do want to add something to this. Because I doubt that they saw everything. If I'm going to take a swing for the fences, I would assume that Nano only showed them partially all of the stuff, right? But even still, what they saw would still prove to them that you and Red influenced her to make the decision she did, and they felt like that was enough. Which it was enough, right? Yeah, so the extra context, Nano looks worse, but that still doesn't take away from the fact that you influenced her to make these decisions to quash her competition, quote unquote, right?
Unless the first
just
person
doesn't
Nano
change the fact.
contacted, the one who told Nano she was being manipulated to begin with, the one who contacted Bao for her, was backing all of her claims to them. I believe with Shy Lily already on her side, Nano lied to her about her experiences with
And that
us
may be
from
true.
the start to hide her
That may be
own
true.
guilt and push it all onto us. How could she show Shy Lily what she did and said about one of her best friends, Bao?
Maybe we just don't know on that one, but I would assume that Nano didn't show them everything, because that would mean the rest of the group would be just as guilty for knowing everything and not coming out with it, right?
If Shy Lily was only shown the snippets of the DMs that Nano chose to show her, she wouldn't have cared what the full context was.
I mean,
Shy
that may
Lily
be the
saw
truth,
what Red
right?
said about
That-
her,
that might
and
be
that was
true.
enough for her to agree
Maybe.
with whatever story Nano told her with whatever little evidence was given for it. The rest of my friends could have just been told by Shy Lily and Nano what happened and also weren't shown anything beyond Nano's cherry-picked screenshots, completely trusting in their story, and jumping to conclusions because of their past experiences. Especially in Bao's case, who was right out of surgery, whose most trusted friends were telling her what happened, and posted her document 2 days later. Supporting the idea that they may not have seen everything is that no one tried to contact me about any of this,
Well,
and
what
may
should
have
have been
been
done?
manipulated not to under the guise that I'd be the one to manipulate them. If they did, they would have heard a contradicting story.
The thing is, though, is like, so Shy Lily saw what Red said about her and was given it, and that was enough for her to agree with whatever story Nano told her with whatever little evidence was given for it. The thing is like, even if like, let's say hypothetically, I never read this document and I only looked at Nano's part of it, the stuff in Nano's document is still damning enough to point out that you're just a really shitty like friend, and you're also when it comes to business, you don't mind undercutting people, right? So that doesn't change that fact. Do we get the full thing? And does it point out that Nano withheld information? Absolutely. Is this a decent speculation or theory? I think it's not bad, but if they did, they would have heard a contradicting story. They would have heard a contradicting story. They would have just realized that Nano's not really giving the full story, right? And that's part of the problem, Banana, right? They did not give full transparency. But to add to this, just because of that, that doesn't mean, hey, man, it's not the year of 7 months. That doesn't take away from the fact that what you did was still really shitty and wrong. And I feel like that this is inherently the problem with this document, is to keep pointing out, oh, these people are bad, they're bad, they're bad, they're bad, they're bad, they're bad. Yeah, some people are bad, but you're using it as a deflection and not acknowledgement of the things that you did that was wrong. Was Nano's motive to leak messages to Shy Lily and to eventually post this document? Again, speculation.
Everything that was posted
feel like
was on top of
speculation
Nano's claims.
shouldn't
But
even be
if her
included.
story isn't true, she wasn't manipulated, and Red didn't lie to her, then what was her motivation? Nano's manager Akira told Red that
Yeah, maybe
Nano
so, Russell.
wouldn't be working with
I mean,
us
that's not a bad
anymore
way to
due
look at it.
artistic
That might be the
burnout,
case.
and for no other reason.
That might be the case.
Burnout is mentioned once in Nano's document, and she showed no signs of burnout in our conversations with her for 7
Doesn't mean
months.
anything.
Since I was cancelled, she's continued to work on more than plenty of projects. It doesn't make sense as a motive.
Again, just because she didn't tell you, doesn't mean that it isn't true, right? And maybe that was the reason she separated from you. Maybe that is absolutely true. Sure, but again, what does it change? Knowing that, right? What does it actually help in your argument? It doesn't help anything. It doesn't help your argument at all. Why
As
include
can
this?
be seen from
Why-
our
why include
DMs,
that?
Nano was always treated well by us and was always excited to work on my projects, even right up to her last messages to us. Not wanting to work together wouldn't be her motive. Since working with Nano, my work alone has made her over $100,000, with about $60,000 of that being within the last year from when I was cancelled. Given that I was her most frequent client, she wouldn't have had a monetary reason to do this.
Sure,
Nano's
it had to
reasoning
be
behind
personal.
many of her claims
Absolutely.
written in her document are contradictory to how she behaved for years, and how she responded to situations when they happened. Those couldn't have been her motive.
I think that she needs to realize that okay, so her and Nano and Red, right, they had a relationship, so on and so forth, right? That doesn't mean that you weren't doing things along the way that didn't kind of raise flags to her, that she ultimately brought up into one statement, right? And that's what happened here, right, chat? This was just a long time of stuff happening, and ultimately she decided to be like, yeah, all of this added up together is wrong. So again, like, you can't say like, read her document contrary to how she behaved for years. Yes, she did, and she should have put her foot down, 100%. But it doesn't excuse how you treated her.
Nano only leaked her DMs with Red after he talked to her about Shylily. Why was that her turning point? If Nano had concerns
That could have been
about
the
what
final
Red was
straw.
saying about Shylily, then
You know?
why didn't she ask him for evidence? Why didn't she come talk to me about it?
Well, you talk
Because
shit,
she
so why
suspected
would
Red,
she want
who's
to?
been on her side for years,
You know?
of lying before she'd ever suspect the Shylily of any wrongdoing. I believe Nano was curious about the things Red said about Shylily and asked her about them. Shylily lied
Maybe.
to Nano about her own actions and told her she was being manipulated by Red. If we're to believe
Maybe.
that Nano was so easily manipulated by my manager in their casual conversation, then how likely is it that Nano could have been manipulated, used, or pressured by the biggest, pissed-off indie tuber Shylily directly throughout this whole ordeal?
Alright, so I'm gonna give you two things here. Nina was concerned about what Red was saying about Shylily, what she asked him for evidence. She doesn't have to, you know what I mean? Like, if you talk a bunch of shit about somebody, you talk shit about them, you did wrong. You can't be like, oh, well, why didn't she ask for evidence? You shouldn't have talked shit in the first place. Hey, can we get back to the base of why that's problematic? You shouldn't be talking negatively about somebody, you know what I mean? Why didn't she ask for evidence? That burden is not on her. You should not have talked badly about them, period. That's such a weird, like, way to try to, like, rephrase all of this, right? So Nano could have been manipulated, used her pressure when the biggest piss off. So again, she has this thing against Shylily, and I wanna point this out again in our notes chat. Like, Shylily was fine. Shylily was absolutely fine, but she's like, oh, Nano would have been manipulating used. I mean, maybe they talked and figured out that yeah, what was going on wasn't cool, but Shy Lily wasn't pissed off at you. Like, she was totally fine with everything. It was just up until she started ghosting you that you, like, really lost it, you know?
Nano betrayed Red's trust in her
This is just
after believing
deflection.
everything Shy Lily said and either willingly leaked
Deflection.
more DMs to Shy Lily for her opinion, or Shy Lily asked Nano if there was more to see. There was no backing out now. She had to go along with the events that came next, and carefully maneuvered her way to the best possible outcome for herself. Nothing from Nano's DMs could be made public without her cooperation, and her cooperation wouldn't make sense if she wasn't also a victim. Shy Lily, in lying to Nano, inadvertently gave her the
How did
excuse
Shy
and support
Lily
she
lie to
needed to
Nano?
blame all of her actions on Red and I without ever having to show for it. Nano leaking messages, hiding the truth, and going along with the plan to post her document was about self-serving, self-preservation in the eyes of Shy Lily, my friends, and the public,
This is wild.
at the
This is
expense of
wild,
people who
dude.
supported her for years.
This is wild. Was about self-serving self-preservation. That is crazy, dude. Like, at the extent of people who support her, that is a wild fucking statement, dude. Look, I'm gonna tell you all again, like, do you want my opinion on this? I'll give it to you. I don't think she learned anything, and again, I'm not supporting her. Do you? If you want to support her, that's your prerogative. But I think that most people reading this are probably gonna actually pull from it. Yeah, I don't want to support her anymore. Again, if Nano fucked up, she needs to answer for that. But that doesn't take away from the fact of the things that she's doing and how she's deflecting with a lot of these statements here. So who wrote Nano's document? Again, speculation.
I do not believe Nano wrote her own document, and
Yeah,
whoever did
basically everybody was
manipulated the
against me,
information Nano had unmaliciously wrote about me. Nano then presented it to the public and the real author kept their hands clean from any direct involvement.
Manipulated the
Nano's
information.
document states itself that she did not write it or put it together. This is further evidenced by the fact
We know
Nano's
that.
DMs are typed completely differently to how her document was written.
We know that. We know that. This isn't like news or anything like that. We know that. That was in the document, right? But going on to say like she was manipulated and maliciously wrote about me. But here's the thing that you don't understand. Number one, she wanted help because English isn't her first language, right? But number two, that doesn't change the fact that you still influenced her to cut off your competition. Like, take accountability. Stop being like, oh, this person got manipulated and maliciously wrote about me. Okay, yeah, but you still did something shitty. It doesn't change that fact. Why will you not accept that?
Her document starts with Val's involvement, not about herself, and not about what chronologically happened first. Nano is on record saying she didn't care about Val.
Again, this is more about she didn't really care about the model,
about
probably.
Cotton hurting one of our friends was cut out of the screenshot in Nano's document. Nano would have no reason to do this, and she's on record saying she didn't care about Cotton. Nano had no prior relationship with our friend who was hurt either.
This isn't taking everything so literally. I don't really care about Balrog. She's talking about, like, yeah, the model and stuff like that. It's not like she doesn't care about her as, like, a human being, right? Like, oh, you say you don't care about Cotton, so everything you say about Cotton doesn't matter. That's not how that works. Cotton is her, one of my friends. Yes, she cut it out because it's really just not relevant at the end of the day, right? So are you trying to justify this not being in the document because Cotton hurt one of your friends? Like, it's irrelevant. And also the fact Red shouldn't have even shared that with her. It really makes you look
The way
worse.
Nano's document claims she felt about Red asking about her plans and gossiping with her contradicts years of her own behavior. Issues with
I agree with that.
situations over the past couple years claimed in her document weren't a problem to her when they happened. Nano
I agree
would
with
have
that.
known exactly
Yeah,
how
she
the
should
events
have put her foot
presented
down.
played out and the full context behind them. She lied about them, and someone who was just using Nano's messages helped her do it. They didn't care about the validity
She
of
didn't lie,
the
though.
claims being made, only that they supported the greater narrative, purposely leaving out critical context and distorting the order of event.
I will say that yes, stuff was left out. That is a big egregious error on Nanolist's document's part. However, to add to this though, that still doesn't take away from the fact they didn't care about the validity of the claims they made. the validity of the claims that they made still stand in place. You still influence them to ultimately cancel models that undercut your competition. The point of this whole problem towards you, Cinder, is that people are upset that you treated people in the space and your friends as competition and went out of your way to undercut them and use your personal grievances as a platform for that. That is the problem here. That is the problem, which you still have just not really acknowledged.
Only one screenshot of messages about Spite was included. Nano's document never mentioned Red asking her not to work with Spite, even though that seemingly would have helped her argument. The person who wrote it didn't know about it ever happening. However, I believe this wasn't included
That's speculation,
on purpose.
you mean?
Nano's document repeatedly uses the N symbol throughout it. Not just in section titles, but in the written text too, 25
let's keep it on the
times.
facts.
Not once in the years of working together has she ever used this symbol in either of our messages with her, and in my experience anywhere else, it's not commonly used.
Okay. Again, speculation, but I mean, that's fine if you want to include that, you know what I mean?
A dozen people, including Nano,
all
Shiley,
over again,
and
Darth,
Bao,
you're so
were
right.
involved in the planning of these documents. Bao's document doesn't contain any use of and I believe Bao wrote her document herself. However, Shiley's reply to my apology tweet used and a total of 15 times in its writing.
But because Shy Lily used the ant symbol a bunch in her stuff, she believes that because the ant symbol was used, she, right here, that she was the one that wrote it. Bro, that is a fucking stretch. that is a huge stretch. Bro, that's that is a wild claim. I just gotta say that right now. That is absolutely a wild claim. Y'all are deep in the sauce.
Shiley was already giving me multiple signs that she
Deep
had a
in the
problem with
sauce.
me before any of this happened, even saying on stream she always had a bad feeling about me. Shiley was involved from the very
We've
start,
already proved that
being
Lily
the first
really
person
didn't
Nano told about
treat you
Red's
badly
messages.
beforehand.
Shiley was more than willing to lie about me herself, as you will see below. Shiley was the one who reached out to Bao for Nano, and most likely was the one to do the same
Maybe.
with Cotton,
Yeah, maybe.
Silvervale, and Spike.
Even still, why would this matter? Why would this matter, chap? If Shy Lily was the one that reached out to them, okay, yeah, she probably was like, hey, like, you know, this stuff came out. You know, I wanted to, you were mentioning this stuff, so I wanted to bring that up, and see if you would have any stuff, right? I mean, if you're trying to be like, oh, well, it was a conspiracy, well, we already know that everybody was talking together and sharing their receipts around. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change
Nano's
anything.
document starts with what happened with Bao, which would make sense if Shiley wrote it instead of Nano. The message about Cotton hurting a friend of ours is edited out of the screenshot of Red's DMs. Shiley is also close friends with
How is
that
it
person
sus?
and may
Like,
have
Yuri,
done this
how
to
is it
keep them
sus?
out of things.
If you don't mind
A
telling
link
me.
to the exact timestamp of one of my 2 raids into Shiley's stream that Red
Oh
told
my God,
Nano
please
about
not
just
that
so
again.
happened to be included in her document in
Please not
Shiley's
again
defense,
with the
but
fucking
not
raid
the
thing.
incriminating one. Nano's document claimed manipulation when there wasn't any.
Yes, there was.
Shiley was the one who
Influence.
told Nano
Influence.
she was being manipulated, and she was the only other person involved who pushed that claim to the public. Shiley started her reply to my apology with it, discrediting anything I said. The absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolute insanity.
This is really upsetting. This is really, really upsetting. Shiley was the one who told Nano she was being manipulated, and she was the only person involved who would push that claim to the public. This is really, really unfortunate to read, because it just shows she didn't learn anything. It really shows that she didn't learn anything. The thing is Nano was being influenced by you 100%, and you still are not taking any accountability. It's really sad. Honestly, it's very disappointing because, you know, I really do hope you know, I don't have any ill wishes towards her, and I wish that she would learn, but again, this to me just shows she hasn't learned anything. It's very disappointing. It's very sad, and I see why a lot of people don't want to, you know, support her anymore, right? And it's probably because
My
of things
use
like
of
that.
It's Just Business was dishonestly portrayed in Nano's document. Shilely used the phrase in her reply to me, was the only person who lied about the meaning behind it to the public, and made it into a meme at my expense. Nano's document
it
says
still
my
had the same
friends
meaning as
platformed
always.
me when talking about competition.
She's really hung up on that
specific
fact.
wording.
How dare you make a
Shiley
meme?
said something very similar in her reply to my apology. She also said very similar things on her stream. Nano's document, the competition they're referring to are people I thought they considered friends, who always helped, supported, and platformed SINDER. Shiley's reply, everything you do is out of competition through your constant need to one-up the people who are the sole reason you even have these opportunities and platforms to earn from to begin with.
I'm gonna put this in my notes, chat, because I think it's important. Why would it matter multiple people got together and talked about what was going on? Again, I feel like she's trying to frame this as some kind of like conspiracy, but it's not. Like, well, it seems like all they did was just talk about what was going on. She saw what was going on, she saw it was wrong, and he got called out for it, you know? No, completely, Ken, I get you. Sky Lily stream. Oh, let me just, how are you? Oh, let me just platform that Seraphim person that tried to platform all my friends to help her get there to begin with. Let me just continue to platform that one person that tried to backstab us when begging to be in our positions. This part's tough to read, I'm not gonna lie.
These two quotes from Nano's document are also very similar to what Shiley said on her stream. Both were claiming manipulation, and Shiley specifically used the word problematic when describing someone Nano wouldn't want to work with. Nano's document, spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic to manipulate any future decisions regarding commissions. Another example of speaking ill of other creators right after they saw I was working with Shiley, trying to once again make the idea of working with other clients seem like I am setting myself up with problematic people, to get me to reconsider working with them.
Shy Lily stream. Let's actually look at this because and I want to ask you all a question.
And I go, it was about me being slandered, throwing all kinds of accusations around to Nano, making me seem problematic, weird, making me sound like a person someone wouldn't want to work with because who does those things?
Chat, looking at the messages that that Red sent to an analyst, do they not absolutely make her look that way? Oh yeah, she's got a problem with us, right? You know, we rated her and she didn't acknowledge us. Literally, like Shy Lily's not lying. I mean, maybe the slandered part is a little bit of a stretch, right? But throwing the accusations around, making me seem problematic, weird, making me sound like a person somebody want to work with. They absolutely did that. They absolutely did that. You know what I mean? Like, they absolutely did that. And I think it's very much that she just didn't want to be, she didn't want somebody to talk. Lily at least was like, you're talking shit about me, that's unfounded. You know what I mean? I cannot say that. I cannot say that that is not true. Now Lily's still sus. Why? Qualify your statement, Yuri. Come on, we're not Twitter users. We can do better than that. Yeah, qualify your statements. So again, them just bringing it up and causing these rumors, accusations, etc., completely unneeded. So if you're trying to refute this, it's just wrong. Yeah, it's just straight up wrong. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Was Lily saying this? Was this correct? Yes or no? What do y'all think, chat?
Shiley implied she was directly involved in making the documents on her stream. I don't know where I was, but let me just say in this section that she dedicated to Cotton and me, she said sorry for not having any knowledge of this. And that's where I kind of got mad because like I said, a lot of the stuff that we posted about is only stuff we have hard-coded receipts for. Obviously, there is lots of experience that doesn't exist on paper. It's only private experience. But there is also more receipts, verifiable receipts that weren't added to the doc because either they are smaller things that just only really become a problem when added up, or they were a little too private to be shared. They contain
absolutely.
information that people just don't want to publicly have there, but it is kind of important for context, you know. So you pick and choose what you want to have up
Yeah,
there.
we are in the speculation section, right? So again, yeah, and I very much agree with you guys, right? So I mean, again, implied she directly involved in making the documents. Why does it matter? At its core, chat, why would it matter if, hypothetically, Shy Lily helped Nano? Why would it matter? I think we're just trying to make people seem like this horrible person. Yo, what's up, Millie? How are you? Yo, what's up, cutie? Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're doing incredible. My name is Light Heavy Metal Elf, and we are reading the Cinder document. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. We're at like day 5. Roll the raid video. Hope you're doing good, Millie. It's so good to see you. Oh my god, it's in like a hot fucking minute. Holy shit. Well, it's nice to meet all of you. My name is Elara. I am the Heavy Metal Elf. I love metal, and chat loves torturing me with channel points. And today, we are covering the Cinder situation. We've been covering the Cinder situation for multiple days now. I mean, this is like day, like, what, number 5,
All
chat?
of your chest looking bigger than your model.
What? Okay, thank you, Elara. You became friends somehow. But yes, we are just yapping it up and talking about everything going on. So how are you? Oh, yeah, I mean, I've already read it one time already and kind of skimmed another time. So this is like 2.5 for me, basically. But hope you're doing good, Millie. Yeah, it's been way too long. So I just debuted my new model the other day, actually. Last Saturday, so I guess it wasn't the other day. I guess it was almost a week ago, but yeah, I hope you've been doing good. Thank you so much for the read. It is taking a millennia to read this, so well, please come along with me on this wonderful journey of Google Docu reading. If drama stuff isn't for you, totally understand if you want to back out. Very understandable, considering this is a pretty controversial and heavy topic, but I do appreciate the raid. What did you do today, Millie? By the way, I'm having my TTS read most of this to save my voice, so, anyway, here we go, chat.
And most importantly, Nano's document is filled with the use of and in its writing.
I feel like this is very, like...
Shy Lily's own reply to me.
I feel like this is
it's
such a stretch, bro. This is very, like, crazy.
With Shy Lily to write her document for her.
What spooky game
Even
did you play?
If Nano
Bro, I
lied to
can't do
Shy
the
Lily
spooky
from
games.
the start, Shy Lily still helped
I like
Nano
pee
lie.
myself
Besides
on
presenting
stairs.
everything in such a convoluted order, there were doctored screenshots in her document like I showed above. The same screenshots in Bao's document being uncropped and unedited shows
Can I
that
get a
Bao was
synopsis?
being honest
Yes,
with the
I can give you a
information she was
synopsis.
given, but Nano and Shy Lily weren't.
Alright, here is the synopsis of this document. You ready? Synopsis. So, Cinder admits that she did some bad things, but then she also says, but a lot of other people did bad things. Nanolist was proven to not reveal the full context of the story, and that is probably the biggest thing pulled from this document. So,
This
Nanolist
is
had a little bit
where
more
all
to do.
the simps say the proof is.
What? Why is she speaking French in Japanese? So anyway, Nanolist withheld some information, which wasn't very cool, and that was a big part of the document. However, everything else is complete deflection and gaslighting. The end. Basically, at the end of the day, Cinder's document was really good to talk about the Nanolist section. Everything else is fluff and deflection and gaslighting. That's it. She's speaking the language of the gods. So, I think if you want to take anything away from this, in my opinion, I don't think Cinder's really learned anything. And on top of that, Nano has some stuff to answer for the
Being the person who presumably wrote
TLDR.
Nano's document, Shy Lily and Nano would have known exactly what I meant by it's just business. But she
He's
was
really
the one
hung up
who
on that
lied the
meme.
most about it, in Nano's document, in her reply to me, and on her stream. Interesting how she was able to connect my messages from that same conversation with Nano to how I must have known about what Red said in
That's
his
a good way to
DMs
put it,
with her 2
Deputy.
years later. but somehow not the fact that my use of the phrase and its
I
meaning
agree.
came
No,
directly
Millie,
from
you're
what he said
Millie,
the day before.
Millie, you're speaking facts. That's not even an opinion. Brad does not need to be involved with her in her career in any way, shape, or form. I don't care if he's a mod. He needs to get the fuck out of there. That is not even an opinion. That is absolutely just fucking facts, Millie. That guy is the worst. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Russ. Now, we'll say this. The same thing I said on Twitter. You know, if you want to support her, if you think her apology was good enough, more power to you. Your prerogative, right? I'm not here to tell you what to think about stuff, but I am here to show you what's true and what the facts are, right? So anyway, here's that screenshot. I read talking about making a living, etc. If you're just tuning in, I am skipping the screenshots that I've already covered in past messages and read all of these individually. So if you want to know them or need a reminder, it's in past VODs, just for the sake of time. And, you know, again, the analyst messaging about, no one need to work with the other people. And, of course, talking about how Red had to talk to her. All right, so we go breaking down the House document. Here we go. So we got through Nanolist. Now we're going to get the mouse.
Originally, I had gone through Bao's entire document pointing out the lies within it. But I no
There are.
longer believe she and my other
Yeah,
friends were
14,000
lying.
people showed up in
They
her
were
stuff yesterday.
misinformed and were
So there are.
speaking from what they thought was true. Nano and Shy Lily lied to and manipulated them all to see the story their way. Bao
Oh my
was
God.
understandably hurt when she found out about what happened, and wasn't in a sound state of mind after her surgery.
Oh my
I'll
God.
only be going over parts of Bao's document with the context that she may not have had the full story from Nano, or our side of the story, and pointing out her assumptions
You already
that
looked at
weren't
this clip,
true.
by the way. Yeah, so here's the thing. You say that she was manipulated. The thing is here, is it doesn't change the fact that you still influence analysts. Like, take the accountability for that, you know? Leave Bao alone, bro. Just leave
Just
Bao
like
alone.
in Nano's document, Bao's document presents things as if her model was only cancelled
saying
once
she was
in
manipulated.
August 2024, even though Nano cancelled it a second time in her deal with Red in January 2025. I will address this down below.
I want
Bao's
to make
document
sure
for
that
reference.
you guys all know, at least in my opinion, I'm going to give you something opinionated, okay? Can you explain why you think Lily is sus? Can you explain why you know that we don't necessarily speculating because you, like Cinder, I'm wanting an honest discussion. Can you explain why you think Shy Lily is sus? Are you talking to me? I don't think Shy Lily is sus. As far as we've gotten in this document right now, I don't think Shy Lily is sus. To make that clear, are you talking to somebody in chat? Alright, so here is, of course, from Bao's document. The thing we've read 1,000 times. I have first-hand experience how Cinder and Red collaborate. To the extent which Red operates as a primary point of contact in professional and personal projects. Okay, got you. Yeah, I mean, guys, we're all about good faith conversations here, so please keep it that way.
Just like Nano's document, this was an assumption that they corroborated with each other, and Bao refers to Red's
Yeah, right,
actions
Victor?
as both of ours in her
I
document.
choose neither.
This wasn't
I choose
true,
the
and
middle
no
path.
one could definitively say that in every single instance Red was just a surrogate for my thoughts and feelings. Red is an individual who can think and feel for himself. Bao shows 0 screenshots of my own DMs in her document.
This isn't true. No one can say definitively say that every single instance Red was my surrogate for my thoughts and feelings, which is true, but you're still responsible for him. And by the way, you did admit that earlier in the document in the very start, actually. So I feel like, again, you're trying to dismiss the fact that, yes, you guys didn't corroborate on everything, but you're still responsible for him. No worries, Mystic.
One of the only times
I
Bao
think
had first-hand
they're not
experience of the way Red and
really
I worked
addressing anything
together
in
was
good
with
faith,
the
to be
She Wolf
honest.
cover song. Bao messaged Red, not me, and Red didn't tell me all of the information when he asked me about it.
That's true.
Or in the 3 days before Bao messaged me directly. Her own experience with us should have cast doubt on this claim.
I mean, how is Shy Lily the mastermind? We don't know that. It's speculation, but even if it was proven true, hypothetically, why would it matter? It changes nothing. Yeah, so wait, that does do us. After she finished putting design and base model sketch, building back and forth on whether or not she had a mental and physical and mental capacity to continue my model against stuff that we've already seen a bunch of times. I'm sorry, and I hope you guys don't think I'm skipping screenshots or anything. But I think we all decided as a group that we've already read a lot of this stuff, and it's just a waste of time to keep rereading the same thing. So, thank you, Millie. Have a good rest of your night. I'll talk to you soon. Okay, let's hang out. Um.
As I will show,
Okay, there
Val
we
is
go.
clearly talking about her
My
model
TTS isn't
being
working. I'm
cancelled
like,
in
what?
August of 2024 here. After she finished both the design and base model sketch, there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue my model. Nano told Dredd herself that Bao's model hadn't been started yet. 2 weeks before cancelling Bao's model, Nano told him she wanted to cancel models, asking him about cancelling on Bao specifically, and telling him she wasn't the only one she was considering
Yeah, we
cancelling.
noticed.
Bao saying there was a back and forth could imply that Nano approached her before August 5th, when Red
Calculation.
messaged Nano again, already saying she may not continue her model.
I just want to say, chat, this is a tough section. This is a tough section. It's just like, it's hard, like, mentally to get through because it's just like, bro, how you're just
In a
on about
private
stuff,
group
you know?
chat that Cinder was a part of, I shared how devastated
Thank you
I
for the
was, and
resub,
she did
Kage.
not comment or say anything despite others in the group chat comforting and reassuring me. This was Bao's message she sent to our group chat when her model was cancelled on August 6,
I don't know,
2024,
Tag.
which she also included in her tweet replying to my apology. I knew about this before Bao did. I felt guilty about it and didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I should have been a better friend and at least tried talking to Nano.
This is
for
all
her,
reposting,
but
by
I
the way.
didn't. If this was Nano's
Yeah, this is
decision
all
like I was
reposting.
told, then I wasn't going to get involved.
Cinder redacted we're deliberately sabotaging ongoing commissions and blocking VTuber such as myself from having our access to analysts. This right here, chat, this sentence right here, this still holds true. This claim is not false. It is absolutely still true to this day. You influenced analysts to sabotage opportunities with other people. This at its core is, she says this claim is false. This at its core is still an absolute truth.
This claim is false. Bao would only have said this if Nano told her this was
Nope,
what was happening.
absolutely not.
Bao
You
had
can look at the
reason to
screenshots
believe it
and decipher
with
that.
Nano telling her that her model was one of the ongoing commissions affected. Right after talking all about August 2024, when her model was cancelled the first time, Bao presents screenshots from January 15, 2025, over 5 months later, to explain why her model was cancelled in August. It is out of order and missing context as well.
Which is a decent point here, right? Some of it is, it's out of order, right? But nonetheless, if you think this claim is false, you've learned nothing. This claim is false. ID.
The screenshots Bao shows of Nano's DMs with Red are the same ones Nano uses in her
Basically,
document,
so,
including the time
it's what it
zone
boils down to.
discrepancies I discussed. I will include the date and time of them in EST like I did before, and as shown in the full context of these conversations in Nano's section of this document.
I want to make this really clear, Yuri. You are absolutely coping. Can we stop with Nano being influenced by anybody with her own decisions? That is absolutely factually incorrect. And you know you're incorrect about it because I've shown you multiple times how they constantly talk to her and constantly influence her by talking crap about the multiple creators. You're literally coping. You actually sitting here and saying that proves that you are not able to actually decipher the information put in front of you. And because of that, I'm going to now assume that you are no longer able to have a good faith conversation. I'm sorry, but if you actually feel that way with everything put in front of you, you're coping. I'm sorry. And that's really disappointing because I hope that everybody here will have a good faith conversation, but unfortunately, you in particular seem to not be able to do that. And that's really disappointing. All right, so anyway, here we have, of course, is, screenshots here. Talking about what we can pay blank for you. You don't have to discount for the next payment, etc. Screenshots we've seen 5,000 times.
Like was shown above, Nano's messages calling the deal fair and asking for a Damon figure were cut from this exact same screenshot in Nano's document, but are present in Bao's document. Here's what it looks like in Nano's document.
So there was definitely some stuff missing for sure, you know what I mean? So definitely some stuff missing. I mean, 3 out of 5 videos of this, yeah, right? Like, I think if it all Cinder is right about one thing, she could have been a better friend. Good luck to her future and hope she'll be better. That's my take. Sure, absolutely. Like, she can do her own thing, you know, and just because somebody likes gossip doesn't mean it doesn't affect how she views things exactly. Come on, guys, we can do better than that. So here's the screenshots as well. I don't know, like, I like to assume the best in everybody, and we're all here to have a conversation, but, if we're not there, you know?
As I pointed out before, Bao's document shows the message about cotton above, unlike Nano's. And just like in Nano's document, the following messages from Nano are missing entirely. This wasn't Bao's fault they were missing, it's all Nano gave her.
Which could be true. Which could be true. I am a little sad that, you know, I've spent my, like, debut week on this document, but to be honest, it's not important, you know? It was also ESL, right? It seems like she had a harder time communicating because of it. Yeah, I think that is the case, something. I think that is the case. I think in the messages from Nano, right, after they were missing too, talking about the deal, which, yes, these were missing, and Nano is absolutely at fault for. There's a screenshot from Bao's, document as well. Well, I want to do fun stuff too, but this document is really, really important, so, how the heck did Elara get the eel from the litter? She's a manifestation of chat's energy. Here we go. Let's dive into this part. I just want to finish this section today.
Nano
if we do anything else.
Redacted on why he
yesterday
is encouraging
I did,
her to not finish my model. This statement is false, and it's not what happened, but Bao may have been told this was the case. This list above was how Red felt about Bao, and his reasoning as to why he wanted to exclude her from working with Nano in his exclusivity deal in January 2025.
I think they're providing the wrong screenshot
but Bao,
on this,
who
by the
only
way.
had the context Nano shared with her,
Yes, exactly,
applied these reasons to her
You got
model
it.
being cancelled in August 2024 to explain why Red manipulated Nano to cancel it then.
I feel like this is maybe out of context a little bit, because I'm pretty sure this part that they're talking about is the other screenshot where Red is like, oh yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, it should be fine. She'll find somebody else. That's
Well,
at least
Red
the
was
way I
looking
took
to
it.
prevent Bao from working with Nano, which was wrong. He didn't
Yep.
even know Bao had a model planned with her again. When Nano told him about it, he backed off, followed by Nano asking if he was sure and for him to explain why to her.
But again, Nano should not have, like, asked for permission to cancel a model. He messed up there.
This is what Redacted lists as reasons why Nanolis should cancel her ongoing Live 2 decommission with me. Bao's model was cancelled in August 2024 after Nano
appreciate it.
told Red Bao's model wasn't started. And just like I showed before, Nano said here that she had Bao on her commission list, as in, not ongoing. I do not believe Nano would cancel a project if she had any significant amount of work invested into it already.
We've addressed this multiple times. Yeah, we addressed this multiple times. Honestly, guys, you gotta realize, like, the way that my model moves and looks. You want to know who did all that? Well, Type did all that, my rigger did, but you know who helped me with it is Ian. Ian is the one. She, like, looks at my face, she's like, and then she looks at the model, she's like, okay, yeah, this is perfect. Or, oh my god, your mouth moves slightly the other way, so we gotta fix that. Like, she's so good at that kind of stuff, so I rely on her to help me with my params. So the reason that my model looks so good is honestly because of Aya. She's the one that's like, oh yes, your head nods this certain way and does all this. So this is why you guys can see, like, everything that I do now. All right, let's continue.
Friends do not sabotage other friends out
I
of
agree with
business
that.
opportunities. Friends do not spread lies to fuel selfish narratives.
Is there
Friends
anything
do
that needs
not
to be
use the
fixed, by the
private
way? I
information
keep
they
meaning to
get
ask
from
you.
the privilege of being close friends just to use it to manipulate others. I've never done any of these things. My friends both knowingly and unknowingly sabotaged me out of innumerable business opportunities when they chose to make this public. Nanolis and Shiloli spread lies about me to fuel their own selfish narratives to my friends and to the public.
Oh
Nano
my
used
god.
the private information Nano had in her messages with Red that she had from
Oh
being
my
close
god, there
friends
ain't
with
no
him
way.
to use it to manipulate my friends and the public.
And then she goes on to say that Nanolis and Shiley spread lies about me. They didn't spread lies about you. They called you out for what they did. Yeah, but you did. Yes, I understand that Nanolis did not include everything and they need to answer for that, but they didn't make up lies about you. What? Oh my god. Yeah, we should review sometime. I keep forgetting. Bro, this is crazy. This is crazy. I really gotta say, chat, I have a feeling. It's a gut feeling, you know. I get this feeling sometimes that there's gonna be more. I have a feeling, chat. I think there's gonna be more, chat. I think there's gonna be more coming. I don't know that for sure, but I have a feeling, chat. I think there's gonna be more here pretty soon. We'll see. We'll see. I think there's gonna be more after TwitchCon. That is my gut feeling.
Bao's model wasn't sabotaged by Red
I'm gonna
when
call
it
it
was
now.
originally cancelled in 2024. He didn't lie about anything he genuinely believed about her, and none of the 5
Again, that's such
reasons
a dumb
Bao listed
statement.
above, or
He
anything
didn't lie
else
about
Red
anything he
said to
genuinely
Nano
believed about her.
Bao
It's
were
still a lie.
private information or
Yeah, it's still a
things
lie.
he knew from the privilege of either of us being
Just
friends
because you
with
believed
her.
it doesn't mean it's not a
After
lie.
showing
She
screenshots
still lied
from
about it.
January 2025, the next screenshot she presents is from August 2024 where she states it's another screenshot of Red urging Nano to cancel her model, as if from the same situation.
He didn't lie about anything he genuinely believed about her. That's a lie. What? Why are we constantly deflecting from that fact? Like, take the ownership. You messed up there, dude. So there, of course, I did not. Asking about did you cancel Bao's model? More screenshots them urging analysts to cancel the ongoing live 2D commission with me. Again, this is Red poking about it constantly, which is problematic.
These are all Red's messages, not from them like Bao says. Nano wanted to cancel Bao's model and Red reassured her about it. Red said I remember her showing it to us at WeebCon, without ever mentioning how excited Bao was about it when she showed us the design.
I mean, again, yes, Nana said, yeah, Bao, would you kill me if I cancel her? But again, you influenced her to go forward with it, right? So you had to take ownership of that. Yeah, something I gotta tell you. I'm gonna make a statement, guys. I'm gonna make a statement. I'm gonna get shit for this. I'm gonna get shit for this 100%. I think that we are a little reading this document, kind of looking how everything is playing out, etc. Right, chat? I think we are at the point where we move past the conspiracy of the timing of SINDER's return. I think that SINDER's return is leaning to me more towards purposeful rather than it's a conspiracy. I think her timing coming back was purposeful. I'm leaning that way for sure. I'm not 100% on it yet, but I'm leaning more that way.
In Nano's section, Red explained that he thought Nano should still be paid
Looking
for
at
the
this,
design
everything
work
in
she
front of
did
me,
for
right?
Bao.
With context.
The possibility of her starting shit was
I'm leaning
based
that
on
way,
his
chat.
own
I'm not gonna lie to
opinion
you.
of how she could react to the bad news from Nano. This screenshot of their DMs shown in Bao's document was not included in Nano's document.
What should have been? Talking about on March 20th, I started a group, a Discord call that lasted 5 hours. Hang out with my editors. They shared their free data center for rates because he initially turned down an exclusivity deal. So talking about what's his face, the editor, I forget his name.
We were completely unaware Bao encouraged our video editor to take our exclusivity offer. This call
I mean, I don't want to
apparently
assume
happened over a
anything,
month
you know, but
before I was cancelled, over a month after Nano cancelled the deal with Red, and over 2 months since they first made it. Our video editor never
it was
told
Red
Red or
saying
I
like,
about
oh, it
this.
should be fine if you
The few
cancel it.
times they asked
Yeah,
for
dude,
raises
she'll find
while
somebody
working
else.
with me, I was more than happy to accommodate them every single time.
I'm on shocking people to sleep. This and the said I deserve. You know, I harbored an invisible jealousy because my songs flop. Made me feel sick to my stomach. Which again, I mean, we know Red fucked up when it came to Bao. They do acknowledge
Red
that. I'll give him that.
together the narrative he convinced himself of and told Nano, as was laid out in Bao's section. Bao was the one who spoke ill of her own song's performance in her public Discord server last year, and Red decided it was a contributing factor in what happened.
Yeah, but
it had
you
nothing to
decided
do
that.
with the TMJ she's talking about, but I can see why she'd think it was. Her most vulnerable moments were not used against her.
But still, you talk shit about her, period. But none of this matters because you talk shit about her. Why are you summoning this privately? If you look at the timeline of events when was talking about some of the messages date back years, which is again true since 2023. I found out about this less than 48 hours ago. Which I think right here, this next point she brings up is a little bit fair, right? How could you understand everything now that we have the full context? The timeline is there, right?
The timeline of
So
events
what's up,
from Nano's document.
how are you?
I don't know how anyone can understand the timeline of events from Nano's document when everything was presented
I mean,
out
that
of
is
order
fair,
and
right?
out of
Now that we have
context.
everything, it does
Some
help.
of those messages
That
date
is
back
absolutely a
years.
fair statement.
I found out about this less than 48 hours ago, and they did not give me common courtesy of talking to me privately about this over those years.
that's fair.
This
That's
was not
fair.
over years.
It was over years.
The only times
It was
Nano
over
and
years.
Red had meaningful conversations about Bao
It
was
isn't-
at the
they're not
end of
talking
July
about
and
Bao
early
specifically.
August
Again, the fucking-
2024, and in January 2025.
I'm gonna crash out.
From the time
I'm gonna
Bao's
crash out.
document was
I'm gonna
written,
crash out.
the oldest
I'm
of
gonna
these
crash out.
messages would have been about 9 months old. The problem Red had
I'm gonna
with
crash
Bao
out.
was only
I'm
in
gonna crash
December
out.
2024, about 4.5 months before her document was posted. Either one of us should have talked to Bao when we had the chance, and we didn't.
Bao is not talking about her conversations in particular. She's talking about how all of this happened over years of time, which is true since 2023. You were talking about Somerville in competition. There it is. It's just like, oh yes, but it wasn't about her specifically. You did these types of behaviors back since 2023. That's what they were talking about. Stop taking everything so literally as a defense.
My thoughts, feelings, my most vulnerable, darkest
goodness.
moments, that I shared in confidence, may have been used as information to ruin my chances to have the same vtuber model as someone I thought was my friend. None of the reasons Bao listed above, or anything else Red said to Nano about Bao, was private information, things she shared in confidence, or had anything to do with her most vulnerable, darkest moments.
Again, they're using literal. Is there like a argument fallacy for this where people try to disarm arguments by literally saying, well, you didn't say these exact words or the literal part of it, because there's things to be inferred from this, right? It's like I don't know. There's got to be something for this where people literally just all they do is just take things literally, and that is their defense. Well, it doesn't say that. Maybe semantics. I don't know. It's just. It's killing me. It's killing me. I'd like to ask the community to refrain from spreading any harmful speculation. Why is this? Why is this highlighted and put here? Alright, here we go with Bao's stream after everything happened.
Bao streamed the night after
What about it,
posting
Simone
her
Kim?
tweet in response to my apology. Just like her document, I won't be going over everything Bao said on her stream, and many of the things she said were because she was convinced it was the truth.
No, that's
I'm choosing to believe she wasn't lying, but she was
convinced
wrong.
it was the truth. It was the truth. Look at the messages. Oh my god. She's been lied to. She's been manipulated, chat. She has no idea what's going on. So this is the link to that YouTube, right? And this is the link to this moment. So we'll listen to
Well,
it.
I don't know. I can't even remember what the conversation was like, because I was just in such a state of it was like I'm hearing what Lily and Nano are telling me,
Right.
but it's like I cannot compute it. I just kind of remember seeing the screenshots. How much did Nano tell Bao, and how much did Shylily say for her? The
It doesn't matter.
screenshots Bao saw couldn't have been more than what Shylily saw. I believe Nano hid the full context of them from the start.
Even if that is true, that still does not excuse you from all the things you did do, right? You have to understand and take accountability for the influence you put onto Nano.
In every scenario I tried to wrap my head around what I would have done if I was in their shoes. I can't. I couldn't understand it.
And that's
We
fair.
have been through so much offline and online, and there is nothing more confusing and more painful than seeing someone in your friend group be so kind and so warm to everyone around you and feeling that they have slowly become colder and colder towards you and not knowing what you did or if it's your imagination. But because everyone loves them, you don't know if you want to say anything. And so you keep it to yourself and you keep hoping it's your imagination.
leave Bao alone,
but then
dude.
the
Leave
cruel
Bao alone.
realization hits that it
Leave
wasn't,
her alone.
and it's even worse than you could have ever imagined. And you wonder why all those times where they talked over you or ignored you if you had done something wrong. And I just kept
We're
testing
past
myself
halfway.
out of everyone in our friend group. Why was it me? And like, what did I do differently? And for so long, I was jealous of how warm they treated my friends. And I wondered why it just felt so different towards me. Reading everything confirming my worst fears was awful. Bao couldn't understand what happened because she didn't have the full context, or ever know the motivations and reasoning behind it that was explained in her section. Red and I never talked to her when we should have, and I'm sorry to Bao for that.
Bao couldn't have understood because she didn't have the full context. So I have a question, chap. This is a fallacy right here. So do you need the full context to understand when something is wrong? So I'll give you an example, right? Let's say somebody is shot, right? And they have a bullet hole in their body. Do you need the context to understand that they have a bullet hole in their body? No, you don't. You understand that they have a bullet hole in their body. Now, how did it get there? What gun, etc.? Is that context helpful? Absolutely. But they still have a bullet hole in their body. And the thing that it doesn't matter about having the full context is you still influenced and talk shit about Bao, period. At the end of the day, 100%, that's it. You need to understand that you did wrong. The full context, while helpful, does not change your responsibility.
Everyone knows how special a
Yeah, and even
tuber's
then it kind of
debut
makes it
is.
worse.
That is kind of the most important day of a tuber's career, and all of the preparation and foresight needed to make it happen.
That's
No
true.
one tells you how stressful the project
It's
management
me.
is.
Oh God. Oh,
No
I've
one
told you
tells
guys
you
it's
how to
horrible.
run a commission, all of the assets, all of the coordination with merch shops to have everything come out on the dot. Making sure that at the same time you're planning everything, you're having to advertise it. You know, you look at a content creator online and even though you are seeing one person on the screen, behind that one person is a really big team
Yep.
that they have to coordinate with.
It takes a lot
and
of
that takes a
time.
lot of time. I'll be
Absolutely.
honest, Elara, Cinder comes off as more delusional than Amy from Kitchen
Oh
Nightmares.
no, not that.
And if you are a
that
tuber
kid, yeah, I
and
know
you
who you're
have
talking about.
models and live
Oh
2G
no.
artists to work with, you know that they're booked out sometimes
Yep.
years in advance.
Years in advance,
And to
that's
have
true.
a sudden cancellation like that
Absolutely
happen
true.
so suddenly right in the middle of everything happening it's so, I can't even begin to tell you like how hard it is to pivot and to restructure how the rest
This is
of the
Val
next
talking,
month
by the
or
way, in
couple
her
of
YouTube
months
video.
is going to go in order to fill up that space. Some tubers plan this out years in advance.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking.
Absolutely true.
So to say I was devastated when my model was cancelled is kind of an understatement. I completely sympathize with what Bao said here, which is part of the reason why Nano was so important to Red and I as my model artist.
It's kind of like, it seems really excessive to me that she is going through every bit of her live stream and breaking down every sentence like that. That
I
is
sat on
actually
that design for
kind
so
of a bit
long,
much.
and
You know what I mean?
was so heartbroken that I just deleted the tweet where I teased it. I couldn't even look at it anymore. I don't know. Maybe it's stupid, but if you're a tuber, your model is
I
what
agree.
represents
It
you, and you
is very
really do have to
obnoxious.
fall in love with it because it's an extension of yourself. And so, I had that model as my subathon goal,
Yep.
one of my top subathon goals for a while. And you know, I showed it to everybody around me. I'm very used to very cute, dainty designs, and I wanted to see what it would feel like to have a sexier model. And ever since that happened, I thought about getting a different artist and keeping the design, but it felt like it wasn't the same. And I didn't want an artist to just draw over the design. So I shelved it, and I hoped that maybe one day Nano would be free enough to take my commission. I told her that even if it was years from now, I would love to revisit the commission. Bao said here that her model with Nano was shelved, and implied that it wasn't ever rescheduled again.
Rima. Save me, Rima. Rima. I feel like when JoJo screams out about Caesar, it's like Rima. Rima. Oh my god, I know you're going through it too. How are you, cutie? Hope you're doing well. Happy early birthday. How are you? Yeah, what's going on with you today, sweetheart? Everybody say hi to Rima. Oh my god. I gotta get with you sometime and like discuss your thoughts on this as well, because I've tried to tune into your coverage, but it's always when I have a lot of work to do. I scream when it happened. Oh no. Oh no, thank you for getting us something to read. I appreciate you. Oh my god. Yeah, I think I cried when it happened. Oh my god. Yeah, I gotta get your thoughts on a lot of this too. But yeah, we are in the middle of the breakdown section, so at day 5 of coverage. Yay,
There's so many ways to be competitive
So
and
excited.
still not hurt other people in the process. And
Absolutely.
I don't know, I feel like even when she was so much smaller than me and was just starting out, I still remember showing up calling her during a random stream and just making a little bit out of it.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
right
Rima,
for-
yeah.
I think I speak for all
It's
of my
still a shock.
friends, but we wouldn't
It's
be
still
where
a
we
shock.
are if it weren't for each other. And I have always felt that way, that every success that each of us has is everyone's success. I was never competitive towards Bao in the same way I felt I was towards Silver Veil.
Yeah, but
I agree
you
with
guys still
everything Bao
undercut her.
said here, and I'll always be grateful to her and my
I mean, at
friends
least
for what
there's
they
a
did
bit
for
of-
me, and proud of what I was
At least
able
there's
to
a bit
do
of,
for them too.
you know, acceptance here. A rare moment in this document, besides page 1.
Like, and that's the most fucked up part about it is like the whole time I was like, what did I do? Like, what did I do?
What did I
And
do?
like, why was I even considered
What
a
did the
threat at
Elara
all?
say that way?
I felt like she was so much
What did
more
I do?
successful, and I felt like she had everything that I could ever dream of, and like there was no need to kick the ladder down. There was no need. If Bao, or any of my friends, had come to us before making things public, they would have found out the motivations behind what Red did.
Well, that
Bao was
that
never
wouldn't
considered a
help.
threat. Someone put that idea into her head, because it's not something ever said in Red's messages.
I disagree, because again, you got to remember, chat, that Red said, "Oh yeah, you know, she'll be fine. You know, cancel her stuff. You know, like she'll be okay. She can go ahead and you know, find another person, right?" I don't think he said directly cancel her, but he said like, "Oh, she'll be fine. She'll find somebody else, right?" He influenced her to ultimately make that decision. But if found other motivations behind what Red did, it doesn't make it any better, right? Yes. Could they have talked to you about it? Yeah. Did she explain why she didn't? Yes. We can sit here and argue about whether they should or shouldn't have, but at the end of the day, it is what happened, right? But somebody put that idea into her head, right? No, it's about the fact of your actions that made her feel that way, and they just will not acknowledge that. They have this thing about, oh, Shy Lily and Nano manipulated everything, right? No, people took your actions and your words that they saw in their screenshots and came to their own conclusions about how they felt about it. And I would do the same thing. If I read that, I'd be like, wow, you really don't care to stand up for your friends. You clearly value business over everything, and that is why the It's Just Business continues to be a meme even today.
How could you accuse me of being a thief when I spent 5 hours talking to our editor, telling him and assuring him that I would never stop being his friend, even if he took an exclusivity deal with you? And it would mean I would only have 2 editors for my channel. And like that still did not stop me from considering your financial well-being and the success and growth of your channel. And they could not even spare the same thought for me. Like I explained when going over Bao's document, our editor never told Red or I about this conversation with Bao. We had no idea it ever happened. Red was the one who had a problem with our editor working with Bao, and only after December 2024. Before that, it wasn't a problem for either of us, except initially, like I explained in Bao's section. Red's conversation with Nano about it was in January 2025, 2 months before Bao's conversation with our editor.
So that is, that kind of clears at least, like, I mean, we already knew this, right, going through this section, right, but, even still, right, like, how could he accuse me of being a thief when I spent 5 hours talking to our editor? I mean, he did go on to say, like, oh, well, at least Red did. He was like, hey, like, you know, we're worried about our time to have an editor for the music video, right? I'll keep moving past this point, though. I don't really have much to add, to be honest. I mean, even if he never told Cinder about it, she is still responsible for his actions, you know?
Like, you do not know how many times I was told to put in my Google Doc the fact that you had a significant other. And no matter how many people told me to put it in, and how stupid I would be to not put it in, I could not bring myself to put it in because I knew what that would do to your reputation. And you could not spare that same thought for me. It would have been so easy for me to prove that you had seen the messages, but I couldn't do it because in the end I still wouldn't do that to you. And so I wonder why you would do that to me. I appreciate Bao not putting my relationship in her document while under the pressure from Shilily and our other friends to do so, but I would never do that to anyone.
Yeah, it just doesn't
like
absolve her, you know, at the end of the day.
Red and I being in a relationship doesn't prove that I had seen all of his messages. My friends had no way of knowing that, or not just because we were together. However, if Nano lied about the
at least shows that
of
you were
manipulation
negligent
and abuse she suffered with us, then I can see why my friends wouldn't believe I didn't know about any of the things I actually didn't. But the story Nano told them isn't true.
Again, the story Nano told them, well, let's say hypothetically, right, that, you know, everything, Nano, you know, spread all this stuff around and withheld a lot of the information to these other people, right? Let's just say it's a hypothetical. It still doesn't take away from the fact of the things that you did, right? But the story Nano told them isn't true. Nano is guilty of not telling the whole story, right? But the things that she told you still hold true, and you're still accountable for those things. So this point is just absolutely moot. It should be the story Nano told them isn't fully transparent. It isn't the entire story with full context. But it still doesn't take away from the fact that you guys influenced Nano and subtly, like, sprinkled that into your conversations.
So I looked at, when I read your apology, I was just looking for some semblance.
Yep, you did
of,
form
I
an
just
opinion
wanted
about
to
based
know
on
if
just
you would
random
know what
things
to
that
say.
you drew
I just
together.
wanted to know if you ever
In
had
the
thought of me
Silvervale.
as a close friend or if it was just one-sided or not. And I felt like I still didn't know by the end of reading your apology. And that really fucking sucks. And now I just don't know what to think or what to believe and how easily I could have turned this into a personal vendetta.
I mean,
But
a lot
kept
of
it strictly
screenshots
about
were
the
not
people and the
included
clients
something.
that were
I think that's
affected and how
problematic.
their careers were put on pause because suddenly a month-long project was put on hold, and to pivot so suddenly, especially when so many tuber debuts are tied around a holiday or a birthday, on dates that cannot be changed.
I think another thing I keep getting from this is she keeps trying to make excuses about, about her initial apology, which I guess in the first page she acknowledges it was bad. But, like, why even include this? Like, there's so many times where she acknowledges she did something, but then she tries to, like, explain and, like, diffuse it more. And it's like, just say you fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need the whole rigmarole. Like, yes, you messed up. Trying to disarm it more doesn't help. It just feels like deflection at that point.
When I wrote my apology, I was blindsided by what Red did and said about her to Nano behind my back, and everyone thought it was my fault. I couldn't accurately explain everything
you
that
owned
happened
some of that.
between Red and I over Bao with the pressure I was under, but I also felt I couldn't own up to the way I treated Bao and the role I played in making her feel the way she did without that context. I didn't know what to do, or what to say, or how to say it, so I said the bare minimum. Bao deserved better at the time, and I hope I can make it right now. Bao mentioned
sadly,
that she kept
won't
her
be the
document
case, in my
about the
opinion.
people and clients that were affected. Was she talking about these clients? Thou wouldn't have known what really happened to their projects, but Nano did.
I mean, that's speculation, and maybe this was shared with them. Maybe this was shared with them, right? As you must use my work, Kitty Cat, Mousy Giga, Mousy Ginsin, Fufu Megalodon. Well, wait, wasn't Cotton on this list? Did I misremember that? Maybe I misremember that. I thought Cotton was on this list somewhere. Maybe I misremember that. So here are the screenshots again. Canceling Stephanie, my freedom. Stuff we've already seen. That's another list. Okay, thank you. I was about to say, because that... I thought it was wrong on that, because I was like, it's... You gotta remember, is in this document, right? Cinder has said multiple times that Analyst didn't have a relationship with Cotton, but she did because she was going to make one of her models. Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm sorry, guys, like, after 5 bajillion pages, I'm trying to remember everything. But Nina never claimed that she was manipulated to cancel this list. Sure.
Numi forgave you when you didn't come to her concert that you were planning with her for over half a year. I wonder if you knew how devastated she was and how in the middle of the year when I was so depressed and there were some days where I could not even bring myself to leave my bed, I still managed to fly 6 hours to New York to be there for her. Thou saying I didn't come to Numi's concert that I was planning with her for over half a year was the only thing she lied about on her stream. I'm choosing to believe this was just a mistake in the heat of the moment and not a deliberate lie. There is a portion of this section below talking about Numi's concert where I'll talk about this again.
I mean, looking at the screenshots between like Numi and stuff, that whole debacle was just miscommunication, right? And even Cinder admitted that she should have communicated more, been more forthcoming, etc. So I don't really feel like this is worth like diving into like even more. Like we've already gone through that section, right? But this is clearly like how Bao felt about it. She was upset on behalf of Numi. We're about 2 hours in, chat. I'm gonna stretch really quick. Why are all these screenshots separated? Why not one screenshot to hide Red Cinder's responses? Maybe. I just feel like so many times we've gone through this that at its core, this whole breakdown is just deflection, you know? Like, I really wish that at its core that Cinder would acknowledge that, hey, like, Nanolist did not share all this stuff. Nanolist is a bit of fault. But everything else, like, just diving into this, breaking down every sentence that Bao said on her live stream, trying to disprove every single word, it's too much already. It's already, this document is already fluffed up enough. But this just on top of it just proves that you don't get the point. You really don't understand the fact that your actions negatively influence this person to make decisions that they would not have otherwise made. He just doesn't get that at its core. She does say, all right, bye, yeah, have a good one. Yeah, I need like a drink and a smoke and like, I don't even know. I mean, Cinder did say in her stream yesterday she would try reaching out to people so she can also things out, then I'll move on. It's annoying fun drama on the internet. Yeah, I mean, I did hear through the grapevine that she had said that, which is great, right? But my thought though, Jinxie, is let me put my thought together. Hold on. Sorry, I was in the middle of stretching, so like I want to make sure I answer this correctly. So like, I'm glad that she says that she's gonna reach out to people. That's wonderful. But looking at this document, right? Do you really feel like, after reading this and then what she said yesterday, do you really feel like that her reaching out is going to be anything but argumentative at this point? You know what I mean? Like, I get a feeling a lot of this portion is trying to poke holes in a big argument around the first talk because Retta was her manager and that her boyfriend, that she knew everything he did and said. What Tamina just says she was complicit and ignorant. In that sense of this was Red venting, gossiping to a friend, which should have been kept separate from the business. Exactly. All right, let's continue. My brain hurts.
And
My
even
brain
then,
hurts.
You're bound
Like
to get
legitimately.
jealous as a content creator. But
No,
what
I
you
think you're
choose
right,
to
Walk.
do
I
with
think
that
you're
jealousy is what
you're correct.
defines your character. You can either let it make you spiteful or you can fuel it to forge your own success. Because when you're a streamer, yeah, you can share audiences with people, but at the end of the day, you are building your own community. You shouldn't focus on trying to take what other people have because that's not how you get it. That's what they made for themselves.
That's true.
I felt like from my point of view they were so much
Just
more
worry
further
about yourself,
ahead than me,
you know?
than I could even imagine. And I got kicked down a ladder that I feel like I initially gave you. None of us would be where we are without each other.
I'm sorry, I just heard the first part. Jealousy didn't feel anything redder. I did. Okay. Yeah, yeah, sure, girly, sure. Whatever you say, whatever you say. Nah, you literally admitted that you viewed Silvervale's competition. It's clearly rooted in jealousy and insecurity. Clearly, yeah, well, that was a fucking lie. That's clearly rooted in jealousy and insecurity. Just admit it. Just admit it. Like, just, if you're gonna make a 1,000-page document, just admit it, you know?
Jealousy didn't fuel anything Red or I did. Someone else was telling Bao that was the case. None of the evidence shows I, or Red, ever being
She trying to be
jealous
like,
of
oh,
anyone,
well, about
because we
Bao it
weren't.
wasn't.
I don't know what Bao is talking about when she implies I was taking other people's communities for myself, and I didn't kick down the ladder on her.
She's not talking about
In
her
January,
specifically.
Red
Again,
made a mistake that I didn't know about to stop it from happening. I agree,
oh
Bao
my
was someone
god.
who was kind
Again,
to a
this,
tuber
this,
much
this
smaller
argument,
than her.
again.
Someone she had no obligation to show any kindness to. But she did, and so did the rest of my friends, and I'll always be thankful to them for it and everything
I really
they've
hate this.
done
I don't
for
know
me.
what Bao's talking about when she implies I was taking other people's communities for myself, and I didn't kick the ladder down on her. She's not talking about herself necessarily. She's talking about other people as well. And I got kicked down the ladder that I felt like I initially gave you. She's talking about like she was very like she reached out to you, very welcoming, and you basically just pushed that aside, right? You basically just decided that didn't matter in our friendship. So again, they do this thing where they take everything literally and they're like, oh well, it's because you said it, you're talking about you. Look at this and decipher, infer a little bit. But again, this is just that argument they've done multiple times. If it's not literally said, then it's not, relevant, right? Or if they don't literally say, oh, this, then it's about something else. I really dislike that. That is probably one of my biggest criticisms with this document is how often they do that.
You could not have had this go on
I already
for
put it in the
so
notes
long
anyway,
and
so
not know about it. This wasn't going on, and not for as long as my friends were misled to believe by
It
now.
happened since
Any of
2023.
the
Stop
problems Red
BSing
had
us.
with Bao only
Like-
started in December 2024.
It's not talking
if I
about
were
the
them,
Bao.
I can understand why it'd be unbelievable too.
They're not just talking about Bao. They're talking about your total actions, which started in 2023, dude. Just. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna stop talking about their weird like arguments
I
they
feel
keep
like
doing
I
with
was
that.
tasked with an
I'm just gonna
impossible
keep
choice.
wasting my
And I
energy.
hate it, but I had to be in the position where it had to be me to say something or no one else would. And it's not about whether or not I am right or wrong, but it's the fact that I didn't even want to be in this position to begin with. And I know
Absolutely.
that for so many people to be affected that it was the right decision to do. But it really fucking sucks that I had to do it in the first place. And I feel like I've been given that impossible task so many times already in my career. If I don't say something, then no one else will. And if I had a choice to not do it, then I would take it. But I know that would be the wrong choice.
Guys, I'm gonna put in my notes. You guys ready? Leave Bao alone. I'm putting it in the notes. Just leave Bao alone, dude. Just leave Bao alone in this. Just like Buff said, Bao had an impossible choice given to her by everybody involved. But the fire VTuber already happened recently. We already looked at this clip. A lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. I thought they were talking about Nano in this case. You know what I mean? Like, I played this yesterday, so again, I'm not gonna replay it, but I thought in this moment this clip was about supporting Nano, and then we're talking about Bao. So I want to be honest. I think Cinder maybe just mistook that part. So again, I put that part of the argument up on the shelf
Bao
like I did yesterday.
The best choice with the information she had, the state of mind she was in, and for all of the people she was thinking about when making it. I forgive her for what she chose to do. What I don't understand is why the choice to make anything public was left up to Bao.
I'm sorry, what?
Why didn't they look to Nano to say something when all of the evidence was from her DMs? Why was it Bao's responsibility to say something or no one else would? Why would they put that pressure on her in the state she was in?
I forgive her for what she chose to do. Cinder, you do realize that you already, number one, admitted Red shouldn't have done this, and number two, oh my god. Number one, you already admitted that Red shouldn't have done this, right? And number two, you do realize also that the reason she chose this is because you guys negatively affected her. You're not taking responsibility for the fact that
this guy stinks.
you guys influenced Nano's decision. I forgive her for what she chose to do. That's very kind of you. Wow, how benevolent of you. I'm pretty sure though it's supposed to go the other way around. This is a wild statement. I'm going to put it in my notes. That is... Wow. I think I missed that part when I initially read this.
Speculation. Wow. Nano could have said she wouldn't make anything public without Bao. Nano knew her story was a lie all along. It couldn't stand on its own, so she wasn't going to say anything unless it was backed up by Bao.
Yeah, I'm really glad this is in the speculation section. Oh my goodness.
I just wish my apology had any semblance of evidence that you even knew me as a person, and not just someone that you had to surpass. And when I read it, I felt like you didn't. Bao was never someone I felt I needed to surpass. Someone else must have convinced her that was the case. I cared about Bao, but Bao was my friend that I wasn't treating like my friend for too long. I'm sorry I wasn't a better one
I feel
to
like
her
this
when I
whole
needed to
statement
be.
right here, right, that was just how she felt. So, like, you being like, oh, well, I never felt like, or I never felt like I needed to surpass Bob, right? Well, this isn't just sharing your feelings, right? So, I mean, cool, I'm glad you say that, but you're not, I think what you're missing is, you're not acknowledging your feelings. Instead, you're so hung up on, somebody else must have convinced her that was the case. No, that's how she felt. All right, here we go. Even more speculation. Here we go, chat. Oh, goodness gracious.
Why did Shylily have to contact Bao for Nano? Speculation. Shylily encouraged Nano to bring her DMs to the people affected, including Bao, but Shylily was the one who ended up reaching out to Bao. Why?
Why does it matter? That's the real question. Why does it matter? Again, I've already said this, and I'll pull it up again. Why would it matter both when people got together and talked about what was going on? Why in the grand scheme of things does that matter? If somebody does something shitty and more people want to come together to talk about it before they bring it out and, come together with some documents and really make sure their evidence is cultivated and together, what's wrong with that? Where did anybody say that they never got together to do that? Again, what is inherently wrong with that? I feel like her argument is very contingent on that fact.
I don't think Nano could confront Bao herself. Nano only showed Shylily the select screenshots of what happened in her DMs with Red over Bao's model, not the full context. The difference was that Shylily was already on her side after she told Nano she was being manipulated. If Nano went to Bao alone, Bao wouldn't have any of that pre-established context, meaning Nano would have had to explain what happened to her model by itself. Bao would have obviously wanted to see all of the messages
I imagine
of it
they did
happening,
talk beforehand,
and Nano would have
considering
incriminated
how
herself.
close the documents came out to each other. Like, they're acting like this is like the fucking Legion of Doom getting together. You know what I mean? They're like, all right, it's symbol Legion of Doom. We're gonna make an evil document about this lady and take her down. Like, bruh. They're talking about the shitty stuff you did. Like, just, why can't you accept that? You did something really shitty and they were talking about it. Yeah, meanwhile at the Legion of Doom.
Was
Oh my
Bao's model
God.
really cancelled a second time? Speculation throughout this document. I've been writing under the assumption that Bao's model with Nano was cancelled twice. First in August of 2024, and second in January 2025.
Right.
Nano told Dredd in January that Bao's model was on her commission list, and went as far as to offer to cancel it a second time herself,
Eventually doing so in their
eventually
deal.
agreeing to do so in their deal.
We've seen, then we have a deal, and of course, giving the specifics of that deal, which we read 1,000 times before.
But Nano's document, which Shiloli presumably wrote for her with the information Nano gave her, and Bao's document, never mentioned her model ever being cancelled another time.
I mean, this
after
should have
August
absolutely been brought up.
2024.
You know what I
She
mean?
said on stream that after her model was cancelled the first time it was shelved, so I shelved it, and I hoped that maybe one day Nano would be free enough to take my commission. I told her that even if it was years from now, I would love to revisit the commission.
The thing is, though, is that's between Bao and Nano, so how would you know for sure, right? That would be between them. And have we ever seen any screenshots talking about that? So, like, I don't think so. And to be honest, like, at the end of the day, like, you're sitting here contending, oh, well, only one got canceled, but not the second. What does that do for your entire argument against Red being shitty and undermining her?
Unless Bao was lying, I don't believe her model was ever officially rescheduled with Nano after August 2024.
Can we put another
meaning it
marker
couldn't
for
have been
why does this
cancelled
matter?
A second time.
Why does it
What I
matter?
think happened is
Why
that
does it
when
matter?
Bao's model was cancelled and she told Nano the above, Nano kept Bao's model on her commission list in something like an indefinite wait list section unbeknownst to Bao. When Red approached Nano about their exclusivity deal and brought up Bao's name, Nano said it was on her list, not telling him the context of it being there. After encouraging Red to explain his reasoning to her, she offered to cancel Bao's model forever in exchange for us paying for her own model's rigging, which she'd discount from our next commission with her. Honestly, Cinder makes Amy from Kitchen Nightmares look sane and rational.
Oh, goodness. Why would Nano have to...
Planisto, wait for it, make a Cinder o quake bish. MUAHAHAHAHAHAA.
Why would Nano have been so quick to offer to cancel Bao's model a second time when she didn't have the courage to do it the first time in August 2024?
Oh.
Because Nano didn't have to cancel it this time. She never had to
Again,
confront
why does
Bao
this
because
matter?
the model was never rescheduled. Nano knew she wasn't accountable for Bao's model when she made Red
Why
an
does
offer,
this matter?
But Red didn't know that. She used it to negotiate with
No, I
Red
don't,
to get
Look,
what
I have
she
no
wanted
idea.
at Bao's expense, offering to cancel it for basically nothing. In making this deal, she just had to forever kick the model down the road, never making time for it, while Bao would forever cling on to hope that she would.
Well, again, why does this matter? This does not take away from the fact that Red influenced Nano to cancel that model initially. Like, you keep splitting hairs about something that just doesn't really ultimately matter. This document in a nutshell, by the way.
Out of the messages I showed above, these were the only ones present in
Oh,
Nano's
well, we did all
document.
these horrible
Nano
things,
never
but
showed
also,
Bao, Shiloli,
here's like
and
2
my
points
friends
of
the
things that were
messages
like
where
wrong.
she and Red were talking about Bao's model in January. She never showed when it was first brought up, when Nano offered to cancel it, or when they made their agreement. Nano lied to my friends and told them she never made a deal with Red, like it said in Nano's document, and they believed her. She never showed them it happening, and nothing happened to prove it did other than Nano's rigging getting
I might
paid
believe
for,
that.
including
I might
Bao's
believe
model
that.
never actually getting cancelled
Yeah,
a
I might
second
believe that.
time. No matter what Red said to Nano in that conversation, no one that was named in their agreed-upon deal suffered any losses due to it before it was cancelled.
Wait, Wendigo, wait. Wait, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, 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 wait. Oh my god, it came out! Yo, let's fucking go! Yes! Oh my god. Let's go! Oh my god, yes! Yo, this is so cool! This is the video I'm in with Maxor, chat.
So as
I'm sorry,
few of you
slight-
might already be aware, I am a
Slight,
big fan of
slight
this game
detour.
called-
Okay, we gotta react to this. Yeah, we gotta react to this. Oh my god, yes. Wait. I know why you call this Elder Scrolls Skyrim. It's because of me. It's my fault. It's my fault. Yeah, look, listen.
Followed naturally by the completely undesigned mountain for some reason that is comprised entirely of incidental Yeti encounters and the dragon that makes you cold. What the?
I literally showed him the mountain exploit, and he was like, wait, you can fucking do that? This is like Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Oh my god, that's awesome. Alright, we're gonna react to this.
What the fuck is going on?
Oh my god.
What the fuck is going on up here? Run away, run.
Oh my god, yeah, we're gonna watch that. He was so much fun to hang out with. Yeah, he was so much fun to hang out with. Yeah, there's a mountain exploit so you can skip like the whole mountain. I remember I showed it to him and he was like, wait, you can do that? And I'm like, wait, I'm showing the Maxor a trick in Elden Ring? Oh my god. Oh yeah, we gotta check out that video and react to it. Even more of a reason why we need to get through this document, chat. Just as long as this documentary reminds me of 11-hour news rant. Holy shit. Yeah, there's a couple of them. So, did Nintendo even want to make mouse model speculation in November 2000? Oh, brother. In November 2023, Nintendo was excited about mouse model, where there was a design of it, although it's noticed to be mommy models planned for June 2024. So now we're just even speculating about, oh, did she even want to make the model? Why does it matter?
The finished design for this model as we
stop trying to water down the fact of what you did.
Bao's model was planned for June 2024, but by the end of July, it hadn't even been started. Nano told Red she was considering canceling her model, and he encouraged her to do what she thought was best for her. Nano cancelled Bao's model at the start of August 2024.
She shouldn't. She has many connections, so she'll find somebody super fast again. Trying for the information about the model and ultimately, again, influencing her to cancel it, right?
Bao said on her stream on April 27, 2025 that her model was shelved
why
after it was
is
cancelled.
this a point of contention?
So I shelved it, and I hope that maybe one day
how do we even know the model was going to happen?
I told her
you're
that
not the
even
model
if it was
maker.
years from now, I would love to revisit the commission. When negotiating a deal with Red in January 2025, Nano offered to cancel Bao's model forever in exchange for paying for her model's rigging that she'd discount from our next commission, essentially canceling it for nothing. When she cancelled her deal with him about a month later because she wanted to work with Silver Veil, she told Red she didn't care about Bao.
Shiva, this is a tactic, right? It's to overwhelm you with information so you can't pull out the actual facts of it. Now, to your point, Walk, and I agree with you, the argument is like, oh, supporting a friend, right, in their decision making. But knowing the context of looking at all the messages that we've already been through throughout that section, right, there's clearly an intent, right, to slowly poke holes. And they just will not take accountability for that. And I feel like, sadly, a lot of people are going to miss that part in that context.
Nano was excited to work with Bao in November 2023.
Oh, absolutely,
but
Walk,
after
absolutely.
the design was made, she didn't want to make
Trust
the
me, I know
actual
that's the
model
argument.
for it. I'm not going to say what that design was out of respect for Bao's plans, but it's plausible that it could have been a factor. Nano cancelled the model once, and without having to deal with the guilt of cancelling it a second time, offered to cancel it forever for her own benefit. Red coming to her in January was just an outside excuse for her to never have to actually do it, while getting something she wanted out of it at the same time. It doesn't sound like Nano wanted to make Bao's model, no matter when or if she ever made time for it. Do you know what Nano specifically said she did want to work on?
So you're okay with leaking all of these DMs and everything else, but this is where you draw the line? See what the design was out of respect for Bao. So this is where you draw the line out of everything. Out of everything that you've done. This is where you draw the line. Yeah, I or Red didn't influence his decision to cancel Bao's model, or just they don't want to admit responsibility of how they influence people, right? Well, why are we speculating if she did or didn't want to work on it? It doesn't matter. It does not ultimately matter in your defense. Right.
Shy Lily's reply to my apology is what cancelled me. With over 8 million views,
Matt, she linked a lot of other DMs that were not linked
showing
before.
any evidence, and triggering language to turn people against me, painting me in as bad of a light as
the ones that
possible,
knew me.
the same way Nano's document was written. I'm willing to bet that most people just read Shy Lily's reply and nothing else. It's much easier to only read this than read my whole apology, and who wouldn't trust Shy Lily?
So you're upset that people don't read anything else, just read Shalley's response and nothing else, but then you drop 1,000-page response? Like, by your own logic here, why wouldn't you make a short and sweet reply? Or are you just trying to argue that, oh, it's Shy Lily, so it's just not, you know, you shouldn't believe Shy Lily 100%. Like, you do realize that half of us looked at most everything, right? I mean, inevitably, some people are just going to jump to conclusions, right? That's how it is. Unfortunately, we can't change that, right? But nonetheless, like, if this is very contradictory, I really had no reason to do this. So what angered me the most by the whole thing. Did it exacerbate things a little bit, Link? Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, like, remember, this person had spread rumors against her, right? So she has the right to defend herself. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's look what she has to say about this response.
Absolute audacity to sit here and
I understand both sides. I'm empathetic to both sides of it.
Absolute insanity. The first thing Shy Lily did was completely discredit anything I said in my apology as unbelievable, claiming it was all manipulation and gaslighting. No one was going to question her. She's Shy Lily. Shy Lily was involved in everything from the start, convinced Nano she was being manipulated, organized my friends against me, and evidently wrote Nano's document for her.
Can I point out something, right? So my apology is unbelievable, but didn't you lie in your apology? like several times, with the most notably being that you lied by omitting the spite stuff. So, yeah, your apology kind of is unbelievable. Like, I have a hard time believing you're trying to see both sides, but okay. I mean, it's fine, Link. To be honest, I don't really care to convince you. I know where I sit, so well, how you feel about it doesn't really matter to me. Sorry, like, I hate to be so, like, blunt about it, but I know how I feel about it, and I think through my words and actions, I'm pretty empathetic to both sides, right? Just because you don't like what I say doesn't mean that it's not true. Like, same apology you yourself admitted was not good, exactly. Like I said, like, even when I originally covered this, right, like, did this exacerbate things? Absolutely. But she's allowed to defend herself, so I get both sides of it. Actually, acknowledging both sides of it right now would technically be me believing I see both sides. So how would you not believe that I don't see both sides anyway? Continuing.
The pain and mental torment you've caused to the ones closest and most supportive of you has been devastating, and I have never been so heartbroken and hurt so badly for my friends. Yes, I hurt Numi when I chose business over her concert, and I apologized, but I was still there at the show for her. I was a terrible friend to Bao and should have talked to her instead of ignoring the problem with Red. I selfishly left Tricky behind in Japan when I wanted to make the most of my time there. I'm not innocent of ever hurting my friends.
She might have not been referencing this in particular, but, you know, nonetheless, we'll continue.
You are the fakest person I've ever had the displeasure of supporting, reading, and hearing of how you really viewed me behind my back.
I'm not gonna assume
not
any
just through screenshots of your man, but also your very own messages while having to sit here and read through these bullshit lies you spin makes me want to vomit.
Well, that's a pretty strong statement. Anyway, let's continue.
The only message I ever sent to anyone about how I viewed Shy Lily behind her back was about how I looked up to her as a role model, and that once I became a part owner of Gamer Supps I felt pressured, by no one other than myself, to live up to the bar she set. This was what I said to Numi when apologizing to her about her concert, and wasn't a situation that was brought up by anyone before Shylali's reply to my already posted apology. Red said he thought we'd have to start considering her competition if she was going to treat me differently for seemingly no reason, and was now working with our most valued artist. I didn't feel that way, and those weren't my words.
How you've really beat me behind my back, not just through screenshots you man, but also your video messages while having to see here. Again, like, Red obviously was like, oh, we're gonna treat it as competition. And also the other fact of it too was that by this document's own admission as well, right? Like, she thought that there was this big problem that Lily had with her, right? The raids, all that stuff, etc. Right? The 2 raids where she didn't say your name. She admitted she had a problem with her, right? So this still stands true. This still stands true. And nonetheless, you're still responsible for Red professionally.
To claim that you didn't know a single thing and had zero awareness of what your man was up to when everyone who's shared even a single moment with you knows that you basically operate as the same person, sharing every waking moment.
So this is like, you claim you didn't know a single thing and it's your awareness of your man. Again, I think she's probably, just to take a guess here, she's going to take this extremely literally when it's not meant that way.
I didn't say I didn't
there we
know
go.
a single thing Red
There we go.
I didn't know about the
What a
specifics
surprise.
of what happened in Red's conversations with Nano and the other few instances shown in this document. He summarized things to me, but didn't tell me everything, and lied to me about their exclusivity
What you did, he
deal.
did lie to her about
I didn't
stuff.
read his messages myself.
Absolutely.
And I didn't
It's a
question what he
consideration.
told me because I trusted him. The only thing I lied about not knowing was about Red talking to Nano about
The only
Spike,
thing I
and
lied
that
about-
was to not make the situation worse for myself. Shylali and my friends who corroborated that we operate as the same person did not have any idea how Red and I worked together at home, or even the fact we lived together. The same way they didn't ever see us argue.
Yeah,
or knew that
I think
cheated
you're
on
I think
him
you're
in the
trying to water
past.
this down.
Them blaming everything on
This
me
feels
only
very
works if
watering
it's to be believed
down.
we share every message, thought, and feeling, and before they're acted
This isn't
upon.
what they're saying. They're blaming everything on me. It works to believe we share every message I'm feeling before they're acted upon. That's not true. She's saying to claim you don't know a single thing and it's zero awareness what your man was up to. She's saying that you had more awareness than what you were admitting in your apology, right? Again, I really, really gotta point out, I do not like this fact that they try to take everything literally when it's not meant that way.
While loving to jump at the slightest opportunity to turn into your most slanderous self as soon as the opportunity was given, even when talking about your friends is sickening. I don't know what Shylali thinks she's referring to. I've never slandered any of my friends. What Red said in his own messages to Nano about Bao were his own opinions. As explained, Red didn't maliciously lie about anyone like Shylali did about me, and only said what he believed was true from his own experience.
What?
Red is his own person with his own thoughts, feelings, opinions,
What?
and experiences, but his own personal involvement in what happened was intentionally ignored to pin all the blame on me.
Wait, time out. As explained, Red didn't maliciously lie about anyone like Shylali did about me. Maliciously lie. Who cares? He lied. He spread rumors, dude. Yes, we get the Red is his own person, but you employ him as your manager. And you admitted multiple times that you had these talks about stuff off of, outside of, Discord and stuff, right? You had private conversations. So, like, I get what she's saying here, but I've never slandered any of my friends. I mean, that might be true, right? Maybe, like, by definition, right? But at the same time, like, you rehired Red. He's part of your team even now, right? So you're not really proving that you understand why he's problematic as well.
I have experienced your
Especially
own
about
actions
Silvervale.
without Red.
I mean,
in
that's
a
true. You can probably
situation
count that
wherein
as
your own
slander.
screenshotted words, you express a pressure to live up to what Lily is, and proceeded to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under the bus after months of continuous planning just because you consistently chose business over friends, never feeling bad for failing them. Shylily brings up what happened with Numi's concert, something I had no idea I was expected to address since it was already settled
remember she said
between
this earlier.
us and wasn't related to any of the accusations made against me. I'm going to break this part down in pieces.
Here's the thing though, like, at its core, chat, how am I supposed to believe any of what you are saying anyway when you lied in your fucking apology response? How am I supposed to believe you to begin with? You know what I mean? Like, you can open this document, read that first page, and be like, you know what, I'm out. Like, but then you expect us to believe all of this? Like, oh my goodness, guys. Which, I mean, the Numi stuff, okay, right? You probably thought it was settled, and maybe that Shylily was upset on her behalf. It's not really Shylily's like thing, right? She should just let you and Numi deal with it, but maybe she was upset by it.
I have experienced
That's where that
your
comes
own
from.
actions without red, in a situation where in your own screenshotted words, you express a pressure to live up to what Lily is. Shylily did not experience this. This was in a private
Right, yeah, I was gonna say
conversation
that was
between
between Numi and her.
I. She said this was in my own screenshotted words, but there were never any screenshots of any of this situation made public, but she chose to address it publicly.
That's why is that problematic? There never screenshots of this made public, which she chose to address publicly. Again, this is between Numi, right? And Lily already said a few times that they didn't release everything because it just wasn't super pertinent. But yeah, Shylily didn't experience it, but I've experienced her own actions without reds in a situation. She did because she read this. She experienced it by reading it. That's what she's saying, not like, oh, you said it directly to me. Again, the whataboutism of has to be, you have to literally do exactly what you said.
And proceeded to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under the bus after months of continuous planning. I did not proceed to throw Numi under the bus. I said this while I was apologizing to her for the decision I made, ending with me trying to make my mistakes right by facing my fears and getting on
I don't
stage,
think she was talking about Numi.
or rescheduling the collab I had with
Necessarily.
Shylily to be at her concert sooner. I did make it to her concert and I was there to support her.
I don't think she was necessarily talking about Numi here. She might have been talking about Bao. Either way, it's not that big of a point of like contention here.
Shylily says months of continuous planning, but the first message of
I think
Numi
this was about
trying to
Bao and
plan
not
anything
Numi.
with me was to Red, 2.5 weeks before I decided not to perform, and 5 weeks before the show itself. There was nothing planned beyond me being on stage because of my own hesitancy, not even having songs picked out. Bao also said this was being planned for over half a year, which may be true for the concert itself, but not me being involved.
I'm so disappointed this was just handled behind the scenes first. I mean, Maddie, I feel like when the opportunity is available, it should be, but do you remember what Bao said as to why they decided not to handle it behind the scenes? I think that reasoning is pretty solid. So while I get your point, I do really believe that what Bao had to say as to why, it's a good reason. It's a good reason.
Just because you consistently chose business over friends, never feeling bad for failing them. I did choose business
this
over
was like a
friend
personal
when
stab.
it was between guard after my promotion to part owner and making it to Numi's concert, but I did feel bad about my decisions before I had even heard from Numi. My tweet is evidence of that. I was wrong and I apologized to her. I was still at her show supporting her. Me canceling my performance
I don't think she was
had
talking
nothing
about
to
Numi
do
here,
with
but
business and everything to do with my own fears and insecurities.
Bao's reasoning was because it had gone on for so long, multiple years, since the influence had happened back since 2023. They felt like that they needed to just come out with it instead of talk about it privately because it had gone on for so long. Which I think it's
Just
fair.
to earn the bag and compete with me over a card collab that you rescheduled to be on the exact date your friend needed you to keep an important promise. Our collab had nothing to do with earning the bag. I had already earned plenty the day before on
that's
the
Lily's
actual
personal
launch day.
feelings there.
It was about being responsible as a new part owner of the brand and representing them during a very
I mean, that's
important
fine. You
launch
can clear
weekend
this up.
alongside Shylily. If I wanted to compete with Shylily, then I wouldn't have asked to collab. Why would I have wanted
Not
to share the
necessarily.
screen with her in that case?
I mean, guys, I'll tell you, if you want to compete with somebody, the best thing you can do is work alongside them sometimes. Well, like that doesn't necessarily disarm that, but again, it's not really that important. Like, this is how Lily felt. Maybe it wasn't the actual way that it was supposed to be.
I wanted to collab to work together so her card game was as big of a success as we could make it for the entire company. I rescheduled our collab on that day oblivious to my friend's event in my blind excitement for Guard, as I explained before. It was a mistake, and I made another mistake choosing it over going to the concert. But the collab was rescheduled after I had already pulled out of the performance. I agreed to be in the show, but I never made a promise to Numi I would perform, or that I would be there, and Numi even told Dredd it was okay if I didn't do either.
Again, I don't know if it's necessarily about Numi, what she keeps referencing, but and in I just answered that. It's what Bao said, right? It had gone on for so long. She just felt like that it needed to be public because it had gone on since 2023. Yeah, Bao explained that reasoning.
But it sounds a lot worse on me for Shylily to claim that I did break a promise to a friend for money. Agreeing to do something and making a promise to a friend have very different
this part
connotations,
is
especially when
about
making
Numi, right?
claims
The
to
part
the
up
public
here, though, I'm
without
not
any evidence.
convinced is. What do you guys think?
You actively lied about it to them, instead blaming me for a collab you rescheduled, adding me to the pool of excuses to save your ass, when you realized you were being a bad friend. Why blame me for choosing to miss an obligation you agreed to? On one of the most important days in that friend's career?
Yeah, Lily was super turned about this stuff going on with Numi. Very, very turned.
Shylily said I blamed her for missing an obligation I agreed to. No. What I agreed to was to perform.
And maybe
I
Lily
didn't
only went off
perform
what
because
Numi
of
told
my
her,
own
but
reasons.
at the same
Not
time,
going to the
Lily
concert
was
is
definitely
what
pissed.
she's talking about, which by Numi's own words I wasn't obligated to go to. I didn't lie to Numi, and I didn't blame Shylily, and the fact she thinks I did points out the importance she gives herself when it wasn't about her. She made my apology to Numi about her when it wasn't. I took accountability for what I did and apologized to my friend, and still made it to her show after our collab.
Numi might have saved face with her response. That could be the case, right? That could be the case.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I do get why she wants to bring this up, because again, she's like, well, that's not actually what really happened. You know, it seemed a lot more chill, but she does still need to own the fact that she should have communicated with Numi, right? She definitely didn't really try to fix things until very close to the actual event itself, you know?
When I made the decision not to go to Numi's concert, I told her I felt obligated to be around for Guard's launch weekend as a partial Gamer Supps owner now. My collab with Shylily was planned for that day, but even if that wasn't happening, my choice would have likely been the same. When I apologized to her, I told her I felt pressured to live up to what Shylily is for Gamer Supps and the vtuber community now that I had the same position. I wasn't blaming Shylily, it was about my new position as part owner. Shylily was the only example to follow in the footsteps of, and she set the bar I felt I needed to hold myself to for the company.
And that's fine. I mean, it is appreciated that it's cleared up. And it really shows that, you know, Lily is very protective of her friend. She was very angry, etc., right? Was this the best thing to come out in the world? Her response? Probably not. But that still doesn't change the fact of all the shitty stuff you did that you continue not to take responsibility for. That's my biggest point. Like, we just sit here and argue about all these small things that ultimately do not take away from the responsibility that you continue to ignore.
I then told Numi that I made plans to collab with Shylily the day after Guard's launch day, and that I planned it as early in the day as possible to make it to her show. Right. I should have been more clear when I said that I didn't really know how to tell Shylily no, as I explained in the card section of this document. This was not at all me blaming Shylily,
and that might be
why
they saw it that way, right?
It was the main reason I made the choice I did. I said I shouldn't have thought to put a product launch over my friend's once-in-a-lifetime event.
Yeah,
because
Raz
my
didn't really give her all the
decision
details
wasn't solely about the collab with
a certain
Shiley,
part of
or
it. Well,
trying to blame her for it. My decision was because it was Vcard's launch weekend. Everything you do is out of competition through your constant need to one-up the people who are the sole reason you even have these opportunities and platforms to earn from to begin with. You're welcome, BTW. I, myself, only viewed one person as competition. It wasn't Shiley,
I don't believe you.
and it wasn't any of my friends.
I don't believe
yes,
you, Cinder.
my
I'm gonna be
friends
real.
have helped
I
me
just
along
don't
the
believe
way,
you.
some a lot more than others that I should have been more grateful towards, and we all grew together. But I don't owe every single thing I have to them, and I especially don't owe anything to Shiley.
Yeah, you're welcome, by the way. I mean, I guess this is, I assume that she helped her with something behind the scenes, right? Or there was something going on, right? But I definitely don't agree. I do not believe you when you say I only viewed one person's competition.
Her saying "you're welcome, BTW" comes off as extremely narcissistic, as if she had any major impact on where I am and what I've accomplished, and expects credit for it. Other than the few collabs we had, most
see it
of
that
which
way.
were on my stream, and a scab she agreed to let me get, I have no idea what she could be talking about. As far as she's said, she's always had a bad feeling about me, making it seem like the few things we did do together, she begrudgingly agreed to in the first place.
This is your assumption, right? Because when you guys were first interacting, everything else seemed really, really good, you know? Like, everything seemed fine. Y'all guys were having great conversations, so just because she said you always had a bad feeling, I mean, you don't know when that started, right? When that began, right? I mean, I guess if you say literally she always had a bad feeling about me, it's day one, right? But that's probably not what actually she meant. I would say, chat, I have a feeling that we're gonna hear more about this in the future. I have a feeling.
If I had to make a guess, her shares will simply be bought out. If I had to make a guess, I'm not saying this will happen. If I... Non-biased, non-gamer sub's opinion, if I had to make a guess, her shares will probably just be bought out. Done. But, again, don't take this as... Lily said that. No, I'm just saying, if I had to make a guess... That. You know. You're not the only person that say I always had a feeling. It's... I know lots of you are probably men, so you wouldn't maybe quite get it, but as a woman, you can't not get along with another woman based on a gut feeling. You can't do that. You're a catty bitch. You can't do that.
Lily be right. Lily be right. She's absolutely right. Again, she just thinks she had a bad feeling. I mean, I don't really get why this is, why does it matter? Why does it matter? Put that on the counter. Why does it matter? She's just trying to pick apart every single sentence and create enough doubt towards Lily that people will start to focus their disagreements and issues, right, towards Lily by just trying to poke enough small holes and things, right? But like, if you actually like dig into this and look at it, a lot of it just is fluff. It doesn't matter.
You claim that it's just business. Well, in the business world, there has to be accountability, and all you've done is try to shove it away and admit to nothing. Shiley purposely misconstrued my "it's just business" quote into something to attack me with.
Just get over it.
Just like in Nano's
Just get over the
argument.
"it's just business"
In the
thing.
actual context of the situation where this quote comes from, I meant it to accept whatever decision Nano chose for herself, regardless of how I feel
you
about
lost
it,
on that
because
one.
in the end, it's
as
just
much as your
business.
intentions might have been different,
If you
lost
read
out.
my apology, you'd see that I admitted to more than nothing like she claims here. I just didn't admit to the things I didn't do.
You see that? Yeah, read my actually read my apology. You said I admitted to more than nothing, like she claims here. You know the part where you lied about the spite stuff? Yeah, okay. Okay, sure. I mean, like, yes, this is clearly like this line here was just a meme. You're gonna have to accept that. You're gonna get memed on for that, right? And yes, that might have not been your intention of it nonetheless, but that's certainly how people received it, right? Yeah, that's certainly how people received it. So there's two parts of communication, right? There's your intention and how that intention is deciphered, right? And people took that opposite of the way that you
in true
intended it, right?
narcissistic fashion, you're only feeling sorry about yourself and your own
What did she say yesterday?
and your career and try to
Yeah, she gave up
salvage it.
ownership. We already know
Again,
that.
if you actually read my apology, you'd see that I apologize and take accountability for the things I did do. Shilali is the only person who made the claim I was narcissistic, and given her actions before and after this, it really seems like projection.
I
I'm
disagree.
sorry for
You're
everyone
100%
who looked up to you as an
narcissistic.
inspiration, and I'm especially
Reading
sorry
this
for your
document, I
fans.
can confirm.
Pyro pups deserve better. If how Shilali handled everything, and what she did to me, is what's supposed to be better than what I was to the Pyro pups, then it's not my community I'd
Damn,
feel
dude,
sorry for.
she's throwing hard shade here. I want to read this again. You're only feeling sorry about yourself and your own consequences. Your current trying to salvage again. If you actually my apologies to that, apologize to take accountability for the things I did do. The problem is you didn't take accountability for the things that you were responsible for. You didn't take full accountability, and that's what Lily is talking about. Literally, like, oh, I take accountability for things I did do. The problem is there were things that Red did that you didn't take accountability for, and this is crazy sentence considering at the start of this document, he talks about how her first apology was bad. You are narcissistic. Let's read chat. A narcissistic person exhibits traits of narcissism, which remain from healthy self-confidence, an inflated sense of self-importance, a deep need for excessive attention and admiration, and a lack of empathy. Do you feel like, chat, throughout what we've read, that that Cinder exhibits any of these things? Yes or no? I would say the biggest part to me is the lack of empathy. I would say the lack of empathy is probably the biggest thing for me. And then I'm sorry for everybody who looked up to you as inspiration, especially sorry for your fans. Fire pups deserve better. I think it's interesting that she has a contention towards Lily on this, but even the Pyro Pups, a lot of Pyro Pups say this, that they deserve better, right? And I think what she means by that is when you were in a spot of a public figure, right?
You
have an additional responsibility.
And honestly, I do think she has some kind of personality disorder.
And I don't really want to comment on that because that's not my place to say that, right? You know, I'm not here to diagnose anybody, but I can only look at your actions and be like, yeah, you do this or you don't do this, right? I will definitely tell you guys that what she is saying here is that when you are a public figure in a certain level, you have to treat people, you have to carry yourself in a certain manner, right? Treat people a certain way. And the way that she was treating people and Red was treating people, it was unprofessional and it was not becoming of the position that she was in. And that is what she meant by that.
Shilali didn't hold back at all on her stream, telling her viewers how she really felt about me. She went full mask off and convinced the public it was completely justified, mockingly saying it's all just business. If it wasn't evident by her tweet, you'll see from her stream that Shilali is not a reliable or trustworthy narrator.
Alright, so now she is going to try to paint Shilali as a non-reliable or trustworthy narrator. So, let's see.
The business I should be green with a $sign. Yeah, but, or maybe like a little knife. Sorry. This is going to be my way of coping with this. You're going to have to just sit through this. They're going to have to sit through these very distasteful comments. It's shrimply business. Throughout her stream, Shilali justifies her petty jabs at me as her way of coping. Just like her tweet, she continually makes fun of the phrase "it's just business." She was the one who purposely lied about what I meant by it to make it look bad on me.
I don't think she purposely lied about it. I think that Cinder doesn't understand that you can mean something else by it, but people can decipher what they think you meant by it. Again, communication is your intention and how that is deciphered. I think this is just factually incorrect. Natalie justifies her pity, jabs at me as a way of coping. I mean, yeah, I'll be honest. This isn't the way that I would carry myself. I'll be honest. I don't think that I'd be throwing the jabs out unless, like, that's how you are. And this is her way of dealing with it. You can sit there and be like, that wasn't right, that wasn't wrong. But again, this doesn't take away from the responsibility that you had, right? Yeah, and I think she's just trying to make light of the situation too. That's the way I look at it. She's just trying to be like, yeah, you know, let's meme it up, and that way I can work through this, right? And would I carry myself that way? I don't know. I'm not in that situation. Probably not, but everybody's different, right? So again, this is pointless.
You don't have to give
I'm
me
day
bitties
5,
and
Sunshi.
money to make me feel better. We're not like that in here. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but like, coping okay? Coping. Betty.
I mean, can I point out something, chat? And I don't mean anything like, again, I don't know the intention. I don't know the intention, so I don't want to assume the worst. But didn't Cinder have her chat in sub-only mode all day yesterday? I just want to point that out, that if you're going to be like, you know, oh, well, you know, this about money and stuff like that, like, you have to understand how the perception of that might look. The perception mask. Yeah, how the perception of that might look. Again, I'm not gonna. Oh my God! Thanks for giving us up. I'm not gonna assume the worst about it. But some people might perceive that as bad, and it's worth acknowledging. It's obvious why it was sub only. No, it's not mask. I disagree with you. I think that people will interpret that in a negative way, and it's worth pointing out. It's very much worth pointing out. People will use that as a detractor. Am I using it as a detractor? No. But what I'm telling you is that people will use that as a detractor, 100%. And that's part of having empathy, right? You need to be able to understand how other people think. Other people are going to use that as a detractor. They absolutely will. Yeah, her YouTube was not sub-only. I don't see how it's not, to be honest. It's sub-only because she doesn't want tons of people to buy drama, at least to me. Right, that might be to you, but you need to put yourself in somebody else's shoes, right? People will see that as a way. People will inevitably look at that and go, guess what? She was only doing that to make money, right? And yes, we understand that this is so bad people don't start shit, right? But there are people out there that will absolutely do that. You're quite literally are assuming the worst. Gotcha. I just said that I don't think that was the reason. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging how other people feel about it, though. And in fact, I've already seen people say that. So you absolutely need to consider it in the entirety of the conversation, right? And really, it has nothing to do with that point. I was just bringing it up because we're talking about money. I guess I can see it that way. I just see I was wanting to be everything she does mad. Like, absolutely. And people are going to do that. People are going to do that. People are absolutely going to do that. And that does suck, right? Because again, as I've said, I don't wish her any ill will or anything. She can do whatever she wants, right? But when you're going to come back in the way that she's coming back, there's 3 points that you need to understand of how the perception looks. Number 1, this document, right? Do you think the perception of this document was overall good or bad, chat? What do you think? Number 2, the perception of her coming back during TwitchCon timing. I think that looks bad. Number 3, that other thing there with the sub thing, which I think is a nothing burger. It's just like the perception and the optics of things start to add up. You know what I mean? So, and people will use that. They will absolutely use that. It just seems it's like a couple things, right? It seems bad, right? So it seems planned, calculated, deliberate, right? And again, I told you all, I'll admit it, I'm leaning more to the side that it's deliberate. I don't know yet. I'm just gonna kind of wait, but these are things you should consider, right? And this is why I'm telling you this. We're talking about it and having a conversation because it's something you need to think about and consider, right? Yeah, this shouldn't work for anymore. I agree. This isn't me saying this is what's happening. It's part of looking at the entirety of what's going on and considering other people's mindsets, even from one extreme to the other, right? That as far as the document, Brent, I just kind of go into it. I think overall the perception is bad. Anyway, let's continue. Sorry, I went off on a tangent. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But let's continue. Because that's part of what we're doing here, chat. We're going through it. We're talking about everything, right? So again, I really want to point out what somebody said on YouTube. Petra says, you quite literally are assuming the
Cinder
worst
gets canceled.
by insinuating
Rima
she's
goes on
using your fans
vacation again.
as
Cinder
cash
comes
cows.
back. Never let Rima go on vacation.
Right? I'm not insinuating anything. In fact, I disagree with that thought process, but it's something that you can't ignore, right? You have to consider because people say that.
I also just saw someone feeling bad for taking the apology seriously and feeling dumb about it. I'm going to be honest, okay? I'm having a hard time being upset with anyone who still trusts and forgives her because, and I say this in all honesty, the reason it worked for so long is because her words are as sweet as butter.
I remember this part.
And chances are you're probably simply just as easily manipulated as
no more
everyone
vacations,
else.
please.
If you read all of these things and you see nothing wrong with it, give it a few years. Experience will show you what the fuck is behind those messages. Shylily continues to discredit anything I said in my apology, manipulating the audience to see things her way. You're probably simply just as easily manipulated as everyone else if you don't.
Yeah, but your apology, you lied. Like, what else do you want me to say? You know what I mean? Now that person sounds like they lack empathy, not Cinder. Who this person? Cinder definitely lacks empathy. She is not able to understand her responsibility, right? She is not able to understand how people were influenced by stuff. She doesn't understand empathy.
The only night that was difficult was the first night after dropping the first doc. The first Google Doxy. Sorry, that was the only tough night. That was the only tough one. It was 10 a.m., I had to go to bed and just being scared of what the heck a literal manipulator could possibly come up with overnight, and what a shit show you could possibly wake up to when they have a platform that they use to manipulate hundreds of thousands of people with. Shylily was terrified about how I could manipulate my way out of this, which is why I believe the documents were posted when they were, so I wouldn't be able to respond.
It wasn't about being like not able to respond. I think if anything, like they made it public because they were concerned that you were gonna manipulate your way out of it, right? I think that was always kind of a consideration. Like it's kind of like two things, right? What Bao said about it happening for a long time, and then also on top of it, this as well.
It's literally just hearsay. The entire apology. And worst of all, throughout this whole hearsay, it's full of bullshit. Shylily doesn't know what hearsay is. One's personal account is not hearsay. You've already seen the bullshit put out against me in Nano's document, and by the end of Shylily's stream, you'll see more.
Sounds to me like you're biased and you're trying to hide it poorly at that, just being honest. So, being honest, just being honest, okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate, Petra Stan, but I hope that you'll stick around, and maybe I can, hopefully have the opportunity to prove you wrong. Just because I say something you disagree with doesn't mean that I'm biased. It's just the truth of the matter, right?
It's been a week, hasn't it? Laughs.
Yeah, it
I'm
feels
sorry
very
I'm
personal.
laughing. I'm actually really sad, but it's how I cope. I don't know what to tell you.
Sure.
I don't know how to tell you. If you don't understand, this might sound fucked up and psychotic, but I just need to laugh. Let me cope. Shylily was gleeful over my cancellation.
I think that's a bit of a stretch, right? I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I'm actually really sad. Bro, I laugh through the pain all the time. I laugh through the pain all the time, dude. You know what I mean? So, like, I disagree. Yeah. This is a stretch, right? So, I disagree. Link, I've been saying this whole time, Petra. So, let me ask you, Link and Petra, would you mind telling me where you feel like my bias has gotten in the way of my reporting? And please be specific with your examples.
I highly suggest you check it out yourself. Everything that is
I mean, that's
publicly
good, right?
available is through
That's good.
receipts. Needlessly to say, more stuff has happened. Needlessly to say, but most of these
Yeah,
things
like,
don't
I
have
cope
receipts,
by
or
laughing,
the
you know?
receipts have personal
That's
private
just how you
stuff
deal with
attached
shit
to it
sometimes.
you just can't share. Some of the stuff we might talk about today is hearsay because that's just
It
my
is
own
jury duty.
experience that happened in person.
Thank God for elara, bro.
It's my word against whoever else wants to challenge it, and that's okay. But we made sure and we all agree that everything we put online will only be receipts. Only receipts that we have, nothing else. No emotions, no experiences, no hearsay, no nothing. Only receipts.
Yeah, a lot of us
So
go by
obviously
laughing.
there's more.
You know?
There is more receipts too, but those contain info that's just, it contains sensitive
this is the
stuff about
breakdown
others
part.
themselves or even the criminal herself.
I don't blame you.
If more proof of their claims wasn't shown due to it containing personal info like Shylily said, I have no idea what it'd be if not what's already been shown and censored in this document. I didn't seem to
It
have
is.
that
It's a
problem
lot
putting
of
my
just
evidence
fluff.
together. She may be talking about my messages with Numi, and maybe Numi didn't want that to be made public.
She shouldn't
Or,
have.
Shylily's giving a bullshit reason why the full context of Nano's messages weren't shown, and the evidence she claims to have doesn't exist. Shylily also calls me a criminal in another petty insult.
You've constantly sided against Cinder at every opportunity. You've done it throughout the entirety of the coverage of any type of ambiguity. That's untrue. Because haven't I acknowledged multiple times that Nanolist made mistakes? And haven't I also acknowledged multiple times where Lily also went a bit too far? Have I also not acknowledged the parts where there was stuff with Numi, where there was miscommunication? That's all it boiled down to. I think that you're upset that I'm siding one way that isn't the same as your viewpoint, and you're trying to view that as I'm being biased instead of just reading through it and making comments. Because I think overall, I mean, this is my opinion, right? We can ask chat. Do you think that I've been fair about this or not? I think that you're more upset that I'm not siding with how you feel about it. So, you know what? Chat, do you feel like I've been unfair in my coverage so far? And answer honestly. Or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Do you think I have been fair in my coverage so far? Yes, I've been fair, or no, I've not been fair. And you can retype yes or no to let me know what you think. But just because I don't side with you doesn't mean that I'm biased, right? Or just because I don't side with you doesn't mean that I don't like you or anything like that. We just feel differently and we interpret things differently. And we have a different thought process about stuff. And our experiences might be different to lead us to those outcomes, right? But if you're not willing to listen, right? And all you want to say is, oh, you're biased, you're biased, you're biased, you're biased. Then I don't think you're here to have a conversation. I just think you're here to just complain. I'm all about conversation. I love conversation. I love when people disagree. Let me say that again. I love when you disagree. Because this whole thing is all about opinion and disagreeing. And I love that. I love that, absolutely. But if you're upset about me telling you about how people are viewing stuff, it's just a fact. Like, you know, what do you want me to do? If people are, I'm telling you, I've seen this, people saying these kinds of things. If you're upset by that, I don't know what to tell you. That's what people are saying. Like, I can't change that fact, you know? Yeah, what do you want me to do? Let's continue.
God, that when she said that,
Yeah,
and
I
when
agreed
she
with something
tried to
Cinder
bring
said.
me onto okay.
I've done it a few
I know when
times.
she said that and she tried to make this thing with me and we were doing a collab and she was just like, oh, the Charizard and Blastoise of card doing the gags. Oh, like, how dare
Everybody's
you sit there
biased
and
anyway,
pretend
right?
to be some box legendary of something that you didn't create. Disgusting. Trust me, we all cringed, but people sometimes get excited and they do cringe-worthy stuff. There was a lot of animosity behind Shy Lily's words
this is a little
here.
much.
Why?
This is a little much. This is a little much. So, like, I maybe I need to restate this. So I'll say it since I said at the beginning of our coverage. I admit that I have bias, chat. Everybody has bias. Every news reporter has bias. You literally cannot avoid that. Everybody has bias, period. But what I will do, even though I am biased, is try to be as fair as possible in my coverage of stuff. And if you think there's a point of contention, we can discuss and talk about it, you know? Absolutely. And this right here was too much. But I have bias, right? Now, what's wrong is if something is proven true and I just straight up deny it. That's different, right? But everybody has bias. It's part of it. Yeah, that was a bit much. That was a bit much.
It is typical narcissistic manipulation fashion.
I'm glad we're talking about
like
this, though. It's
this
good. Let's get it out there.
Like
I like
said,
this conversation.
If you don't see
it's
it
good.
that way,
Let's
I
get it
don't
out.
blame you. Chances are you're too young and naive. You're just as gullible and easy to manipulate. If you don't see it, I fully get it. I don't support it. I hope you'll eventually see it. But it's typical. I take accountability for nothing. I shove the blame over to my man. I knew
I mean, the
nothing.
initial apology
Everything
didn't feel
was
that way.
behind my back. I'm sorry you feel this way. Like, come on. Shy Lily manipulated her audience to her side, basically calling them stupid if they don't see things her way.
That's a little bit of a stretch. That's a little bit of a stretch. Yeah, that's a little bit of a stretch. I mean, an initial apology, it did really read that she was shoving everything on a red, and she was like, yeah, you know, he no longer works for me, etc. That's a stretch. I mean, I guess in this whole section, the biggest thing you can take away is like, I'm gonna know, in my opinion, you've been at least more than fair. The Mugen and Smuggalana and the latter son chat was getting mad at her for intentionally skipping things. What do you feel like was wrong? Petrostan, what specifically? You say up until now, so what are you upset by? What do you feel like is problematic? Please be specific. That way I can clarify if something wasn't clear enough, right? Yeah, I think it's a stretch, though. That's all I gotta say.
Companies don't want to have bad PR. You know, and it's just business fashion. When a company has an employee fuck up, guess what? The company has to take action because of the employee. The company has to pay damages and make amends for the employee. It's just business is what our good old little friend Snake would say. Betty.
I think the biggest thing you could take away from here is Lily was trying to deal with her emotions and stuff, and she pushed too far, right? Some of the stuff she said, it was a little too much, right? But that's all she's guilty of. That doesn't take away from the fact of the stuff you did. You're trying to purposely paint Lily as a really shitty person when, yes, she had a bad moment. But overall, she's normally on top of stuff, pretty mature about that stuff that she's on top of, and carries herself with a lot of, like, weight, right? So I think that you're just trying to paint her bad right here. This comes across that you were trying to paint her bad to absolve yourself of the issues you did, right? People are getting pissed along for me parts of the troll once I come in. Argument coming large, didn't read the whole argument. Yeah. You're not gonna win either way, right? People are gonna like, oh well, you skipped stuff, Alara, and I'll be like, well, yes, I skipped over the things we already read once, so it's just repetition.
You
know?
burned your Cinder merch?
Yeah, she already knew.
If I can't encourage
she already admitted that.
You paid for it. You do what the fuck you want. But if I can encourage you to do something, donate it. Okay, but, again, you do what you want to do. If that's how you cope with this, that's also okay.
Okay,
But
I think that's a
things,
fair statement.
Not to defend anything of what she's done, but you're just a viewer. You don't have to atone for someone's sins and feel bad about the good times you've had.
Yeah.
Whether they were fake or not, doesn't matter. You had a good time. Those are your memories to keep, you know. But, on top of that, again, if you cope by burning your merch, I ain't judging. You cope the way you want to cope. I cope through memes and making fun of things. That also isn't fucking perfect. But if you have it in you and you can cope with it, try and donate everything you've got. Any shirt, sweater, figurine, blush, whatever the fuck it is.
Whatever the fuck it is, just donate it. I mean, I disagree with you in also places where you're in person. No problem with you having your own opinions. Exactly, like, as long as we respect each other, right? Like, even Mask, like, I said this around Twitter, but, like, even if you go and watch Cinder, right now after, like, why would I be upset with you? You do what you want to do, right? Like, this isn't like you're, like, supporting, like, a docs or a PDF, right? This is just somebody that fucked up really bad. But again, like, you support who you want to support. I'm not going to judge you because of that, right? Do your thing. I mean, again, if people want to burn their merch or do whatever with it, if people cope however they want. This isn't, somebody said you burned your Cinder merch. Honestly, if I can encourage you, you paid for it. You do what you want. So she's kind of like, just donate instead, right? Premature people don't take random pot shots at people while they're down what she was. I mean, Petra, remember, that's a general statement, right? So, yes, in this instance, Lily fucked up, right? And by the way, I'm waiting for your answer to my question that I had earlier. I don't think you answered it, but what I will say is just because you have one fuck up doesn't overall encompass who you are as a person, right? You got to treat that statement with a little nuance. Charlotte encourages viewers to donate your merch amount they may have, but isn't disavow burning it either. Okay. I mean, maybe I don't get it, but what's wrong with us? Like, she's saying just donate it instead. If people want to cope, donate it, but she doesn't say disavow burning it. I mean, she said people can cope however they want. What's wrong with us? I don't... Can somebody point out to me what's wrong with us? I think she's personally just upset that Lily didn't tell them not to burn her stuff or donate it or whatever, right? I mean, she even said, like, look, you have good times with it, right? There's your memories to keep, you know? But if you cope by burning it, I ain't judging. It's your merch, you bought it. I don't see why that's problematic. Yeah, it's your money, you spent it.
The thing with the no drama rule is every time you have rules like this, there is a line that cannot be crossed. Cause once that line is crossed, it's fair game. And based on people's reaction,
yeah,
I don't
everybody
think
donated
anyone
or
blames
whatever,
me for
burned
getting
it, they can do
involved
whatever they
and
want.
speaking up and strongly speaking about it. Once a certain line is crossed, it's fair fucking game. I don't give a fuck what kind of rules or morals I've got. It's fair fucking game.
I don't know why this was singled out. Not even a note. A lot of people in this share community are pretty disappointed. Just want to be rid of it. Sure, absolutely. At the end of the day, it's a consumer decision at the end of the day. Already said this section here, you're heavily biased in Lily's favor compared to the previous sections. So, what has been said that was true that I'm ignoring? Because again, what has Lily done that and there's been a few parts I've acknowledged that she's messed up, right? So I think you're just a little bit more upset that I'm leaning more towards Lily in this particular instance, right? I mean, again, so I think what you're talking about, or at least you're looking to point out that I have been heavily biased of, is I'm taking something that is true and I'm ignoring that to side with the other side. So would you mind telling me specifically what moment that was? I'm listening, by the way. I'm listening to you. But I need you to tell me specifically what moment that was. Lily is ready to react exactly how you'd expect. What? I don't expect anything.
Thank you, Devil. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. What?
I mean, allow them to prove what they're saying, right? Let them prove it. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Little pups, I just want to say I have a very strong way of coping.
You dragon.
I cope through humor.
Sucks. Love you, womp womp.
April sucks, doesn't it? I cope through humor, strongly through humor. I cope very strongly through humor. This isn't everyone's cup of tea, and I understand if it's not, but you've been warned.
That's not everybody's cup of tea. You've been warned. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that, Chess? She's like, yeah, like, I'm talking about drama. It isn't my cup of tea. You've been warned. What? She didn't go like, oh my god, I fucking hate Cinder. She's a horrible person. You know, like. I don't get that. I don't get that. Why was that included?
It's when the dominoes fell. The dominoes fell. The actual starting point. The
This is
dominoes
such a
fell when
grievance with
one
Lily.
thing leaked. One singular thing, like 5 or so days ago. One thing leaked. A singular thing. And it was about me being slandered, throwing all kinds of accusations around to Nano, making me seem problematic, weird, making me sound like a person someone wouldn't want to work with, because who does those things?
One thing did not leak 5 days ago.
One thing
What?
did not leak 5 or so days ago. By what Bao said, Shy Lily messaged her on Friday, April 18th about what Nano told her. 5 days
She's
before
probably
this
talking about when
stream
Nano
was
leaked to
Wednesday,
her.
April 23rd, when Bao was brought into things after her surgery. As the timeline at the top of this page shows, one thing leaked 2 weeks before this. Shy Lily knew about this for 2 weeks by the time of her stream, and in that time never said anything to me. The things Red said weren't slander, and below you'll see
She's
Shy
saying
Lily
like it
admit
wasn't
that
4 or 5
herself.
days ago. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure about this one. I'm not sure about this one. To be honest though, doesn't really change anything. It's just, when we've seen this entire thing, right? Well, because they got this, they said this one literal fact, without any interpretation being applied to it, it's just wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really know what to say. Right there, you literally dismissed it because you don't care about that. I said, I don't know what to say about that. I didn't say I don't care about it. I said, I don't know what to say about that. Why does it matter? Your argument for my bias is me saying that this part just doesn't really ultimately matter, right? Like, and I said, I don't know what to say about this. Like, that's not bias. I just don't know what to add to it. Like, what's to add about it? All right, I'm pretty sure that you're just here in bad faith. I hope not. I'm gonna hope not. But I did ask you a question and you never answered me, so that's kind of disappointing. Yeah, there's just nothing for me to add to it. And ultimately, why does it matter? It doesn't matter to the grand scheme of the argument. All right, it's just YouTube people. I think just some certain people are very upset that I'm leaning towards Shy Lily, which I am. I'm only going off what's in front of me, right?
They were saying I
That's my
dodged
opinion.
collabs with them.
Just because you
Collabs
don't
that
like
had
it doesn't
like
mean
7
I'm
fucking
wrong about
other
facts.
people in there.
Like,
Collabs I was thrown into in a big ass group chat and simply said, sorry, can't do, I have something that day. One of them was a dentist
Okay.
thing. I didn't have it on that specific day, but I just didn't want to. The day
Right,
after
I
the
mean, she's not a
dentist,
criminal.
I just simply didn't fucking want to. And the other one, yeah, I dodged. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, one of them I did because that one I already knew. And the other one, yes, I dodged. But you know what's weird? The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned as to why I'm dodging.
So she did admit that she dodged those collaborations because of her. But so we did get a confirmation. Hold on, let me read it again. Yeah, one because I did, because that one I already knew. She said she had a dentist, and the other one, yes, I dodged. But you know what's weird? The one person is the reason for me dodging. So she did confirm. She did confirm. That's actually, we're gonna put that in our notes. Shy Lily, we were wondering about that earlier. Shy Lily confirmed she did not participate in collabs because she knew something was up. Okay. There we go.
They were saying I dodged collabs with them, collabs that had like 7 fucking other people in there. Collabs I was thrown into in a big ass group chat and simply said, sorry, can't do, I have something that day. One of them was a dentist thing. I didn't have it on that specific day, but I just didn't want to. The day after the dentist, I just simply didn't fucking want to. And the other one, yeah, I dodged. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Alright, I'm just going over this part again because I want to make sure that
I did because that
I got it
one
in my
I
head for later.
knew. And the other one, yes, I dodged. But you know what's weird? The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned as to why I'm dodging.
Yeah, she knew at that point.
What about the 6 other people who were just looking at me dodging and going, oh, okay. She's busy. It's kind of weird that
she said she didn't want to. She had the dentist, etc.
Was actually weary. What about the 6 other people that I also just left hanging where I said, sorry, I'm busy? They just took it and they were like, okay, we'll just replace someone else, cool. You know, it's called projection cause she fucking knew. She knew. So anyway,
she knew there was something wrong.
I was accused of dodging, which somewhat fairly, I did do once.
Now Lily starts talking about dodging collabs. Here's what Red said lately, dipping out collabs here about the last minute. Now goes to your messages. So again, they felt like something was up. Shy Lily's like, yeah, you know, here's that repo collab. Something was up at that point. Here was the first message of the collab being brilliant. This is back in March. So you could say, after this point, Shy Lily must have known what was going on. I'm just guessing at dates. That might not be the case, so we gotta keep diving.
One of our friends couldn't make the 3:15 date for the collab, and because we wanted to include everyone, the collab was rescheduled to 3:21.
I'm gonna read these because these are new. These are new, chat. I'm gonna read these. So what is Lily guilty of here, though? Just not wanting to work with somebody she knew something was going on with? Hello, you guys down for a repo on Saturday. Here's the dates. Let me know if maybe not next week then. Saturday I'm blank, but if I could push like 4 hours later, yes. Otherwise, I'd love to do it on another day. Blank, I probably can. Shyly says I'm down. Please recover well. Art face. Saturday works for everyone else. I can see if I can move blank. I think either Friday or Saturday, in my opinion, but probably Saturday better for blank. To be honest, we can also move it to the middle of the week next week, but let me know what y'all feel about this weekend first. Friday's definitely no good for me. Blank, Shelly, anything works for me. I have no plans. It should have been dealt with privately, but Lily didn't even want to try to do that. Remember also that Bao did not want to either. Just at least add that in there, right? Bao also did not want to keep it private either. I mean, I think their justification makes sense enough. It's there, right? But if you disagree, that's totally okay on that point. I know that everybody's going to feel differently. Y'all, I don't know if I can, but I'm bad at mental space right now, so I don't know if I can do group collabs. I don't want to bring the mood down by accident. I'd love to come, but I don't know if this week. I don't think I can. How about we move repo to Friday next week? But I want to do this lobby for sure. Actually, Thursday, so Blank has more time to chill. And Blank can rest too, since Blank, I think that's better. Maybe this time for Thursday, if y'all prefer. What's up, Raven? How are you? Now, Bao said that she wanted to move forward with it because there was a long history of stuff that had gone on. She said it happened for years, so she wanted to come out with it. That was her justification for making it public. Friday it is, for sure, Friday next week. Thursday works for me, but I wouldn't stream there. right, let's go. What do you think? I definitely want to be able to play with someone out there both feeling okay. So,
On stream, Shylily said she had
Right.
something that day she dodged the collab, and that it was a dentist appointment. But then says she didn't have the appointment on the day of the collab, but the day after the dentist she didn't want to collab. Well, here's Shylily's tweet about her dentist appointment from March 8, 2025. That's not 3:15 or 3:21?
why does this matter? Maybe she misremembered. You know what I mean? Like, that's not true, Link. That's a huge point of that our vacation bringing. Wasn't years though. All of this stuff started since 2023. That's why they said it was years. This is really irrelevant. Yeah, we need to make sure we get that fact straight when people say it's not years. It was years. It happened since 2023. This doesn't really matter. Maybe she confused it, but we can put it up on the shelf if you feel like that's super important, right? She might have just forgot the exact dates. It's explainable enough away,
before
right?
Anything else, Shylily said, and the other one, yeah, I dodged. Yeah, I
Sure,
did.
you can feel that way,
Okay.
Stan, absolutely.
Yeah, one of them I did because that one I already knew. And the other one, yes, I dodged. She said she dodged one collab with the excuse that she already knew, and another collab just because. So what Red said about dodging collabs wasn't slander like she lied about. The other collab I believe she's referring to is this one that never happened from March 27, 2025 that was shown in Shylily's section.
So basically, she's trying to say, like Red said, that dodging collab wasn't slander that she lied about. So it's saying like, oh, you know, dodging collabs, that was something that she did. Again, the things that Red said were inappropriate ultimately, right? So it might have been years for specific people in the group, but overall the behavior span long enough to be fairly called years. Exactly, Red. You got it. Also, you're not the Red. you're just Red. I think he's trying to justify what Red said here, but ultimately what he said was just unprofessional, right? Nonetheless, he shouldn't have brought that up to Nano, and Nano shouldn't have. Nano should have put her foot down about talking about it, you know? Not really. Outside of the Nano section, there's really not been any more smoking guns. They're just trying to paint Lily as a bad person, and ultimately, yeah, she went off one time and she kind of pushed it a little bit too far, but that's it. It's really like, overall, I think Lily is a very solid person. So here is this collab, Repo collab. Hello, Wowie. This is one that Shy Lily got removed from. We've already seen this. The breakdown.
So if one collab was dodged on March 21st, and the other collab being planned on March 27th was dodged, how could Shylily use the excuse that she already knew what happened between Nano and Red from their conversation on 4/12? But this is what she said next. But you know what's weird? The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned as to why I'm dodging. What about the 6 other people who were just looking at me dodging and going, oh, okay. She's busy. It's kind of weird that the only person that has a reason to be wary was actually wary. What about the 6 other people that I also left hanging where I said, matter? Sorry, I'm busy.
Maybe she knew something else outside
like,
of Nano.
Okay, we'll
you know what I mean? Like,
replace
there's so many
someone else.
explanations for
Cool.
this.
You know, it's called projection cause she fucking knew. She knew.
I don't know if I understand why this is notable. I want to make a note there were some pretty notable VTubers since SINDER's return stream. They were. Yeah, absolutely. I did hear about that. We don't really know. We don't really know anything like as far as like who supports what and so many, right? And again, it's on you as an individual to decide if you forgive her or not. Just because one person forgives her doesn't mean that anybody else has to, or vice versa, right? You do what you think is best and what's appropriate, right? So that's totally fine. Yeah. Again, everybody's gonna treat this differently, and I want to make this clear. That's okay. If you're trying to make sides about it that you have to forgive or you don't have to forgive, you're wrong. Everybody can do whatever they want. I'm here to discuss because I mean, I don't really have a side. I don't support Cinder, but that doesn't mean that I don't want the truth, right? So, let's continue. I just don't understand why this part's important. If somebody could explain it to me, that'd be cool.
321. First, let me address why she thinks I was concerned and weary. The day of the collab we were told Shylily wasn't going to make it because of a Bikini Bottoms collab she had that
the power
day.
is yours.
Because we rescheduled this collab once for another friend, I thought we were going to reschedule again for Shylily so she could play with us. That's all.
I'm grabbing you guys at this time later. Also, I think Lily might have to dip because she has Bikini Bottoms. Other stuff going on that day, so I got another girlie to fill in. I'll see you in the morning at Eep. Wait, are we rescheduling again? Huh? What do you mean the lobby doesn't start till 8? Remember, it's 7:35 PT. I also have a film. I thought we were going to have everyone here play. It's me, you blank. Gotcha. Yeah, all good. Just because Lily couldn't make it doesn't mean we cancel last minute. All good. Yeah, you can actually, if you don't know, you can actually designate VIPs before the stream starts anyways. So you can designate VIPs at any point, right? So maybe some people wanted to check in. I don't think the people showing up to a stream should be proof of whether they support or don't support, though, if that's what's being insinuated.
So far she said this
It's
collab
really not,
was dodged
Kita.
because of a dentist appointment. Then it was the day after a dentist appointment so she didn't feel like it. Then it was because she already knew what happened over 2 weeks in the future somehow, when in reality it was because of a Bikini Bottoms collab
maybe
that
both
day.
of them could exist
But did
simultaneously,
she dodge
you
because
know?
of the Bikini
I don't
Bottoms
know,
that
though.
day? No.
I guess my biggest part about this is just like, this could technically be explained away, right? I'm just overall confused how this
It's true that
paints Lily
Shylily
in a
had
bad
a
light.
Bikini Bottoms collab that day, but that was only at 2 p.m. EST.
Sure, Kai, I could see that
Our
as well.
Repo collab was at 11 a.m. EST,
I
and
think that's a
lasted
huge
about
point.
3 hours. Shylily would have been able to do both. Okay, but maybe she didn't want to stream that long? Shylily started her stream that day at 11
this
a.m.
belongs in the
EST,
speculation.
just chatting for 3 hours
You know?
until her Bikini Bottoms collab while the rest of
Yeah,
us
this should've
played
gone in
Repo without
speculation.
her.
I think a lot of people are going to be a lot of people are upset and don't want to support her because of Red and his involvement, right? So I think that's a fair point, right? That's absolutely a fair point. I am of the opinion if she permanently got rid of Red completely, I think that would put a lot more goodwill towards her. So anyway, here's a lot of Charlotte. Stream of Bikini Bottom starting about 3 hours in.
She could have played with us, but she dodged. Why? I believe it was because Shylily already had something against me unrelated to anything to do with Nano, and didn't want to platform me on her stream.
Maybe.
The one
I don't
person
know.
that is the reason for me dodging
Maybe,
is the
I
one
don't know.
concerned as to why I'm dodging. Shylily dodged at least 2 collabs with me. Red did not lie to Nano, and Shylily lied to everyone saying it was
But he
slander.
did.
She admitted to it herself on stream. So anyways, I was accused of dodging, which somewhat fairly, I did do once.
So there's a lot of nuance in this, right? Charlotte let everyone think it was slander. So Red did lie to Nana, or at least influence Nana, right? By talking about that, Lily was, in this case, right, did not show up for the club, so also had some problem with Cinder at this point, causing the drama, etc., right? You were misleading. What she's trying to do here is prove that, Red was not lying about her dodging stuff, which technically, yes, I guess that is true, right? But that's not the only thing that Red said. So that's why, again, even though you bring this up, and I get what you're going for, and yes, technically, she would be correct here, that doesn't ultimately take away from the main foundation of issue, right? Which, again, is my whole issue with this entire document. You keep addressing these tiny little things that ultimately just don't matter towards the main issue. Anyway, let's continue. But, a consideration, right? Lily, and maybe speculated. I believe that Lily already had something against me unrelated. Maybe, we don't know. I don't know. I can't tell you.
Anyways,
Nobody
I was
can tell you
accused
except
of not
Lily.
acknowledging her when she raids and sorry. You know when Buff raided me earlier, I'm sorry for not calling Buff's full government fucking Twitch.tv name. Buffpoop of Twitch.tv, thank you so much for your raid and bringing your community from Buffpoop from Twitch.tv over here.
Right, yeah, that's a
Like,
good point
now
as well.
I get to say it.
It was
When she
speculation.
raided, she is center fucking stage. I am
Until she
pausing
said,
my
like,
sponsor
yeah,
to talk
dodge
to
once.
her. Like, I'm having a normal ass reaction to a raid like I have with everyone. Oh sorry, I didn't say of Chiban. Sorry, Buffpoop from Twitch.tv of Chiban. There we go. My bad, my bad. Sorry. Can't make mistakes like that. I don't want to be a snake, you know. Got to get the full government name out there because apparently people don't feel graced. Otherwise, people don't feel like they did a good job rating you.
I liked him, I'm sorry. So Nick Shelley talks about the time I raided and made a pity joke out of it. Here's what Red said, talking about the raid. I didn't acknowledge Cinder by name. Which again, like, why was there the obsession with not, why was there the obsession with her having to acknowledge in a certain way, right? And that's what Shy Lily's making fun of. Did she go a bit far? Well, that, you can decide that for yourself, right? But again, Shy Lily agreed to the raid, so didn't say hi or thank me for the raid. Cinder, you have no reason to be upset by this. When we looked at these earlier yesterday, she acknowledged the Pyro Pups. She thanked you guys. She talked about stuff. I don't know why she's so hung up on this fact. And Shy Lily agreed to the raiders and didn't say hi or thank me for the raid. Why is this a problem to begin with? Why is this a problem to begin with?
The first thing she said was, like, now I get to say it, when she raided she is center fucking stage. I am pausing my sponsor to talk to her. But at the start of both of these raids, Shy Lily said both of her sponsorships had already ended.
So again, we're taking the, we were sponsored by the Game of Sway Fronts. I kept playing, we had a sponsor earlier, oh we do, and we don't have a sponsor anymore. So I think what she said here, right, I'm pausing my sponsor to talk to her. This is in a joking fashion, right? This is a joking fashion, right? But she's literally saying, oh, but no, both of your sponsorships had already ended. The literalism, right? The literalism. She didn't actually mean like, oh my god, yeah, like, I definitely, my sponsorships are over at that time. Like, it's clearly supposed to be tongue-in-cheek. But again, what does this have to do with anything? It's such a... It's taking all these nothing burgers and throwing them at the wall hoping they stick. Is what this feels like.
Turns
what do
out
you
she
think, though,
didn't
chat?
have to pause her sponsor to talk to me, as if that was her excuse to not say hi and thank me for sending her my community. Then she said, like, I'm having a normal ass reaction to a raid like I have with everyone. So what is a normal reaction to a raid from Shy Lily? Here are a bunch of raids Shy Lily received in the same time frame my two raids were. You can see how she reacted
so now
to them
she's gonna
compared
go
to
on and
mine.
give documented instances of where she acknowledged other people's raids, but because she didn't acknowledge the raid towards her in a specific way. Bro, even if Lily didn't like you, oh fucking K! She doesn't have to like you! Get over it, dude! She doesn't have to like you. Are you trying to prove she had a problem with you? Because even if she had a problem with you, that doesn't take away from the fact that you did shitty things and undermined people from opportunities. Oh my gosh. I look at these for the sake of looking at them.
It was nuts. Yo, Pierre! Thank you for the raids! On to the raiders. Oh, raiders! Oh, Kira! Thank you for the raid! Hello, raiders! We're playing Path of Exile. It's not my first time playing.
They went back through all of her VODs just to find these instances. This is wild.
Kosh of Shake, thank you for the...
Again, what is the point of this? What are you trying to prove? What are you trying to prove?
Lulu, thank you, raiders. Hello.
The market will, once it
Hi,
adapts to that,
raiders.
find a solution.
He said thank you, Raiders. She didn't even acknowledge the person by name. She said thank you, Raiders. You just countered your own point. Oh my gosh. You literally, your whole point is her saying my name, and this one she starts at hello, Raiders. Thank you. This is a reach. I'll continue to play the rest of them, to be fair, but this is a reach.
Snow Fox, right? Me food.
It'd be
setting
one
up
thing
the
if in the
pace,
past
that would
ones
help.
Lily did not acknowledge any of the raids and say thank you at all, but she did. She said thank you, Pyro Pups, for the raid.
How long this shit took, and I just don't. Oh, hello, oh my god, the double raid! Another raid? What the heck? Shirone, thank you. Milk, thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders.
Also, you gotta remember too, she was playing Kazan as well, which is like a locked-in game.
Thank you, Beetle. Thank you, Nero-sama. Hello, girls.
All right, here we go. We're talking about syllables and all kinds of stuff. Here we go.
There is a straightforward way Shy Lily thanks raids, the same way any streamer does. It's more or less a variation of underscore, thank you for the raid. So why were my raids different unless she had a problem with me?
What if she
Even
did have a
for my
problem with
raid
you?
On March 30th, 2025,
You know, like, what if
it's
she
like
got bad
Shy Lily
vibes
had
from
to
you?
catch herself
And
from
didn't want to
how she'd
associate with
normally
you.
greet a raid, and then chose not to greet me or thank me. Only later does she do so, catching herself again.
I'm gonna put this in my notes, and I want to read it to you. The raid argument does not really prove any intention. Also, if Shy Lily had any prior issues, let's say that this holds true, right? Why is this important in announcing the things that Cinder and Red did or said to undermine others and take away opportunities? You know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand. I don't understand. Even if she did hypothetically have a problem with you, that doesn't take away from the things that you did. That's just what's killing me. I consider they were friends. It's a little weird to not acknowledge when a friend raids you. Okay, but even like, she did acknowledge it, right? She said like, in the past when she's like, oh, Pyro Pups, you know, thank you for the raid. Oh, what's up, Raiders? Like, in one of those games, she was super locked in. But here's what I want to say, too. Even if she had a problem with her priorly, please somebody tell me this. Why does it matter? What if she decided that she didn't like her vibe, she didn't like her, and she didn't want anything to do with her? Why is that problematic? It's not. You don't have to like everybody in the world, chat.
This was not about some kind of narcissistic entitlement or feeling graced by her for her not using my two-syllable, full government Twitch.tv name, Cinder. There is a clear difference from how she treated me from other raiders. Unless you genuinely miss it or are unable to, I believe you should thank someone for raiding your stream. It's common courtesy. Red wasn't slandering Shy Lily to Nano about this, and
He's trying
Shy
to prove
Lily
this
lied
was
about
not
it. Just as an example,
misinformation.
here's how Shy Lily would react to my raids in the past, this one being from the start of the year on January 4th, 2025.
So she's like, oh, Red wasn't slandering because, you know, Shy Lily lied about it and she didn't have a problem or whatever. you do realize that just because you think something is true doesn't make it the actual truth, right? And on top of that, even if you were sharing this stuff about it, right? Red sharing that stuff to Nano was completely unprofessional. I'm trying not to crash that either. I'm just like, you know what I mean? Like, it still doesn't excuse the fact you're like, oh, well, we proved that the raid stuff was different, right? So therefore it's not a lie. What Red said. Even if she acknowledged your raids differently and felt some way about you, you still shouldn't have been talking crap about her to Nano. Even, I'm gonna put this in her notes. Even if Shy Lily had some type of issue with Cinder, beforehand, that would not justify, gossip and influence towards Nano. Again, even if Shy Lily had some type of issue with Cinder beforehand, that would not justify the gossip and influence towards Nano. Quick question, Laura. Did Shy Lily ever meet Red in the first place? I don't know. Anyway, here's another one from a raid, so we'll look at that. My duty to look at all of these.
Cinder! Oh my goodness! Hello, Pyro Puppies! I am having a Subnautica marathon. It's not a subathon or anything.
Even if she had a problem with you, why does it matter?
If you get good enough at this, you can ward off attacks from just about anything, and potentially.
I just don't get why this is even.
Put all this together, and you come to understand what a house cat build truly is.
That's actually so
a house
sick.
cat
What
is
the
what
fuck?
you get when you fuse the deadliness of a snake with the energy of a mammal.
Thank you so much for the.
But why does this playstyle make for?
Hello, Cinder! Thank you for Rado!
So because she said my name before and then she didn't those 2 times, everything just falls apart. I can almost hear somebody being like, so you're telling me that these examples, right? 2 times you said my name, then 2 times you didn't say my name, so you must hate me. It's such a stretch. Like, when you really put that into, like, perspective, right? Like, that is a stretch. And even if she did have something wrong with you, even if she didn't like you for whatever reason, okay, what does that have to do with anything? Here are the messages she sent me after the raid. I know we expected something like this every time I raided Shy Lily or anybody else. Thank you for the raid, Queen. I go eat now. It means the world to me to sleep well. You've been killing it, Lily. Have a good sleep, Shy Lily. Thank you so freaking much. Came in clutch too. My shit OBS just kept crashing and being awful during these late hours, and it was such a poor mood. You cheer me right back up. Thank you for thinking of me. Cinder dude, I've been having problems with that lately, and it sucks. There's not much to do to fix it. I'm so happy I had good timing. Yeah, I hate it when I can't fix things. I'm so easily frustrated by technical stuff. This always seems like I have no control over it. Made my night seeing you pop in. Made me so much happier. Again, right? Oh, wait. No time to let OBS drive my mood down. Honestly, see me real shit. Bedtime. Then you said, sweet, I relate to that so much either way. I've always carried back. All right, so again, that was in kind of like late 2024.
Them saying I've been weird ever since guard, which also isn't true. We've literally done a collab ever since. We've talked ever since. I contacted her for a technical issue that you guys said she also had ever since. The last collab Shy Lily and I were in together was on February 5th, 2025, 4 days after our card collab when the game launched. The only times we talked after that was when she turned me down for a collab on March 3rd, 2025. Messaged me because she needed my help on March 11th, 2025.
Did they not actually have a collab after V-Card?
Repo collab
I thought they did.
That's it. To say this generalized claim from Red was an issue is ridiculous.
Them saying I've been weird ever since V-Card, which also isn't true. I thought they did a collab. Maybe I'm misremembering. Again, if Lily didn't like her, she should at least be honest with her and tell her upfront and private instead of pretending everything is peachy. The thing is you have to understand, Petra. So I want to challenge you here for a second, Petra, to think why that might be difficult. Why would that be difficult for Lily to immediately go to her when she has evidence of wrongdoing? Why might that be tough? Because there's a lot of competing priorities, right? And you're welcome to your opinion, right? If you think that would have been best, absolutely. Was there a reason that they didn't do that? They've been forthcoming with that, right? So I think you have to consider all the priorities that are competing in the positions that they're in, right? I don't think I had a collab after the V-Card thing. Maybe I'm misremembering. I mean, yeah, it doesn't really matter, but we've done a collab ever since. We talked ever since I contacted her for a technical issue. 4 days ever since after V-Card launch. I mean, regardless, like, you guys still thought there was some issue, right?
It's just, just a bunch of stuff that makes me sound weird and
beyond that,
competitive.
Red.
When again,
Yeah, I thought there was
reflecting.
one.
That one screenshot started it all, and that was from, at that point, a few days ago. That one screenshot. That one, and I was like, that's fucked up, and I gave Nano the receipts of it's not true. I did say, oh, I did ghost her in the DM once. I didn't see the DM, but somehow before Nano worked on my 3.0 model that wasn't a problem.
She did say, I gave Nano receipts. I did ghost her in the DM once. I didn't see the DM. So that explains why she didn't message back on that part.
That bunch of stuff was all true. So does that mean Shy Lily was weird and competitive towards me? Shy Lily said that screenshot of Red's
It doesn't mean
DMs
that
started it all were from, at that point, a few days ago. So not 5 or so days ago like she claimed earlier. Shy Lily said she gave Nano the receipts of it's not true. I don't know what she would have shown Nano to convince her Red was lying to her about these things since they were all true, but she did somehow.
This is a weird sentence. So does that mean Charlie was weird and competitive towards me? No, that's not what that means at all. Oh, this is exhausting. My brain hurts.
Shy Lily said she ghosted my DM once and that she didn't see it, saying it wasn't a problem before Nano worked on her new model. Once again admitting to something that Red said she was doing, that she lied to everyone saying it was slander.
Libby dipping out of collapse or about the part of the last minute. I guess your message is incinerated. So they're just, the argument here that they keep poking at is, well, Red didn't lie, and Red didn't talk unnecessarily about drama because it was true. It doesn't change the fact that you shouldn't have talked about it and it was unprofessional, right? And you ultimately influenced somebody.
Her ghosting me was a problem before
they're
Nano
trying
was
to argue
working
that
on her
what they said was true, so they
model.
were allowed to say it.
That's why Red told Nano about it.
That's the argument here.
Like I said in Shy Lily's section,
It's
there
not
wouldn't have been any
they're not
reason for
acknowledging
Red
the
to
fact that
suspect Shy
they
Lily
shouldn't
getting a
have in the
model
first
from
place.
Nano if at the same time she wasn't ghosting me, amongst all the other things she was doing. From the first message she ghosted, to when she talked to Nano about Red was 17 days, and I had sent her 3 messages in that time.
So there's that. And again, she said that she ghosted because she was, what, busy, right? I didn't say it was an obligation. Sorry, I didn't mean to read that message, my bad. Yeah, didn't she say up here, I gave her receipts are not true. I did ghost her in the DM once. I didn't see the DM. Maybe she just didn't want to message you back. I mean, what? You're trying to prove the validity of what you said, but you're not addressing why you shouldn't have said it to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, it's true, so I can say it. No, that's not always the case.
Everyone who is in contact with me, anyone who is close, even my viewers, everyone knows I suck at Discord. I'm very distant. I'm very messy. I don't check often and I'm not very thorough.
I even know that about
Shy Lily. And she knows that too because it happened last year as well.
I even know that about Lily.
She knows it too. It's why we have a group chat with her and Bosca and me in it. So she wants to plan something. Hello? So she wants to plan something. She knows where to go, and she has used it, in the past, recently for V-cards and stuff.
I think she's really concerned with how she was painted
with
in a negative light.
Discord for almost 6 months.
Maybe Lily played it up a little bit, right?
Not going through Bosca at all, and then all of a sudden there was a problem. The V-cards and stuff she claims were through our group chat with him is a lie. I planned our card collab directly with Shy Lily in our DMs that you read through entirely in that section.
Yeah, I think her point is just like Lily kind of played it up a little bit. What could be the case, right? It could be the case. I mean, she says here that it was there wasn't anything through this group chat, so I mean, I guess for the sake of it, I'll believe it, right? So
you don't know every message I send on your behalf, obviously. Oh yeah, I forgot. Bosca operates completely independent and I have absolutely no knowledge of anything happening.
Lily was
ever.
Spicy.
I just want this to be public knowledge, so if I get
Lily
canceled,
played it up total
I can
vindication.
throw him under the bus. Even when there is screenshots proving that I clearly am aware and I am confirming and doubling down and siding with him. I just want you guys to know. Betty.
Yeah, so she's talking about her responsibility to her manager. Just again, This clearly was like a time where Lily was not operating 100%, and of course she's upset, right? But you're using this as a total caricature of her entire personality and who she is as a person, right? And that by itself as an argument is just poorly constructed.
So anyways, yes, I am guilty of dodging a collab cause I simply didn't fucking feel like it. And yes, I am guilty of ghosting 2 messages where she asks for a collab, which by the way, she also only does when there is something business related. AFK drop, card drop,
So
any
she
event,
saw her
any debut, any announcement,
her
any
reach
merch,
outs as
then I'm
transactional.
important. Then we can network.
Why does it matter that she dodged her collab though? That is not justification for Red's messages. This is what I feel like is wrong. They keep trying to justify Red's messages, and that's not right.
Shy Lily again admits to dodging a collab, this time settling on the didn't fucking feel like it excuse. Now she said she's guilty of ghosting 2 of my messages, not 1 like she just said. Shy Lily claims I only asked for collabs when there's something business related involved, as if
Because
I was
you
trying to
misspoke
profit
once,
off of her presence.
everything you say is a lie.
She should know that claim is bullshit since one of the last times she responded to me was when I asked her to play Split Fiction on March 3, 2025, completely removed from any new
And to be
drops
fair,
or
Cinder did
debuts.
ask that, right? She did ask about this release, right? And maybe, you know, for Shy Lily, she saw this as more transactional, but it's this. At the end of the day, why does this matter so much? Yeah, yes, I get what you're saying right here. So you're like, the way that she thought maybe wasn't very founded. So I can see that. But again, doesn't take away from the main arguments that you keep trying to dance around. I'll stretch
But
after
let's
this.
look at the other times I asked her to
But
collab
to be fair,
too.
she did ask
I
for some other
explained
stuff.
my motivations for these 2 collabs in Shy Lily's section. She ghosted them. On April 4, 2025 I had my Sleepy Model debut and AFK merch drop. That had nothing to do with wanting to collab with her for either of these.
So again, Cinder's just trying to be like, hey, like, you know, not all of my stuff is business, right? Right, and I would say that looking at the history of stuff, maybe that wasn't the case, and Lily played it up a little bit, and it's worth acknowledging, right? But in that acknowledgement, how does that take away from, again, the main argument against you, Cinder? Like, you were just trying to pick away any small thing that you can to try to prove Lily is not trustworthy, right? I'm stretching. I mean, I don't think she should graduate. I think that she can do what she wants, right? And again, if she learns from her mistakes and improves, I think that's great. But I think the act of making this document and everything that we're reading here does not prove that she has grown. That's my opinion. Yeah, no, I mean, she has too much to lose by graduating. Yeah, it's this again, it's watering down the main issues, dancing around it, and large stretches, connecting points that don't necessarily even correlate, and even if they might, potentially, they don't mean much in the greater argument, right? It's like, nobody get people talk about killing people with like 1,000 cuts. This is like the opposite of that. It's like 1,000 like cotton ball swabs. Like, it's just like, well, you found 1,000 things, but none of them did anything or actually matter in the end. So it's kind of like, you know. The only part that's like really important is the Nano stuff so far.
The card collab on February 1, 2025 was explained in that section of this document. Yes, it was obviously a business-motivated collab, but I also wanted to get to know Shy Lily better over something I thought we'd both be excited about. Besides these, there were 2 other times I had ever asked Shy Lily to collab. Once in 2023, and once in 2024. That's it. I didn't know Shylily super well, and always assumed she was really busy. I had to go through Bosca to plan with her, and never wanted to bother her. In both cases, it took weeks if not months to actually make plans. The first time I asked to collab was right after seeing her at TwitchCon Paris in 2023, which I just so happened to have my demon model debut already planned for right after my trip, and it had nothing to do with asking Shylily to do something together.
I guess my question would be, right, like, because I think a large part of, we'll read this in a second. I think a large part of, Cinder moving forward, right, is her growing as a person, right? And I don't think that most people would look at this document and agree that she has grown into places that matter in regards to accountability, right? I mean, obviously, like, time passing, you grow and you change, right? But I feel like people that really dig into this document will acknowledge that she did not grow in the measure of accountability. I mean, yeah, normally growing as a person, well, that just happens all the time. Cinder says, so nice meeting you, and personally, you're such a sweetheart. I know you're probably tired from the convention traveling, but you want to play a game with me in the next couple weeks? After my debut this weekend will be 2 and freaking half sisters. That's a super cuter co-op game, but wanting to play with somebody very interested. And I can see, in a way, like, from somebody that has been in the game for a little bit, right, chat? Meeting somebody and starting off a conversation with a collab, for some people, right? I'm not accusing anybody of doing this or doing wrong, but I'm saying that some people will view this as very transactional, right? Normally, when you talk to somebody, you want to get to know them a little bit first, and then, you know, maybe you want to do a collab with them, you know what I mean? So I could see why Lily, in her perspective, might view a lot of their interaction as transactional, and this might have maybe weighed into that. I messaged Bosca since Lily didn't respond. I actually sent Lily DM last week. Hey, she want to play this with me sometime. I saw you said she'd already checked her. She doesn't check her messages, so do you think she could relay it for me? Bosca, hell yeah, I'll check in on her. She's fully planned it for 1 or 2 weeks. I'll let you know. Thank you, Bosca. My demon debut model was on 7:15, and this collab was on 8:30. So it did go somewhere. You know, it did end up happening. Either way, so...
The second time I asked to collab was for my anniversary subathon in June 2024, since I was asking friends to come on my stream for it. She wasn't able to, so I asked to plan something for July instead. After not hearing back for a month, I messaged again asking about a Nikkei collab at the end of August after my bikini model debut was planned. Shylily had been using her new bikini model all year, and was the only one of my vtuber friends who was really into Nikkei like me. What better way to do this Nikkei collab but in bikinis together?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, that makes sense. Again, you're proving that you talked about collabs. Cool. Lots of people do that, but hey guys, hope you've been doing well. You're coming to US cons this year. Any US cons this year. So wanted to leave you be down available to club on my stream sometime during my subathon after June 21st. It feels like, to me at least, what I'm seeing though, is you didn't really build like a personal relationship with Lily, which you're not required to. I'm just thinking as far as like perception why Lily might look at that as a little bit more transactional. Thinking either another funny game like the one we played, or maybe doing a new Nikkei tier list. There's a new Nikkei girly too. Okay, we're going to TwitchCon in name. Sadly, Lily won't be able to join during that time since we'll be prepping for TwitchCon EU. Most sponsors want to work with us before we go with our break. Cinder, thank you both. No problem. I love to try something in July if that works too. I'm excited to see you guys later this year. Cinder, like a month later, says, hey guys, I was wondering if Lily you'd be interested sometime in the second half of August to do a bikini collab thing with Nikkei, hotness tier list. I think it'd be a lot of fun. And you do good with, did so good with Miss RGB. I really hope we continue doing more music. If you ever want to do something music together, I could think we could pull off a really cool rock song. My bikini debut was on 8/16/2024, and this collab was on 9/5/2024. So they did end up doing those collabs as well in the future. I have a feeling still that we are going to get some responses after TwitchCon. We'll see. I have a
So
feeling.
I am guilty of that.
It's a gut
but
feeling.
Like I said, I would like to excuse myself from those 2 cents because she knows better. It's been a thing last year, and last year it wasn't a problem. Only until Nano worked on me, it was a problem. So, on her very first stream after I was cancelled, Shy Lily admitted to ghosting me, admitted to dodging collabs with me, and made a joke out of me rating her. The reason any of this happened was because Shy Lily lied and told Nano Red was slandering her, and she was being manipulated by him. Then, Nano's document repeated that the things he said about Shy Lily were lies and slander. Well, all of those slanderous lies were true. I showed they were true, Shy Lily herself admitted they were true, and here we are. So why did she lie about them?
I'm tired, chat. I'm tired. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. They're like, oh, well, we proved all of these things are true. So, you know, we were lying when we told you that. I'm tired. You shouldn't have said those things in the first place. And you saying, oh, Shy Lily lied and told Nana Red was slandering her and she was manipulated by him. She was being influenced by what Red said. Or do you want to sit there and chat and be like, oh yes, it was true. It was 100% true. This and that. You still should never have had those conversations, period. And that is what is problematic about it. Of you at your stature, right? Of you, somebody that is that high up in the VTubing sphere, you and your manager should not have those types of conversations, right? I'm tired, guys. I'm tired. This is killing me.
From those 2 sins she admitted to, and then she blamed her actions on me because I should have known better. Taking no accountability, deflecting, narcissistic manipulation.
Oh my god.
All of the things Shy Lily projected onto me.
Shit, dude, this is like digging through the dirt trying to find any possible thing that you can correlate together. Did Shy Lily over-exaggerate a little bit and misspeak? Yes. Does that mean that she is guilty of all these other things? No. Like, we're in such, like, far, like, sided speculation at this point. I don't have a comment. I have no comment other than this is just completely speculation and correlating stuff, trying to make something stick at this point, trying to paint Lily as a bad person because she over-exaggerated and misspoke.
Anyways, long story
Again,
short, that was the
why
one
would
message
this
that got everything
justify the
rolling
gossip and
because I
influence?
explained how that's weird, that's cringe and manipulative to do and bother Nano with. If she has a problem, why not come to me? And boy, that's where it started. That's where poor Nano realized that there is more such incidents, and if this is weird, she has critical thinking, and she's like, if this is weird, are the others also weird? The ones where she literally on the screenshots says she feels bad for doing all these things she's being asked to do. That's where it started, and obviously me being a friend, I talked to Nano and I was like, Nano, I'm going to be honest, some of the stuff you have here is heartbreaking. I'm thankful for you showing this to me, but I highly encourage you to share this with the people affected, especially Bao, because you know that one nasty one where she sabotages Bao. Especially that one. And Nano the fucking Giga Chat.
Nano the fucking Giga Chat, agreed, she agreed. Yeah, and Jinxie, I don't know if you were here during, I think it was day 2. We acknowledge that, there is a bit of management stuff involved, right? Some people, you do want to be up to, you want to be up to date with what's going on, make sure that, your client is, well informed, and also making sure that, you are in line to meet your deadlines, right? But what I keep pointing out, and I'll give you the exact same reason, is there is a history and a pattern of this type of behavior, right? This really exploitative behavior where they're constantly poking holes of doubt about a person and gossiping about stuff that they had no business to do. Now, Nano does own part of that ownership in not putting her foot down. Don't get me wrong about that, but nonetheless, that doesn't take away from the things that they did wrong.
Shyly
it's a good point to bring up. Thank you for the reminder.
Just talked to her. not go to Nano. But I didn't go to Nano. Red did. As much as Shiley wanted to push the idea, Red and I are not the same person. When I was
Yeah, but
ready
you
to
said you knew
confront
most of the
Shiley about what
conversations.
was going on, I did. She never responded because she was already in the middle of organizing my cancellation. Did poor Nano realize there were more incidents, or did
This was
Shiley
the
ask her
screenshot.
if there were more?
We've already seen
And
a few
what did Red
times.
ask Nano to do that she supposedly felt bad about? Nothing. Shiley highly encouraged Nano to share these things with Bao, but Shiley was the one who had to reach out to Bao herself. Nano may have agreed, but she couldn't do it without Shiley's help.
Maybe, yeah, that might be true. That might be true. And what did Red ask Nano to do specifically? She supposedly felt bad about nothing. That's entirely untrue. The thing that, again, this is the core element of this document that they will not acknowledge is they're unable to look at the messages they sent and see what's wrong with it, right? They lack the ability in that empathy, right? They just lack it completely. Everything is taken so literally. They're unable to actually dissect any type of information that requires any nuance, or at least it's presented that way, right? They're really not looking at what the things that they did wrong. And as much as they say they want to take accountability, they're not. Let's continue.
So we made a group chat like a few days later because Bao had surgery, so it took a while. We made a group chat. Can you imagine that Giga Chad fucking whale comes out of surgery and has to deal with this? That group chat we used to expose everything, not just from Nano's messages and having to deal with her manipulation, but we also came to realize that everything that happened to us individually weren't isolated incidences, where you're like,
yeah, this
well,
implies there might
happens.
be more.
I just go here and I'm surprised that Cinder is still being talked about. Thought she would fade from existence after everything that happened. This Cinder drama hurts my head. I feel sorry for everyone involved.
This implies that there might be more. But we also had to realize that everything that happened to individuals weren't those were isolated incidents. So maybe there's more. We don't know.
Sometimes you do something that you regret. Sometimes you call your friend a bitch. Sometimes you throw a friend under another bus in the heat of the moment. Hopefully you regret doing that, but that's a different story. But we realized that it wasn't just a coincidence. It wasn't just one incident. It wasn't just an isolated incident. It was a year-long pattern. Everything connected. It was a pattern that consisted over years that just kept going, non-stop,
Yeah, it
and
did
that's when
over
we knew
years.
this is fucked up.
Personal opinion, there's no excuse not to settle things privately. I do get their reasoning, but I'm under the belief that they should have attempted to settle it privately. But I do understand their reasons, right? But yeah, I wish it could have been settled privately. But they know more than I do, so maybe their reasons are a lot more justified than we know.
And respect to my friends, we all decided after all of the receipts, and obviously being very emotionally unstable, to sleep over it for a night. Obviously, we were all ready for blood. We were like, what the fuck, no way.
And so they
but
slept
we still
on it.
decided to sleep a night over it. Give it
That's
one
good.
night. Let's sleep
That's
over it
good.
one night. The next day,
So it
once
shows that they
everyone
actually
was
thought
awake
about
and
it.
had time to deal with their emotions,
It wasn't just emotions.
we all still knew this has to happen.
So at least they did take the time to like think it through, right? So
Like,
I forgot
I'm
about
sorry,
this.
but sleeping over this just made it so much more clear that this can't be. And this is where I noticed this isn't just to expose what she's done to us. This is to expose the fact that she is doing these
What's up, Neko?
things, and who. This is speculation. This is complete speculation. But if that's the stuff that happens in this circle, what else could happen?
sure, a pattern is a pattern. I get that. Yeah, I get that.
A pattern is a pattern. Again, speculation, but we were like, how we would feel terrible knowing that she conducts business throughout the next couple years hurting more people like this. Can't do. No.
Sure.
It turns out, Turns out it was a bit bigger than just our group. Google Docsy. Turns out it was just a bit bigger than our group. And so yeah, and we all knew she was going to throw her manager under the bus. We all fucking knew.
Right.
We all, when you look at the screenshots and you know her and you see the manipulation, the first fucking thing you know is she'll throw her manger under the bus. Everything went live and you know what she's done? The first thing they both did, they messaged Nano going, "Nano, please." You know what the absolute fucking gigachat did? Blocked. Blocked.
So she's pointing out the fact that obviously we were all ready for blood. But they did sleep on it, right? So it wasn't like they acted out of emotion or they just jumped into it, right? Like she explained, like, hey, like, guess what? Like, thank you for the resub, Dusk. I appreciate you. If I ever, releasing a Google Doc, stop me, okay? Like, obviously, yeah, they're all upset on behalf of their friend, and if they're sharing all their instances, of course they're upset.
Obviously, we were all ready for blood. On her stream, Bao didn't sound like she was ready for blood. Was Shiloli projecting that bloodlust onto everyone involved so it didn't sound like she wasn't the weird and problematic one?
What is
or was Bao putting on a performance for the audience? But we still decided to sleep a night over it. Give it one night.
Oh my
we
god.
all still knew this has to happen.
What? Yeah, it's because Bao didn't sound like she was ready for blood. Shiloli projecting the bloodlust. Bro, Bao was probably just fucking sad, dude. Like, it had been a while since everything happened. Like, and she only had 48 hours to, like, cope with it. She's probably just sad, you know? Like,
with the limited misinformation they got
she was
from
sad.
Nano,
She was crying.
Shiloli, ready for blood, pushing things along.
Oh my god.
And my friends using their confirmation bias from a few other past experiences.
This is a stretch.
They chose to cancel me over one night
without
ever contacting me.
Cap, if we get 50 more subs, I will commission an emote of meme as Mr. Fantastic, and we'll call it Elara Stretch.
But then, the next evening, the quote-unquote apology dropped. And one part struck me specifically, because she very clearly, first of all, isn't a fucking apology. But it wasn't even an apology. It was, "I'm sorry you feel this way. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry you got caught in this. I'm sorry I was manipulated into hurting you." Fuck of an apology, bro. And one thing that struck me specifically is when she dedicated a section to me and someone else. First of all, okay, I am petty. I didn't even get a section for myself. I am going to be super petty. Not even a section for myself. For someone that is so upset for me not naming her full fucking government Twitch.tv name.
Oh my god, dude. No way. Thank you so much for the 50. Oh my god. Let's get some hype. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. See what you're funny, dude. Alright. A liar stretch mode incoming. You know, I'll actually ask, I think I'll ask 88 to do it too. Who's like a really, really good artist. But so you write this down for me, so I don't forget. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No! With a fucking hype train, are you serious? Thank you guys so much, seriously. I'll get your wheel spins a little bit later. Everybody make sure that you type keyword is Pog. Keyword is Pog in the chat, please. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Holy gracious. Holy gracious. You're crazy, dude. Alright, so she talks about being petty. But let's continue. For the sake of time, I'm going to keep going, but Seaward, thank you so much.
For someone to just put me in a document as Lily when previously referring to me as the other Gamer Subs owner, I didn't even get a section for myself with my name properly fucking written. Come on, bro. Don't be such a hypocrite. You don't get to be upset at that shit and then put me there, throw me in there and be like, "I'm so sorry I had no knowledge of this."
I know, I love 88 too.
Because
Thank
no
you,
knowledge
Seaward.
my ass. But here's the problem.
That's something
a
I
lot
will
of
after I
what we
finish.
know is hearsay cause the girls spend time together. Vacation, travel, blah blah blah, you know? shyly complain that she didn't get her
Oh
own
yeah,
section
absolutely,
in my
Mingo.
apology, as if anything was actually done to her. My 2-syllable name and a thank you was too
I mean, a
much
little
to
bit was
ask
done
for
to her,
after
right?
rating
A
my
little bit
friend.
was.
I didn't refer to Shylily as the other gamer subs owner, Red did. Separate person. I don't even get a section for myself with my name
But splitting
properly
hairs, y'all are
fucking
considered
written.
the same person
Come on,
in the
bro.
argument.
Don't be such a hypocrite. You don't get to
But
be
okay.
upset at that shit
Fair
and then
enough.
put me there,
Sustained, as the
throw
judge
me
would
in
say.
there and be
I
like,
should have
I'm
made it
so
100.
sorry I had no knowledge of this.
Thank you guys
I
so
don't
much,
get
seriously.
to be upset at the petty actions towards me because I called her Lily. This is extremely narcissistic.
Yeah, I mean, she did say she was petty in it, so at least she admitted that, but that's it. I'll say sustained. Let's continue.
While waiting for her ad break to end, chat, it's just
I don't know,
business.
Skull.
It's just, I'm just making a living. It's just business. I'm sorry, it's just business.
Again,
Petty.
guys, we've already acknowledged that Lily went a little bit too far in some of the responses, right? But again, this doesn't justify. This does not paint her whole character as a person, you know. So also narcissist, pointing out narcissism.
I don't know where
Yeah.
I was, but let me just say in
Just
this
trying to paint
section
Lily
that she
bad with this
dedicated
kind
to
of stuff.
Cotton and me.
You need to
She
prove a
said
pattern,
sorry
right?
for not having any knowledge of this. And that's where I kind of got mad because like I said, a lot of the stuff that we posted about is only stuff we have hard-coded receipts
Thank
for.
you again, Seaward.
Obviously,
You're
there is
amazing.
lots of experience that doesn't exist on paper. It's only private experience.
Yeah,
but
she
there
was
is
just pissed.
also more receipts, verifiable receipts
Understandable.
that weren't added to the doc because either they are smaller things that just only really become a problem when added up,
Right.
or they were a little too private to be shared.
Again,
They
this
contain
implies there's more information
that
out there.
people just don't want to publicly have there, but it is kind of important for context, you know. So you pick and choose what you want to have up there.
Yeah, and again, you can understand why Lily might do that. You can have your opinion about it. I can understand why she crashed out. If it was one of my friends, I'd be pissed off too. So I get where she's coming from.
Like I said already, if more proof of their claims existed and wasn't shown due to it containing personal info like she claimed, they could have censored it. My private messages with Numi are the only thing I can imagine she's talking about. If it is
Maybe
that,
so.
and Numi
Yeah.
wanted to keep it private, then Shylily chose to baselessly talk all about Numi's concert in her tweet and on her stream against Numi's wishes because she knew how talking about it would make me look.
I doubt that. I think she was just more pissed off. But if that's how you feel about it, that's how you feel about it, right? That's all up for perception anyway.
For her to claim she
It
has
is-
no
it's just like, it
knowledge
doesn't
when
prove
I know
anything,
for a
it's just how
fact
you
she
feel about it.
does, but I have no proof other than hearsay. It reminded me of that one fact. The one receipt we do have though, where she herself personally throws me under the bus, and I made sure to quote her own words because again, that screenshot
right.
isn't public.
Yeah, this is
but I
something
made
that
sure
we've
to
always-
quote her words. She'll know what we're talking about. Those quotation
Yeah,
marks.
Shadow
the
Dragon,
literal
thank
quote.
you.
I made sure she knows what I'm talking about, what I'm referring about.
So yeah, I did not forget about this, right? That screenshot that isn't public where she threw somebody under the bus. So Shadow Dragon, thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate you, cutie. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much. Y'all are great. I really do appreciate you. Thank you for all the support today, guys. Y'all have been wild as fuck. I will get our wheel spins a little bit later because I do want to try and finish this section. But yeah, you know, she does say that there's you know, more to it, right? Anyway, let's continue here because I am very interested to know her response to all this part in particular.
Those quotation marks, the literal quote. I made sure she knows what I'm talking about, what I'm referring about. The screenshot isn't there, but there's a couple like that. And the fact that you only took accountability for stuff that's been published and not the stuff that was kept hidden enough for me to have her use me as part of an excuse as to why she had to let her friend down. That very same friend that spent months of prep, hard work,
Alright, so talking
and
about Numi?
effort, and
we're
received
talking
a
about
million
Numi.
empty promises just because a couple days before that she wanted to
Yeah, absolutely
reschedule a
does.
hard collab to, you know, make a nice big boom as a collab and sell a bunch of boxes to make some bag. Yeah. Imagine for a fucking collab. Could have had the collab any other day, too. Could have been a day or two earlier. Could have been a day or two later. She rescheduled that collab to be on that date. She put it there on that date that she knew she couldn't. And the only time
We
she
know
ever
she
felt
rescheduled
sorry
for
in both the
because it
apology
changed
and
or whatever,
before,
right?
guess what? When she was put in her fucking place. People saying, why didn't you handle this privately? We did once. We did. And she's only deflecting and pretending to be apologetic.
And we're still
when put
wondering
on
what
the
that's
spot.
about.
No proper apology from her before the crash. None. None. She's only sorry when she gets caught. Cause she knows fucking with that friend that she fucked with will mean the end of her career. Cause if you're not good standing with that person, you're not good standing with like probably 80% of the indies that matter to her. Cause she is the glue that keeps them fucking together half the time.
Half the time, right? So there is a very important line that has been talked about a lot, right?
She wasn't sorry because she
why
fucked
didn't she
over
handle
her
this privately?
friend's
We did once.
opportunity on a day that she said she'll be there. She was sorry she was caught in true narcissistic, selfish, egotistic fashion.
And I think
She's
this
sorry she
moment
got
that's being
caught.
alluded to is a lot of information that, it's a lot of the reason that Lily is so, scorched earth right here, right? She's so aggressive about it. Scenery, let's continue, because I do want to see what her response is.
For her to claim she has no knowledge when I know for a fact she does, but I have no proof. Shy Lily had no proof I knew anything, she just knew I did, but pushed everything to be made public anyway. Shy Lily is talking about Numi's concert here, but never shows anything about it. The quote she used in her reply to me was from my private conversation with Numi. Pressure to live up to what Lily is. Shy Lily expected me to take public accountability for an already privately settled situation, once again falsely claiming that I used her as an excuse, and that it was all about the money to me.
This is also speculative too. I would just like to point that out, but I want everybody, if you're with me right now, do me a favor. Press 1 in the chat because what we're about to read is very important, and it's something that I want to pause for a second to talk about. I need you all to listen to this, okay? We got to a very important part.
When asked why she didn't handle this privately, Shy Lily said we did once. We did. She's talking about my private apology to Numi about her concert, which ended with me taking accountability and trying to make things right, and Numi forgiving me. They didn't handle anything privately before. Shy Lily didn't handle anything privately. But then she wanted to imply that because Red said we in his messages to Nano, it meant I knew of and agreed with everything he said. Once again putting standards on me that she wasn't holding herself to. I believe Shy Lily was the one who was pushing everyone not to handle any of this privately. Here are my final messages with Shy Lily, Nano, and
This right
Pal.
here, Shy Lily said we did once, we did. I do not believe that Lily is talking about the private apology to Numi about her concert. I do not. I think that maybe Cinder misunderstands or I don't think she's purposely misrepresenting. I don't want to believe something so bad, but I don't think this is what Shy Lily's talking about. I think there's a moment that none of us still know about yet where something happened then a few people went to her and did say something to her that we don't know about yet. I think that's why, like she says about Numi, I don't think it's about Numi. There's a V-card drop apology to my being, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Because she said that, remember, she said, why did we handle this privately? We did once, we did. I don't think she's talking about the Numi stuff, right? I think that she's either A, talking about the V card, or B, she's talking about something that we just don't know. But I think this is misrepresented. Probably because she just miss what is being talked about. Yes, Walk, I agree with you. There's a V card apology. I think it might be that. I think that's more likely. I can ask him if everything is okay. Hey, Nana, would you want to come to my stream again sometime on the 15th? These are the last messages, right? Again, we've already read these. And I think based on that, maybe that's why Lily felt that way. We'll see, though.
Just
We'll
to make
see.
it clear,
The
the
preacher
person
with the...
Shiloh said you need to be in good standing with is
Yeah,
Mimi.
I don't think it's a
Shiloh
Numi thing.
also said she was sorry she was caught in true narcissistic, selfish, egotistic fashion. She's sorry she got caught.
Like, I'm breaking down this whole stream where she's venting and pissed off. Is not Peach Shy Lily as a robot character, right? You need a pattern. You need a pattern to prove that. Guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee. Did I put it on the video game? I'll be right back.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg. Why won't you die? Can't hurt me, Jack. Nanomachine, son.
I leave for 3 seconds, and this is what you do. 3 seconds.
Evan Axel says, Elara, can you free us from the hell that is the Cinder dock?
Yeah,
Please,
can you?
we beg of you. Oh, Evan Axel. Chat's
Yeah,
really desperate.
yeah. I'm at the DJ
Sounds
party.
like
Fuck.
they're struggling with some Cinder dock thing. Should we bail them out, Elara? Also, Booba.
No. Look, if I have to suffer, so do you guys. Alright, thank you. I just need a quick break. Oh, can you show how to party without me? I heard a bunch of noise, like, from far away, because my bathroom is right next to my room, but I'm like, what the fuck is going on out here? It's just like, blah, 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 blah. Like,
Oh, let me just platform that very same person that tried to deplatform me and all of my friends that helped her get there to begin with. Let me just continue to platform that one person that tried to backstab us when begging to be in our positions. Fuck no. Throwing me and Gamer Sups under the bus to save
yeah,
her
I don't know
ass.
what Lily's on
Fuck
right
no.
there,
All
talking
the
about it
pressure
right there.
I feel. What pressure? The pressure you begged for? The pressure you told them you wanted to have? The responsibility you asked for? Where you wanted to be alongside me? Fuck no. What pressure? Hell no.
Interesting.
Fuck off my dick, bro.
Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about, deplatforming. What do you think she's talking about?
No.
Maybe she's
Red
talking about
and
going
I
behind her
didn't try
back.
to
Just as a
deplatform
general
Shy
thing.
Lily, any of my friends, or anyone else. None of either of our actions remotely come close to that.
I mean, I
Shy
guess you
Lily
could say
did
by
that to me.
undercutting
the most
them.
anyone was backstabbed
Oh,
was
Shy Lily
in the
did that
deal
to
Red
me.
made with Nano behind my back, and I already went over how that really played out. If there was any evidence of me trying to deplatform and backstab any of my friends, why
You
didn't
did
Shy Lily
though.
show that at
Okay,
all?
wait. All right, so the deplatforming, I could take it with a little grain of salt, right? Because, like, you know, maybe she was talking about, like, the model stuff, but maybe that's too strong. But you definitely backstab your friends. You did backstab your friends. What do you mean? If you go through the screenshot, you absolutely did. You took away opportunities for them, or at least attempted to. Okay, yeah. Next.
Then, talking about Numi's concert again, says I blamed her and gamer subs when I didn't. It didn't happen. She goes on to talk about the pressure I was under when I made that decision. No, I didn't beg for that pressure, and
she
I didn't beg for my
at the beginning of the document,
like she claims.
But now she
I was
disputes
surprised
it.
with the offer by gamer subs because of my performance with the company, and I accepted it. By what she claimed, Shy Lily seems to agree that the position did come with pressure and responsibility. The same pressure and responsibility that led to me making my decision about the concert.
Again, I don't think she's talking about Numi's concert up there, but that's my opinion. If you disagree, that's totally cool too. I totally understand. Let's continue.
Chat, you're not the only person that says I always had a feeling. I know lots of you are probably men, so you wouldn't maybe quite get it.
Sure,
but as a
what she
woman,
is responsible
you can't not
for.
get along with another
I mean, she didn't
woman
know the stuff
based
about
on a gut
Silvervale.
feeling. You can't do
No,
that.
you can't say that.
You're
Well,
a catty bitch. You can't do that. You can't not get along with someone because of no reason, when they prove to be everything but a threat. You can't do that. I'm sure it happens with guys too, maybe. You can't just be like, nah, she's too nice. You can't do that. What the fuck kind of reason is she's being too nice to not like someone? You can't do that. What the fuck kind of reason is she's being too nice to not like someone? You can't do that. So most people stay back, usually when you have a gut feeling, in my case, anyways. Usually when you have a gut feeling you stay back and you observe. You take distance.
That's true.
I'm a very distant,
Absolutely.
very in my own lane kind of person to begin with. I'm very distant, very minding my own business, very just me and myself time, you know.
Yep.
Usually you stay back and then you observe for an entire year of how nothing goes wrong and
Yeah,
how your friends
I mean,
like
the friendship
that friend
stuff
and
is
how
like,
everything seems peachy.
it's a minor point,
And then you're
Petra.
like, you know what,
You know-
my gut feeling is fucking ass, I fucking knew it. Shouldn't have trusted it. You know what? Should have trusted it. Yeah. I'm sure guys can also be catty, yeah. But yeah, I can't always trust my gut cause I've also had gut feelings about people where I'm like, you know what?
That was unnecessary. I was just already cautious based on nothing. I literally told her chat she's always had a bad gut feeling about me. Wait a second, hold on, wait. Let me reread this, hold on a second. I thought she was just talking about it in general. Yeah, I thought she was just talking about it in general, but okay, maybe it applies to you, and even if it does, well, what does it change? Yeah, why does it matter? Add that to the counter. Why does it matter? Counter number 532.
Long story short, vtuber makes friends in the vtuber space. Friends appreciate having a friend. Turns out they were never a friend. They never intended or wanted to be friends. It was never about friendship. It was always about climbing the career ladder.
Maybe.
Said friend.
Yeah, maybe walk.
Let's call her Snake. Said friend sabotaged, backstabbed, and manipulated behind the scenes. When everything came out because of the first screenshot leaking,
You know,
followed by
obviously
more
she's
stuff
talking about her.
leaking, everyone got together and realized, wow, we've been fucked for the last couple years. Interesting. Anyways, fast forward. Google Doxy. Fast forward. Apology without a ukulele.
I'll tell you my issue
And I kind of
here in a
crashed
second.
out because how fucking dare you take zero accountability.
But my issue, Walk, is that in every other instance, everything has to be literal except this one. And the one time it's insinuated, she comes to this conclusion. So it's just like, well, when it's insinuated and convenient for the argument, she'll make it. But when it's not literal, she'll make the argument against it. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like you're having your cake and eating it at the same time. It's just inconsistent, you know? But it's a 1,000-page document, to be fair. So how consistent
All
are you
she had
actually
to
going to
do
be, you
want
know?
a good apology for when
You know?
fuck up? VTubers, future streamers? Write this shit down. You ever need an
Yeah, the
apology
friendship
for
part is
when
not
you
the
actually
big
fuck up,
issue,
for
though.
when you are the bad bitch?
You know?
Just say, I'm fucking sorry I acted this way. My greed
Yep.
has caused a lot of damage.
Absolutely.
Greed that got to me from growing too fast and being too filthy rich by riding on my friends' backs instead of seeing how grateful I was supposed to be for it. I saw them as nothing but an asset. I've been truly blinded by how absolutely
Lily's going
malicious,
off
vile,
here. Holy
and
shit.
toxic I've treated them behind the scenes, pretending to be a friend while separating business and sabotaging them.
I mean, she's going off here. You know what I mean? Like, and I think now Cinder's gonna try to break down every single sentence and every single point, but like, well, that's not true, blah 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 blah, etc. But this is how she feels, right? She's pissed off. She's upset. I feel like so at the beginning of her document, right? She acknowledges that, yeah, I was upset and I wasn't thinking correctly, right? I would semi-apply that to this as well.
I can never repair
You know what I mean?
the damage I've caused, and I see now clearly what it truly means to lose everything that you were supposed to be grateful for. I'll take some time away and hope to better myself. I'll never be able to repair what I've broken, but I can try and come forward and be a
It's
better
funny
person
because
in
this
hopes
exact
to have
same,
learned from this absolutely awful thing
this
that I've
exact
done
same
to my
thing
most
still
closest
applies
and most
even to this
supportive, loving
response.
friends, that are the sole reason I have this platform to begin with. Boom. Just own up to it. Take some accountability. Just be like, yeah, I've been a dick. Yeah, I've been a fucking ass. Yeah, I've been blinded. So blinded by my success and money and greed for even more. The greed was unbearable. Yes, I'm terrible. Done. Of course I wouldn't fucking believe her. What the fuck? Manipulator. Fucking of course not. Obviously not. But it's the only way.
It's the only way to set things right. You can't fix them, but it's the only way to set things right and maybe not be a fucking laughing stock for like the next half a year. Man, she took it to her. This is, in my opinion, a bit much.
Shyla Lee's summary of what happened is a complete lie. Then she presents how she
it's not
thinks
a
I
complete
should
lie.
have apologized for the things she decided I did, falsely framing me as greedy from growing too fast and being too filthy rich. This is coming from Shyla Lee.
I don't like this because she's saying, oh, well, Shy Lily grew too fast and becoming too filthy rich. This is coming from Shy Lily. I have never seen a moment where Lily has ever been greedy. And that's my perception, right? I've never seen Lily have a moment where she's seen greedy. Feel free to prove me wrong. That's my perception. But I've never actually seen that. You know what I mean? So for you to sit there and like insinuate that she's greedy because of that, I think that's wrong, right? Everything in here is very strongly worded. Is all of it true? I mean, she's telling you how you should have treated the situation, right? Just own up to it, right? Take some accountability. Again, I think that you have to look at this and be like, okay, she's clearly like way too much right now, but there are some things in here that you should consider, right? I know, factual statement, yes. I don't know. I just feel like Lily's summary of what happened is a complete lie. She presents how she thinks I should have apologized for the things she decided I did. Well, but you did do a lot of those things, right? So, yeah, Lily crashed out here. But that isn't news, right? Like, we already knew this happened, like, a long time ago.
The way she barely acknowledged her fan base in her apology. What the fuck? She gave you guys one fucking line. She gave you one fucking line.
Typically not, Lil.
She's like, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you feel bad with me. Like
He
what?
seems like a pretty good
Girl?
person, you know?
Holy shit. Crazy. So at the very end of the doxy, the Google doxy, you get a little, quick, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. Yeah, I'm sorry you feel this way. What can I say? It's shrimply business. Yeah. Shrimply business. It is what it is. Cheers.
She continues to turn my audience
against me in a string of petty insults. I'm sorry that when I was being attacked publicly from all sides by everyone I knew, the focus of what I wrote wasn't on my community.
I mean, again, we're gonna state this one more time. Lily crashed out, and she definitely went off, and it wasn't the most professional look for her at all. We can all agree on that, right, chat?
She saw me as competition, painted it on me for asking for it by wanting a model from the same model mama, which is a bit weird when she's the one begging for a partial owner and all kinds of other things that she wants from me. But hey, somehow I'm the one who's looking for trouble for wanting a new model.
I think she crashed out because her apology was bad.
Competition, and Red's view was more than just going to Nano for a model. If she treated me like a friend, it wouldn't have been something he brought up to her. She claimed
if she treated me like a friend, it meant something I brought up to her, but she
and all
did.
Kinds of other things I wanted from her.
She did though. She was very nice to you, just because things shifted at one point. Y'all were the ones that, Red and Cinder were the ones that crashed out about it.
That's wild. Not only did she have nothing to do with my part ownership, as if she had the power to give it to me, not once have I ever said anything about that to her. Ever. All
she might know more than you think,
things I wanted from her. To hang out and get to know her. I've never begged Shy Lily for anything. What a narcissistic thing to say.
Well, this is added, right? Begging for partial ownership and all kinds of other things from... I think Lily might know something that happened behind the scenes in Gamer Subs. But again, that wasn't... She shouldn't really... Yeah.
Maybe they will just rebrand Cinder's flavor into It's Just Business. It might still sell. Betty.
Okay, that's just funny. Yeah, it's Betty. It's Betty, but it's funny. I forgot she said that. What the fuck, Lily?
Yes, Queen.
She was begging for collabs, that's true.
Address nothing. Shift all the blame.
That's what she meant.
And on top of that, only apologize for the shit that's public, and not all the other stuff you've done. I didn't know the things that my man said and also the things I've done myself all by myself that you guys have receipts of, but you didn't post them, so I didn't know and didn't apologize for them. Yes, Queen.
That's absolutely true. She admitted that she lied about the spite stuff.
Publicly take accountability for everything and anything I've ever done, like what happened with Numi's concert, even though it was already settled privately between us.
I think there's more, right? Being like, oh, on top of that, only apologize for shit that's public and all the other stuff. You're not lying here, right? You admitted the stuff about spite, and you admitted to that, so this is true. Everything that pissed me off was seeing another Hellhound vtuber try to profit out the drama to grow their own communities. And who are you talking about exactly, Petra? Unrelated to Lily, but another thing that pissed me off was seeing another Hellhound themed VTubers trying to profit off the drama to grow their communities. Do you mind being more specific about who you're talking about? Continuing,
I will not
chat.
deny that. Obviously, you won't always know every single little thing, the ins and outs of every single detail and word. But be for real. To sit and pretend that your man and manager handles everything for you without you knowing a singular freaking be for real.
They didn't know every single thing, right?
Obviously there's going to be situations where you might genuinely get fucked over by what someone else is doing and you didn't know. But not for years.
We covered this when it happened.
Not for so long.
Exactly.
And not for every single
and that
thing.
Was the
when
big
you
point
yourself
here.
have receipts of doubling down and doing the same thing, also in person, but that's hearsay.
Entirely fair, right? She acknowledges that nuance. I remember covering that too. We saw that clip.
So can't put it on a Google Docsy, but we know better. Red is with Cinder like 24/7, and we've seen them share messages
and
by
they
going
do know
like,
more.
Here, check this out.
Personally, right?
But again,
because
like
they've been
I
around
said,
her.
This isn't proof.
Numi and
This is hearsay. I understand. But this topic is beyond just you guys and seeing what she's done. It's also just personal stuff that bleeds into it obviously, right? So it's clearly also hearsay. Obviously there will be some hearsay to say,
We're gonna talk about
but the Google Docies only have receipts. They obviously only have receipts. They only talk truth. They only talk facts. Only receipts. But obviously there's more from spending so much time, travels and vacations together.
This is an important point that is acknowledged right here by Shy Lily is there's personal stuff that was taken into consideration that nobody knows about besides the people involved. And I think that's that is to that supports her anger, right? Or supports her reaction and supports why they went public with it. There's some personal stuff that we just don't know about. And again, even when this all came out, I just assume with any type of situation where stuff happens, we're not gonna know the full story, right? Yeah, I'm very interested to get an answer from you, Petra. I'm like other Hellhound VTubers are trying to profit off the drama. Who are you talking about?
Shylily says you won't always know every single little thing, in reference to me knowing about
Right,
Red's messages.
absolutely.
But the standard of knowing everything was unfairly applied to me when it mattered.
I disagree.
Shylily also claimed this was
I
going
disagree.
on for years, when it wasn't.
It
She
was.
says the times my friends saw us sharing messages on our phones in person prove I knew everything. Shylily said the documents, nanos and bows, only talk the truth. They only talk facts.
They do, however, there's stuff omitted. To be fair, right? There's stuff omitted. But, I mean, they do tell the truth, though. They do tell the facts. They just don't tell you the whole story, right? Which is just as important, So, fair acknowledgement. Fair acknowledgement. But I will tell you here, going on for years, it was going on for years. You always know every little single thing in reference to me knowing about Red's messages. No, I truly and honestly think that her acknowledging this, we all understood you're not going to know about every single thing, right? Yeah, I'm going to be looking for some response on that, Petra. Anyway, sorry. But we understood that you're not going to know every little thing, right? But you knew majority, and the way that you responded and you tried to push away from it, throw them under the bus, showed what you were actually like. Basically, your accountability level there, and you blew it. You admitted you blew it.
It's a long story. Long story short, a friend of our friend circle that has been a friend for many years turned out to never have been a friend. We were just stepping stones in her career ladder, and it wasn't enough to just step over us. She wanted to
By
also
taking away the
just burn the
opportunities for
fucking ladder
models.
down that she climbed. This is a blatant lie, and it's not true at all. I believe Shylily must have been the one who convinced my friends of this.
I think that genuinely this whole part here is because you were undermining opportunities from them, and that's why she said that. Plus, since she rehired the guy, so any accountability she may have initially taken has been thrown out the window, yeah. I only think of those who profited was the one already established his hellhound as well, yeah. I think it's a wild statement to make. Unless it was truly done in bad faith, in which case, I'm pretty tied into VTuber news, and I didn't see anything about that, so I'd love to see this proof that you have.
Also
who are you
crazy
talking
what
about?
happened to Silver. Crazy. The shit she sold us. The shit she said.
Yep.
I knew it wasn't the truth because I've heard the exact opposite story. But when she goes on and on for years, you eventually feel like that one story you've heard isn't true. You'll start to doubt the source. You're like, really?
I think more is coming
Is
after
that
TwitchCon.
To hate someone on
I
such
do.
a deep level that
Thanks,
literally
Venus.
don't talk to you, doesn't hurt you, doesn't do anything to you, doesn't get in your way, minds their own business. Yeah, same for Spite.
Yeah, literally, Spite just has always stayed in her lane, dude. And I always respect that about her a lot. She stays in her lane, she does her thing.
I've never said anything about Silvervale to Shylily. I
But
don't know
no,
how
that's
she
not
can
what
claim
she's
she
saying.
knew it wasn't
Silver
the truth
talked to
unless
her.
she heard the opposite story from Silvervale herself. Everything I told my other friends about mine and Red's
You probably saw the
experience with
screenshots
Silver
from
was
Nano,
true,
too.
and it's all laid out in her section of this document. Both of us had no reason to lie to them about her. You'll see how I really felt about Silvervale and how our relationship played out in
I mean,
her
she saw
section.
the screenshots from Nano, which don't really help your case, so probably what she's talking about.
Yeah, luckily, somehow I've never known about the Spite situation. Completely oblivious. But then again, I wasn't nearly as close. Didn't spend nearly as much time with her as my other friends. But that was somehow still enough to see me as a fucking threat. Even though I've done nothing but platform her whenever she asked to be platformed. The only time she's platformed me and streamed any of our collabs herself was our card collab on February 1st,
Working with somebody is platforming them.
Other than that, the few times
tomato,
we've done
tomato on
anything
that.
together, it's always been on my stream. I platformed her more than
if
she
you
ever
collab
did
with somebody,
me,
you're
with her
platforming
dodging
together,
the
right?
repo collab
Tomato, tomato.
possibly so she wouldn't platform me.
A minor point to have a grievance over, right? You know, the Spite stuff that had been going on, right? I will tell you, Spite just always wanted to stay in her own lane and do her own thing. You know, and I always respect that about her.
Man, why? The crazy part to me is you're the face of tubing. Why do you still have to quench and squelch the very friends who put you there between your toes?
Yeah.
You've got it
That's
all.
a fair point.
You're burning these bridges for like the last 2%, 3%? Like what?
Yeah,
Like,
no,
do you not
they
do any
never really
self-reflecting?
interacted.
Look at your fucking YouTube. Every single video is about someone. It's never about you. And there's nothing wrong with it. Some people simply operate better when bouncing off of other personalities.
Sure.
But to have messages demanding recognition from people you despise, and sabotage, because you're bigger and better than them, and got there on your own?
Interesting. I want to hear a retort to this one.
Yes, my YouTube channel is made up of
Yeah, no,
videos of me
I
and
agree.
my friends, but everything Shiloli said here is a lie. I wasn't burning bridges. I wasn't demanding recognition. I wasn't sabotaging anyone.
You were sabotaging.
The things she's referring
Intentionally
to here,
or not.
and completely mischaracterizing, are from something Red said about Silvervale once in July of 2023. She's talking as if they were my own words, that it somehow applies to other people other than Silvervale, and it's relevant to my own actions almost 2 years
I think
after
it's
the
more like
fact.
wanting her to recognize Cinder. Okay, so those messages that we've seen a bunch of times. Yeah, I mean, she wanted recognition from Silvervale, right?
Hello Yoxio, sorry, I must acknowledge people by their full legal government name, or else I'm misbehaving. I'm being weird and acting weird.
Damn, dude.
I'm sorry. Thank you for gracing
Damn.
me with your presence in my chat today, Yo Clash from Twitch.tv.
Bro, that is petty as fuck.
Petty.
I mean, to be fair, she did say she was gonna be petty as fuck. So she did at least warn you and give you straight up, I'm gonna be petty. Oh my god. Oh my god.
God, I was just so angry. Every paragraph that was just deflecting. You know what also
Holy
hit me
Lily,
really
yeah, you
wrong?
shouldn't have said that.
You know what hit
That was
me
too
the
much,
wrong
girl. That was
way?
too much.
All of the damage she caused to specifically Spite and Silver. All of the damage she caused. All the bad-mouthing. All of the sabotaging career things. All she did was me being called these things caused me to do it. Me being manipulated by the hate caused me
About
to do
Silvervale.
it. What about everything you caused?
About Silvervale, that's true. Me being manipulated by the hate caused me to do it. That's true. She did decide how she dealt with the Silvervale stuff.
Every paragraph that was just deflecting, kind of like how Shiloli deflected her actions to Nano to begin with, and then after admitting to them on this stream, blamed it on me? Shiloli makes a good point here. What about everything Guy, or Red, caused to Silvervale and Spite? Well, I've laid out everything that was caused to either of them at the start of this document in the accountability section. You'll see it in their own sections too. You'll also see all of the things I didn't cause, but the public was told I caused. You already saw Nano cancelling Silver's model in November 2023, but blaming it on me, and Silvervale and Spite made plenty of their own claims too that are addressed in their sections.
Alright, we'll be looking
Dragonoff
forward to
Eternity
this.
says, drinking game, drink anything.
Yeah,
Cinder
we'll be
says
looking
petty.
forward to this.
Dragonoff Eternity, it seems like Chad is playing a dangerous game with Cinder. Hope they don't end up regretting it. As for you, Elara, stay away from that mess. Also, Booba.
I'm knee deep in it, what do you mean?
What destroyed me was Bao being sad in the same group chat Cinder was in about her model being cancelled. Yeah. Imagine. Didn't even have the balls to fucking say anything.
Yeah, and she
You know
admitted
what?
that she fucked
Because
that up.
she knew what she was doing was fucking wrong.
But
She
she makes
knew.
about in the same group
Wrong
chat Cinder
again.
was in her
But
model being
Shiley
canceled.
seems to know a lot about having the balls to say anything when she could never say anything
Wait, but
herself.
no, that is true. Cinder was in the group chat with the girly pops,
Elara,
remember? And then
how
Bao
many
said
brain
that she
cells have you
got her
lost
stuff
since
canceled.
reading through this document?
And she didn't say anything, so
I
that
wonder
is
if
true.
you'll ever recover, haha, Elara cheer 100.
I'll never recover. Yeah, no, wait, that is true. Because Bao and Cinder were in that scene group chat, and the girly pops chat, she told it. And she admitted she was wrong, so why does she say she's wrong again? Oh, no, this is a direct, this isn't direct, like, this isn't directly wrong, like, directly against what she said earlier. Wow. Yeah, she said, like, I was devastated. We've seen that screenshot, like, a bajillion times, right? Wow. Okay, I wanna make a note of this one. Yeah, I'm gonna add that.
My experience with Elara, she took out my eye with her boob and now she makes fun of my one-eyed ass for the rest of my days.
Based on prior admission, TV and scene of Nano posts Google Docs and Shy Lily. Live a male spite and in the girly pops like it's going down. Y'all are going down with me. Wow. Holy shit.
Like, in your own words, it's just business.
I didn't need it. He's got
sorry,
an eye
but
patch.
then
He's
in
fine.
true business fashion, you're
He's
going to
fine.
have to take responsibility for what happens in your business, just like everyone else. If someone truly does get fucked over,
Yeah, but
if someone
in a
truly
document
does
you're trying to
something
prove your
behind
innocence,
your
you
back,
can't
well,
contradict
you
yourself
can't
like
just
that.
be like, it wasn't me and throw your hands in the air and be like, well, too bad. Shy Lily's use of "it's just business" was obviously not the same as my use of the phrase.
Yes, okay, we get that you meant it one way, but everybody took it one way. You don't get to decide that. You can explain it, but like, yeah, I mean, for me, this document is to admit things she did wrong and also to prove, like, to denounce certain things, right? And sadly, it's just half of the things she's trying to denounce are not helping. Like, at least like to water it down some, right?
We found out like fucking 5 days ago. Collected the evidence for a day, and then slept over it for a day to really because we realized we have career-ending fucking evidence. So we went to fucking bed, then posted it. Shy Lily again
Right.
lies about the timeline of events. She found out about this 2 weeks ago, not 5 days ago.
If
5
that's the
days
case,
ago
Walk,
was
they did
when
a really
Shy Lily
poor
and
job of
Nana
that,
told
you know?
Nano after her surgery. They actually didn't have career-ending fucking evidence, but because Nano lied to everyone, and everything Red said was projected onto me, I believe Shy Lily used the little evidence she had to make sure it ended my career.
Well, again, they did have career-ending evidence that did end your career. On top of that as well, right? I believe Charlotte used a little evidence she had to make sure it ended my career. The thing is that Nano didn't lie to everybody about everything, right? Some of it is true. She lied by omission, and she is guilty of that. And Red said everything was projected on me. I mean, you did know about a lot more. You admitted that earlier in the stuff, you know? That you knew more
know
things.
What? Again, I'm not even upset at your friend because he probably sees this, and just like the people before, he is just being
Yeah, I wouldn't
successfully
surprise.
manipulated. I want to be mad and be like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Chances are your friend's probably just some very naive young guy or girl
What's
and
up, Catalyst?
goes,
How are you?
I don't think that's enough. And I'm like, well, give it a few more years. Go see the real world and you will see the absolute audacity, narcissistic manipulation in all of this. If you don't see anything wrong with underscore proof of someone sabotaging the friends that platform them, I don't know, man.
I think we finally got to the end of this stream part here, where she breaks down her stream.
Shy Lily
I
told the
think-
viewer that their friend was naive for asking for more evidence of the claims made against me. It's really funny that Shy Lily said to give it a few more years before they'd see the absolute audacity, narcissistic manipulation in all of this, because it only took 5 months to make the narcissistic manipulation
that's-
abundantly clear.
That's not true. That's not true. They keep arguing over like the years and
Responsibility,
stuff.
really.
It's just not
Okay,
true.
says the one who caused this absolute chaos and acts innocent and pretends that they didn't do anything. Nice job.
I mean, to
trying
be
make
fair, she
yourself
does
look
acknowledge
innocent.
some
Not.
stuff.
She
Not
just
everything.
proved she is the guilty one.
Are you holding up, bro? This document is killing me. I'm gonna stretch again. Yeah, Venus, you got it. I need to stretch. Oh my god. I'll keep a stretch. I mean, I'm not wearing a bra, so I don't even need to stretch.
Throughout her whole stream crashing me, Shy Lily avoided accountability, gave excuses, deflected, and made jokes out of the things she was doing while simultaneously admitting to everything she claimed was slander.
Why are you saying, "Ayo, I never wear a bra during stream"?
Me in the first place.
I never wear a bra during
the
stream.
lies she was telling
Yeah, we're on the
about me
breakdown.
on stream. She won, and celebrated my cancellation. She couldn't help but take a victory lap around my corpse. Says a lot about her narcissistic character. Accountability only mattered to her when it's the other way around. I should have known better than to expect the Shy Lily to hold herself to the same standards as she did
Damn,
Snake.
dude. I mean, her saying she avoided accountability, gave excuses, deflected, made jokes at things she was doing, while simultaneously admitting everything she claimed was slander and manipulation. That's just not true. Like,
Brawless workout
this is
stream
not
when-
true. I still think it's great that she clapped back at Lily. I mean, here's the thing, Manic. A lot of what she represents, though, is just like it's either like a minor grievance that doesn't actually like add up. Or it's just like, it's deflection, right? But what I will say on this, right, is I think that just the biggest problem, again, that I'm going to point out is she doesn't acknowledge the fact that they influence Nano, right? At the end of the day, they just don't acknowledge that, right? But yeah, I mean, this is pretty, to be fair, right? Like, did Shy Lily need to go and dance on her court, per se? Not really, right? I mean, I think she went a little bit too far in certain spots, but I can understand her anger, right? She chose to do it the way she thought was best.
Shy Lily is the only one who was involved that has a highlight video of her stream talking about me on her main YouTube channel. She was more than happy to profit off of this, and broadcast her lies about me to her 1 million subscribers.
I mean, it weren't lies. You did manipulate. You did. You and Red influenced, right? You and Red influenced. I mean, this actually is a little like, I'll be honest when it comes to drama. Personally, for me, I don't like to make monetized YouTube videos, right? Like my my YouTube video that is about Under the Tea, right? And refuting all that stuff. I turned off monetization because I didn't want to monetize that stuff. But it's just me personally. I mean, everybody might feel differently about this, right? How do you feel about this? Do you think it's okay, or what do you think? All right, here we go. Speculation. What did Shy Lily have against me in the first place? I mean, in the first place, she really didn't. It was just whatever happened. Her opinion of you changed, right? So
Shy Lily lied about me on her stream, lied
I got
about
water, don't
me
worry.
in her reply, lied about me to my friends, and lied to Nano at the very start. The actions she said were
I don't think
slander,
so.
she admitted to on stream. Clearly, Shy Lily had something against me before Red ever talked to Nano about her, according to her as early as March 21st, 2025 when she dodged the
Chrono
Repo
Trigger.
collab. So what was her problem? The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned as to why I'm dodging. Let's look at some of the things she said on her stream again.
Oh no, Maniac, absolutely Nano fucked up. Yeah, absolutely. Like, we know Nano is not 100% innocent. And we will never say that, right? Yeah, we will never say that. So again, I think that what's important to acknowledge here is Lily was backing up Nano, you know, wanting to talk about the stuff that happened, etc., right? But even though Nano didn't release everything, and the Nano portion is important, right? It still doesn't take away from the core value that I keep repeating over and 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 over. They still, her and Red influence Nano, and they will not take accountability for that part. And it's so important that they do. All right, here we go. Well, they do, but then they backtrack on it. Sorry.
You don't have to give me bitties and money to make me feel better. We're not like that in here. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but like, coping okay? Coping.
humor.
4507 to 4608 got that when she said that and when she tried to bring me onto okay, I know when she said that and she tried to make this thing with me and we were doing a collab and she was just like, oh, the Charizard
Oh, this
and
is the we already
Blastoise of
read.
Card doing the gags, oh, like, how dare you sit there and pretend to be some boxed legendary of something that you didn't create. Disgusting. Trust me, we all cringed, but people sometimes get excited and they do cringe-worthy stuff.
So I'm gonna scroll through this part and just make sure, but we've already read this stuff with these time things. I think she's just like reposting it to build a thing. You can say she's the foundation of Spark, etc. Sure. Yeah, sure, absolutely. But I think for Lily, the only thing she's really guilty of is just going a bit too far in moments. It's understandable, right? But there's some moments where she went off, you know? I'm just gonna make sure that we read all this. Yeah, she's just kind of putting it all in one section. But again, the important thing, if you're gonna refute somebody, right? If you're gonna say, oh, this person is really shitty, they're only taking one stream and making this the entirety of their argument, not doing the pattern of behavior that Lily had or whatever, right? It's just one stream. So, like, how can you take this argument in good faith, right? Whereas, for Cinder, there's a pattern of this stuff, right? It's to put it on one section to show, what Lily thought about her. Alright, so this is all repeated, chat, by the way. So I'm going to scroll past this part, okay? But we will pick up from right here.
Shy Lily viewed me as a very greedy person, and that all of my actions were due to my alleged greed. She encouraged viewers to donate any and all of my merch, but didn't dissuade them from burning it either. Shy Lily also wants to make it seem like I begged to be in her position at GamerSupps as a part owner,
why is
even
this a
begging
problem?
her for it, as if I was jealous of her. Not because I actually earned it like she did. She seemed to have a very emotional outburst when talking about me calling myself the Charizard of Card.
She said, deal with it, cope how you want. She said you should donate it instead if you're going to, but again, why is this problematic? Didn't dissuade from burning it either. Well, people cope how they want to cope, right?
Not that she'd know this, but for my debut anniversary on June 25th, 2025 I was supposed to be releasing a limited edition tub of Pyro Power with a promo card, both with art drawn by Nanolas. Red and I fought with GamerSupps to make my promo card the same card across all purchases instead of having a 1 in 10 chance of getting the holographic one. It could have made so much more money if people needed to buy a bunch of tubs to get the right card, but it wasn't about the money to me, or Red.
Yeah, she was just really hurt. Cope how they want to cope means people lying to burn their merch. Wait, cope how they want to cope means allowing people to burn their merch? Why is that? Why was Lily given the responsibility to dissuade them from that? It's their merch. They bought it. They can do whatever they want with it. You know what I mean? Like, it's their stuff. If you look at the full statement, he's also like, yeah, cope how you want to cope, right? Laugh, do whatever. It's their merch. They can do whatever they want. If you think it's problematic that she didn't dissuade them from it, that's not her responsibility. Like at all. Like, why does she need to sit there and dissuade people from it? It's problematic because it directly affects Cinder, right? Anyway, so let's read this because it's new. We didn't have a problem making the promo cards on 9, so reasoning makes it made sense. Keep the 10 cards in the sets most valuable. Our thought behind making all the promo cards hollow is that at least with the way they're doing it, $40 bind up with a Pyro Power with only 1 card per order. Let me ask you guys, was Shy Lily responsible for telling people not to burn their merchandise? What do y'all think? Yes or no? I thought behind was Shy Lily responsible for dissuading them? Yes or no? And that's why I'm making all the promo cards hollow, at least with the way they're doing it. $40 buy-in with Pyro Power, it's only 1 card per order. We go behind it, testing people with the promo card is the way it is, get people that Pyro Power, and we can repeat buyers, not So the shiny cards get retained by on eBay. Rather than every customer be satisfied with a special shiny card, then 9 out of 10 of them be disappointed. They didn't get the right card. Especially if you don't like it or don't have never had the pyro power in the first place. They seem to be fun to make them all non-hollow. Then what's the big deal if they make them all hollow instead? Only be difference in the card's value if they were both. Not one or the other. Our goal should be that no one's complaining about a free promotion. Absolutely. Yeah, I just want everyone to be satisfied with the card, even if they're not a huge fan of the flavor. Sure. But I mean, it just goes, it's a to do whatever they want, exactly. I mean, it just goes to show that, yeah, they could have made a lot more money, but ultimately, they decided not to go that way. Fully with responsible, it could be taken as a get rid of merch kind of thing, which I know some people who take it as listing, get rid of all your Singer stuff. I gotta be real, I think that's a stretch, but she did say cope however you want, right? So, having them all 9 hollows is what I want to do. I want to attend, system doesn't feel very fair when that transfer, trying to spend $40 so I have a chance at the best version of the card. That's fair, right? BT promo card was free, so having that as a gotcha system was understandable. And the 1 out of 10 Pyro Pup label gotcha system is as a bonus. People are still buying it for the drink itself. I would have spent that much money in a drink I didn't enjoy just for the card. I at least want to be satisfied with my purchase and what I'm getting. It's a promo card, not a chase card. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, maybe they did log. It's fair. Maybe they did. It's a consideration. I appreciate playing devil's advocate. We can make the next promo bigger and better by just having it be a new card. This card be limited. Just like every job we do, and it'd be special because you had to get it with a promotion. The next promo card would be the same no matter what product we tie it to. My very first cup didn't have a special gotcha version, and it's still highly sought after because it was limited item. A lot of people missed out on. I specifically want to keep these cards to 1 per order. Because if people can buy in bulk, then it incentivizes scalpers to buy them all and resell them for crazy prices. And that's unfair to my own fans here for the Gamer Subs community. The more consumer-friendly your card bonus is, the more people will try Pyro Power. We never try otherwise to potentially become repeat customers, not only for my products, but for the entire brand. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good way to think. That's very smart. Yeah, that's very smart. I agree with that. You know, no, that's good.
But let's look at more evidence of this besides what she said on her stream. The first message of mine Shiley ghosted was about another card collab when the rules were updated. March 28, 2025. The very next day on her stream from March 29, 2025, Shiley received a TTS message about my then upcoming AFK flavor. The first thing she said was that she had nothing to do with my part ownership. Oh, because she's co-owner? That has nothing to do with me, bro. I don't have a saying that. That shit had nothing to do with me. Don't look at me, bro. It's got nothing to do with me. That's Gamer Subs, leave me out of that shit. It ain't got nothing to do with me. Those are all Gamer Subs' decision.
Okay.
Because she is co-owner. That has nothing to do with me, bro. I don't have a saying in that. That shit has nothing to do with me. Don't look at me, bro. It's got nothing to do with me. That's Gamer Subs. And leave me out of that shit.
I feel like this is framed in a really negative way, but when you actually listen to her, she's very just kind of like, it's very jokey and upbeat. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? On topic, she did return stream and got a pretty warm welcome back, even breaking her hype tune record. In your opinion, did she deserve this reception? I've stated my opinion, Manic, but I'll tell you what, I'll tell you at least this. I don't fault anybody for wanting to support her, because only you can decide if you felt like her apology was quote-unquote good for you, right? Good enough for you. I don't think her apology is very good, but I never supported her to begin with, so it doesn't really change much for me, right? But if you want to continue supporting her, look, you do you, boo. I completely think that's totally fine. Like, you do you, you know? I think it's totally fine. Do I think that she has grown as a person? No. Do I think this document is bad? Yes. But there is some good stuff there about Nanolis, which is important to remember. So, yeah, you do you. I'm not here to judge you whether you support her or not. I think that everybody deserves a second chance. under the right circumstances with enough time. In my personal opinion, I don't feel like she met that, but if you want to go support her and enjoy her content, you go do you. And I ain't here to judge you about it.
She then says Gamer Sups has been begging her to make a new flavor. She goes into an almost 10-minute rant about how she's not all about the money, but that she has a bunch of things lined up she could release whenever she wants. But she's not like that. Pretty blatantly in contrast to the TTS message about me.
I think this TTS message, she's very upbeat about it. I'll listen to a little bit of this really quick and see what she has to say, but...
How can you let your Gamer Sups owner Kohai beat you to having a second flavor? Shalmao, Shalmao.
My Gamer Subs owner Kohai? What does that mean? What does Kohai mean? Words? Cinder? Does she have a flavor? I mean, good? Kohai is junior in Japanese? Oh, because she is co-owner. That has nothing to do with me, bro. I don't have a saying in that. That shit has nothing to do with me. Don't look at me, bro.
I don't understand this. I don't think it's a problematic. What is this? You know, like what is the problem here that she's trying to go on about? I think she's trying to paint Lily as a really bad person.
This was well before Red ever talked to Nano about Shy Lily on April 12th, on her stream from April 29th, 2025.
I wish I had a
after
flavor.
Talking about my cancellation, Shy Lily told her audience she highly suggests that the right thing for me to do is to give up my Gamer Sups part ownership.
Oh yeah, we already saw that clip. Yeah, we already saw that clip. Okay, but again, what does this have to do with anything? That's what I'm wondering. What does this have to do with anything?
This is pure speculation, okay? Like, pure speculation. This hasn't happened yet, and I am not in a position to talk to Gamer Sups about it to begin with either.
Right.
Pure speculation. I highly doubt
Oh yeah,
they would remove
Godfrot,
a
that's
flavor
my
fully.
candle flavor.
I don't even think they would remove her who shall not be named fully to begin with. I'm not sure how much business knowledge any of you guys have, but any amount of partial ownership makes it difficult to just force someone to step down. They can step down willingly, which I highly suggest
type
she
merch
does.
for me, Mutts? Okay, so she's just advising that she steps down. You know what I mean? Like, is she's mad about that?
They can
I'm sure
step
she's
down
mad about it.
willingly, which I highly suggest she does. If she has any ounce of guilt, regret, and anything, she would do it herself to protect the others, to truly show that she cares about the others that have to forcefully associate with her, alongside her despite the damages she has caused in their careers. Not just morally and emotionally, but also financially. Like, debuts can be expensive. If I had to guess where this is going, I think Gamer Sups is kind of forced to wait for her to return.
Alright, so she's just yapping and kind of giving a little bit of speculation, right? I'm really interested to see what she says is problematic
but if
about
I had
this
to
part.
Speculate on a few options that
You know
could
what I mean?
happen if she comes back, surrenders her shares and sells them at a fair market value. So she can protect the people who no longer wish to be associated alongside a brand that supports her that she has once been the face of. Either she does this not only as a sign to show that she can and is bettering herself and she is making decisions to start undoing some of the hurt by distancing herself from the ones she has hurt. So
Didn't
they no
she
longer
admit
have
that she
to
did it for this
associate
exact reason
alongside
at
her
the start of the
forcefully,
document?
or she does the opposite and we'll see. I don't know. Or she simply remains just an affiliate of the brand, not a bigger name, not in anything. She's just part of the affiliation. I want to make this clear. I reached my decision to give up my part ownership myself, and Shy Lily had nothing to do with my choice.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. That's cool. Thanks for telling
Shy Lily
us.
said this as if I needed to repent for the lies she and others told about me. Gamer Sups had nothing to do with anything that happened, but that didn't stop Shy Lily from telling her viewers it was what she wanted me to do. If Shy Lily really cared about the impact my part ownership would have on Gamer Sups, she would have considered handling things privately with me instead of being the driving force in making all of these lies public, losing the company hundreds of thousands of dollars. She probably knew all of this controversy about me could be a way to push me out of the company, all while keeping her own hands clean. It wouldn't look good for Shy Lily to go after the other Gamer Sups owner after all.
I need to repent for the lies she and others told me about. They didn't lie about stuff. Yeah, they didn't lie about the main problems that you refuse to acknowledge. But on top of this too, right? Like, do you really think that Lily wanted to lose all those hundreds of thousands of dollars? Of course not. Of course not. Can I take a shot in the dark here, chat? Can I swing for the fences? I think that there is a reason that they came out with it publicly and not privately. And I will bet that somebody was made aware it's about to go down within Gamer Subs. I'll bet you somebody was made aware that it was going to go down. I think it was a lot more thought process than people admit or want to
2 days
admit
after that
or
stream
realize.
on May 1st, 2025,
all of the
Shy
above.
Lily couldn't help herself and made an announcement in the card production server where the staff, tubers, and artists developed the game, notifying everyone. She chose to involve the over 70 people in this server in what happened. Personally, I don't have a screenshot of the Discord notification, or the full message, because it was deleted shortly after it was made. However, I have a screenshot of my notification history from that day when it happened showing a part of what she said.
Wait, so this is, announced to be card production server. Hey, crew, I know it's been a terrible fucking week. I hope you're all holding up. No, I'm not good with words and drama and emotions. All business Wednesday. I feel sorry for you guys dealing with the stuff that is none of. Well, if you don't have it, why did you include it? You know what I mean? Like, why was this included if you don't even have the screenshot of everything?
I feel sorry for you guys dealing with stuff that is none of your business or concern. If Shy Lily wasn't trying to get everyone in this server involved, then no one would have to be dealing with this stuff like she said. Here is the Discord channel it was in.
I have proof of the data screenshot. How about you even take the time to get back and delete your reply to my prior ownership announcement? Okay. And, like...
Not only did Shy Lily admit to always having a bad feeling about me, but I believe Shy Lily had a problem with me because of my performance in Gamer Sups. I was now a part owner, a title she exclusively held as a tuber before me. Something unique to her. I would always be planning and launching things with Gamer Sups, something she was unwilling to do like she said on her stream from March 29, 2025. She viewed that as a cash grab, as greedy. But I don't think just being a part owner was the problem. I think most importantly, she didn't like how enthusiastic I was about Guard, and the role I was carving out for myself in it. Not only did I mistakenly give out information early when Card launched, like I showed in that section, but mine became the most sought-after card in her game.
Well, number one, this is speculation. Number two, it always seems like it boils down to competition, right? But number three, again, how... I'm going to come back to the same question. How does this absolve you of you guys influencing Nano to undercut and take away opportunities from other people? Let's say, hypothetically, this is true and she had a problem with you. Nobody owes you interaction. Nobody owes you any type of friendship or anything like that. So, like, I don't get this. What? It's a great theory, but where's the proof, homie? Yeah, you know, where's the proof? Here's this thing that we've read a couple times. This is actually included 3 times.
I called myself the Charizard to advertise myself in the game, and advertise the cards themselves. Everyone knows Pokemon, and everyone knows Charizard.
Yep.
Guard's first set of cards was like Pokemon Space Set. I compared myself and Shylily to the Charizard and Blastoise of the vtuber card game because we were the two vtuber part owners of GamerSupps. Like Pokemon Red and Blue. Calling myself this wasn't to try to steal her thunder in her game, or take credit for it in any way. I may have called her Blastoise, but she's literally the Pikachu of card.
I mean, so clearly she didn't like this part, right? She didn't like this part. And if you're trying to prove that maybe she had a problem with you, okay, hypothetically, let's say maybe she did. Well, what does that have to do with the fact that, are you trying to insinuate that because she didn't like you, she wanted to push more for your cancellation? But here's the thing, you can't be, you can't be canceled if you didn't do something wrong. And the problem is you did something wrong. That is why you got canceled. You fucked up, you made a mistake, that's why you got canceled. If you didn't do anything wrong, nobody's gonna try to cancel you or put stuff out there and show proof of it. That makes no sense. If that is her line of thinking, right? Oh, you know, Shylily had it out for me. She wanted to get me canceled. Well, you shouldn't have done anything wrong in the first place. And this isn't even a hypothetical, right? This is a complete hypothetical.
Shylily didn't like me calling myself the Charizard. She didn't like the prominence it gave me in her game. But GamerSupps did. This is from one of my GamerSupps contacts last December. We'll call them G's number 1.
Alright, here we go. So I figured I would keep this here. Just want to keep conversation different places for different things. Here's a release schedule for V-Card. Here are all the different ones. Today in about 15 minutes, the water element video will go out. I'll link it right after this. Fire is on 12/26, and so that's when everybody officially get to see the Charizard. So that was like her code name, right? You know what I mean? Got Lily had a bad gut feeling. Cinder accidentally leaked info. They got over it immediately. Cinder's card was most sought after his Shylily shotgun Cinder's career. Do you really feel like the... Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Never mind. Okay, I get what you mean. Sorry. I was thinking you meant that differently. I get it. The only other cool thing is on Saturday the 14th, the VTuber Awards. We do VTuber Awards promo card. I have that promo card. Also on the 14th, some very basic VTuber merch will be sold on GamerSupps website. There's already an order being placed for you. It's very limited quantity. It's also V-Card branded. So realistically, not much info here. Just want to give everybody an update. All right, this is from another person, GamerSupps number 2. A few days before V-Card launch on 131. So that was like her code name, right? Was the Charizard. Well, Cinder come up with 2 announcements. You did Cinder's establish a very extreme in my eyes, sure. I want to see where Lily said specifically somewhere, like beforehand, that she was upset about the Charizard name. Well, Cinder come with 2 announcements, dropping 139 at 3 p.m. EST is our new AFK sleep support line with melatonin. AFK melatonin is only available in US. Banana berry bedtime flavor. Our collaboration with Silvervale is also dropping in our standard AFK format as well. And of course, the V-Card Rising Stars is launching January 31st. I'd love to tell you a little bit more about it. V-Card TCG is illustrating our game. These are a lot of the automated messages, or the messages we get as partners. They just give you out. With stunning artwork, chase-worthy rarities, and a deep committed to championing real artists. V-Card is redefining what it means to collect. Rising Stars will all begin, featuring a variety of art styles and ultra-limited prints and exclusive one-of-one signature god rares. Every pack's an experience, every pull is a moment. Really amazing how this project all came together, and what an honor it is to have you part of V-Card. Can't wait to savor and ripping packs in search of the Charizard cards of this set. I mean, it makes sense, right? Another message for GamerSupps 1 of our month after V-Card launch. This is where they were talking about restrictions. I've already read this one. Message from another person, GamerSupps. Charizard, and then of course putting the signed card. That 2 Awakened Worlds. The people called her Charizard. It was like a code name.
Returning in set 2 of Guard, I was one of them. However, that wasn't supposed to be the case. My 3 cards for set 2 were completed before I was cancelled, and I was going to be a water type. I was told weeks after my cancellation that I had been removed
Right,
from
makes
the
sense.
lineup. Here's a cropped version of one of my card artworks that went
All right,
unused.
so she got removed. Yeah, kind of petty on Lily's part too. I mean, it like worst if you want to say that Lily was petty, that's fine, but I don't think that you can acknowledge that Cinder is in the clear at all, you know?
I may be wrong about this, but after I was cancelled and removed, another tuber who I didn't remember being part of the set was able to be added and presumably
Bro,
fill
this
my
feels
vacant
shady.
water card slot.
This kind of feels shady. Because I think we all know who ended up getting that slot. This feels a little shady. Why is this included? Because I think you all know exactly who got that spot. Everybody knows exactly who got that spot. Great, literally my face is in. It's just like squint eyes. Alright, here we go. Here's some stuff about Numi's concert and stream on 428. So talking about Numi stuff.
Like I said in the section about this, I was expected to talk about this in my apology when it was never mentioned in Nano's or Bao's documents, because why would it have been? It was about Numi, who was not one of my accusers. It was settled privately between Numi and I in January, when
Hold
I
on, I'll
already
show
took
you.
accountability
I'll
for
show
my
you.
actions.
Give me a second. Yeah, let me find it. Water type, awaken worlds. This definitely was meant to throw shade, in my opinion. Let me know what you think about it, though. Yep. It was completely unnecessary to include that, by the way. Yeah, that whole part was not even needed. Like, that felt kind of shady, right, chat? Am I crazy? Yeah, am I crazy?
This event was publicly used against me,
that's
especially by
that
Shy Lily,
recognition. She always
after I
deserved
had
more.
already made my apology and had no way to defend myself or tell my side of the story. It was vaguely talked about without ever showing any evidence to support
I
the
think they were
narrative
trying
of me
not
betraying
to,
and manipulating my friends.
put it out there, right? I think that's what they're doing. I said I was playing Numi's concert with her for over half a year.
Shy Lily said there was months of continuous planning in her
I was
reply
wondering why
to my
she was water
apology.
type.
If this was
Makes a lot
planned
of
with me
sense.
over half a year, why was Numi's first message to me inviting me as a guest on November 25th, 2024?
The
about
timeline
2
was
months
incorrect, but I
before
got
the
that wrong.
concert? And only a month later, and just over 5 weeks before the show,
Yeah,
message
that
read,
got
not me,
the thing
to
wrong.
start planning my performance on December 26th,
We already covered this all
2024.
yesterday, Petra.
Numi's concert
In
in
case you
NYC
weren't here.
was on February 1st, 2025.
Yeah,
Her
she
concert
got the
in general
timeline wrong.
may have been planned for longer, but not my inclusion in it.
All right, there we go. Again, we've already seen these screenshots of her setting up the times with Numi, etc. Right? Now we're going on about the Numi concert,
Shy
which again
Lily
was just
said
all
I never
miscommunication.
felt bad for failing my friends, in reference to Numi's concert, and on stream said and the only time she ever felt sorry in both the apology and before, guess what? When she was put in her fucking place. This is a lie. Here's the tweet I made in the middle of the night after I messaged Numi about not coming to her show, and before I heard from her.
I don't know if she's talking about the Numi concert here. I feel like this is this is kind of speculation or an assumption, right? I feel like she's talking about something else, but by letting her friends down, I mean, like, you know, allowing these things to happen, and Red undercutting people, etc. Right? Like, another part of it is, you know, Cinder is very responsible for it because of her negligence, right? Had she been on top of these messages or even been more, cared more to be involved, right? Presumably Red would not have been able to send these messages, right? In a perfect world.
Shylily said I broke an important promise, and on stream said Numi received a million empty promises from me. I never promised Numi I'd perform at her show.
I
or that
promised
I'd be
it's something
there.
more personal.
Red didn't do so on my behalf either. I've shown all of the messages about
Here's
the
the screenshots
concert.
again from Numi's
Numi
section.
said that it was okay if I didn't perform, and okay if I didn't go before either of my decisions were made.
Again, I feel like we're splitting hairs here because it's like, oh, like broken important promise. That could mean anything. That could mean anything even like privately, right? Like, so it might not even be about this. We just don't know because there's some information that they still haven't put out there, right? They keep alluding to that.
Shylily said I blamed her for my decision not to go
Yeah,
to
that's fair,
Numi's
Captain.
concert, and I used her as part of an excuse as to why I had to let my friend down. I didn't blame Shylily, and I didn't lie to Numi. My reason was always primarily my part ownership promotion with Gamer Subs, and the responsibility I felt to be there for Card's launch. While the collab was part of it, it was never the main reason, and I likely would have made the same decision if there wasn't a collab planned.
How do y'all feel about this? Yeah, how do you feel about this? Blame my decision for her to go to Nubi's concerts. I used her as part of excuses why I had to let my friend Maybe she viewed the pressure that you felt as a direct correlation to her. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch in favor of Shylily, you know?
Bao told her audience on April 27,
Yeah, I'd like to hear what you think about that.
2025 that I didn't go to Numi's concert. Shylily also implied I wasn't there in her reply to my apology, and then
Yeah,
said
but she
on
was there,
stream
she was there.
wasn't sorry because she fucked over her friend's opportunity on a day that she said she'll be there. But I was there. I told Shylily I was going to Numi's concert
Yep,
in our
she did.
DMs immediately after our card collab on February
Yeah.
1st.
Let me, he wasn't sorry because she fucked up her friend's opportunity the day that she said she'll be there. Yeah, I mean, again, that was between Numi and Cinder, not... Really, Shylily didn't really need to be involved with that, you know? That was her friend, right? So, I do want to see this, right? I do want to listen to this really quick.
How many times? Like... Numi forgave you when you didn't come to her concert. That you were planning with her for over half a year.
That's a tough video to watch. So, again, she did go to the concert, right? So, you know, Bao definitely misspoke. I was going to be streaming Bao and Numi in the hotel room the next morning on February 2nd. Here's a good bit of stream we were talking about the concert. So, again, question chat, question. How does this absolve you? Not even the Numi stuff. Like, the Numi stuff, again, was just poor communication. How does this absolve you of undercutting opportunities for other creators? I feel like we have to constantly remind ourselves of that. Here's a couple of Vienna talking about me from Lily being in front of her at the concert. That's not enough. Here's some screenshots of the videos Red took at Numi's concert. Yeah, we know you were there. We know you were there, dude. Yeah, Bao misspoke, right? And see these pictures look like images of the concert Numi's in tweet. Yes, no, we know you were there. We're not doubting that you weren't there, right? We never doubted that. In the Numi stream on 428. Just hyper fixated on
The
details
main thing
that
I want to look
ultimately
at from
don't
Numi's
matter.
stream is her retelling of what happened between us leading up to her concert on February 1st, 2025. Below is the full transcript of everything she said about it, so
it
you
has
can
some
see
information
it in
on
full
Nano,
context.
and that's about it.
I'll be breaking down the bolded parts underneath that. One thing that needs to be clarified is that Numi had 2 concerts at the start of the year about a week apart from each other. She had one in LA on January 26th, and one in NYC on February 1st. I was only ever intended to perform at her show in NYC. In what she said below, it sounds like she refers to both of them at different points, but never clarifies which show she's talking about.
Again, why does it matter?
Bao and Nano for just calling and
talking and just for being together so we could ease our
Yeah, I need to lower my expectation walk. I really do. I need to lower my expectation. I don't know, I'm just so used to, like, when somebody releases a Google Doc, like they're trying to prove a point, like you actually prove that point, right? I need to lower my expectation, you're right.
in discomfort. I didn't reply to Nano's tweet, but we are in a chat together, and she's been calling me a piss belt, so I guess we can say that we've become friends since all of this, which I'm happy about. Obviously, I wish it would have been under better circumstances, but I'm happy about it.
I'm somebody that I feel if there is an issue, I
Yeah,
want to talk
she did
about
back
it.
out.
It's uncomfortable,
Ultimately.
but it's something that I always want to do. And there was something
As
that
a mental
happened
health singer,
between
just
us
to
a couple
swallow
months
the
ago that I had
darkness, I
talked to
think.
her about for
Something like
months
that.
that she agreed to and was super excited about. But any other things that I heard about were not from herself, but from Red.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out if I want to. I don't want to bring more onto it. I don't want to make it worse, you know. I don't want to.
Right,
But
yeah,
I know
exactly,
that it was
Walk.
brought up,
Maybe I
and
just
want
can't
to
wrap my
add
head around that yet.
clarification. I think people
Even
can connect the dots
multiple
on what
days into
happened.
it.
If you guys are a Noomba and you were going to a concert, you probably were able to fill in the blanks with what happened. I was not upset about the fact that she couldn't perform.
Right.
Because a lot of the things that come with performing take a lot of, you know, courage to get out on stage, and it's not something
absolutely.
that's for everyone, especially if you're a vtuber who's used to being behind a screen. My issue was never with that.
Okay, so we have acknowledgement from her that she wasn't upset about that.
My issue was the fact that I never knew how she was feeling. Anything that I was
Right,
told
that-
was
it
from
was
Red.
the friendship
I
portion.
just had a bunch of different reasons for why potentially they weren't going to be able to do it. It was very close to the date, a week and a half before, when I got told about that. And I think the thing that sucks the most about it was because from her perspective, she was talking about how excited she was, and then it was that same day from him that he said they're not going to do it anymore. I have my music
Gotcha.
friend Holmes who spent, you know, dozens of hours working on the set list for, you know, me and office drummer to perform, and we put a lot of time and effort into
Yeah,
putting
absolutely.
this together.
It backing
and I
out, like,
asked
last
every
second,
single month for months
it does
and wasn't
suck.
told about it until it was at a point where we literally couldn't find a replacement.
Right, so it was just about the fact that the communication happened so late into the process. That was very disappointing for her.
And even after that, I
You
still
know?
didn't hear anything about how she actually felt.
Yeah, she just wanted
I was super
communication.
sad, obviously.
Which
Bao,
the Cinder
even
admitted
though
she
she
fucked
wasn't
up on.
doing good, immediately said she would fly to New York with me and do the concert with me. And she didn't have to, but she did. And I think it's been said many times that she's my best friend, but she saw me in a state like that, and even though she was hurting, she put all of that aside just to be there for me, and to be there for me when Cinder couldn't even tell me herself how she felt. I feel so
Yeah.
mad thinking about how she did that for me and to save her for not being able to go. And to find out that she felt that way about my best friend who has never given me any reason to not think of her as one of the best people I've ever met now. And I talked to her about how I felt, and I told Bao how I felt, and I didn't really know what to do, and I said, like, I just want to hear it from her.
I mean, this is all pretty fair. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't know what Numi said in here that's like wild.
I just
Does
wanted
that
to
make
hear
sense?
how she felt. I would
It's just
forgive
communication.
it. I just wanted to know how she was feeling through all of this, and not through somebody else. And I said
Absolutely.
if she does come up to me and tell me that it's any other reason than, you know, stage fright, anxiety, worries, I would not be happy. And I get a message from her a couple days after my concert saying that she couldn't go because she felt responsibility, as I said that the number one thing that I didn't want to hear was if she talked to me if she put business above her friends. and I would have literally accepted anything else.
Okay.
But the reason that she gave me was putting business above me over her new position and how she felt obligated to do this stream that she said she had to do. I said, yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
I think at that point that's when I kind of felt like my view started to crumble a little bit. I think that just really sucked and I didn't reply because at that point I was on a ski trip with my friends who flew from different countries to watch me perform. I came back home and I had an amazing dinner and introduced my family to all of my friends who flew in. And I just didn't want to think about somebody who would put business over me, you know.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I could see how that would rub you the wrong way, right? I think most of us would read that and be like, yeah, I kind of feel wronged a little bit.
After I didn't reply, sent a message saying maybe they can make it after all, and then getting a message from Red saying she felt really guilty she couldn't go and we want to make it so that we can be there for you.
Absolutely.
And I just think that's what really caused me to want to say something,
Gimme.
and
How
I
are you?
did. And I messaged Cinder and expressed my disappointment and she apologized and told me all of the reasons that she should have said instead of bringing up the business. I forgave her, but I saw that she brought up a collab that she said she couldn't miss, and I didn't believe that because if there's one person outside of Bao that I know would not put business over me, it's Lily. And I found out that I was lied to and that this was something that could have definitely been changed and didn't have to be on the day of a concert.
That is true, right? She could have rescheduled it, right? So basically what Numi is saying is that she felt like Cinder had always been like, oh, I'm going to teach my friends over business. And she could have basically been like, yeah, let's just reschedule with Lily. And even in the prior section, too, under Numi's section, Cinder went on to say, like, yeah, I felt guilty. I didn't want to cancel, etc., right? So, but she did put herself in that own dilemma, right? So she does own that.
So,
by that,
yeah,
I mean Cinder.
I think after that I felt like a lot of trust was broken and I would rather,
that is fair.
I just wanted to move on from that, but I couldn't see her the same exact way after that. And like I said, there's so many things that could have been said, but she didn't until I asked her what I wanted, after I just asked for her own opinions and her own feelings. And I do sit here.
Just definitely a breakdown in friendship here, chat.
I sat wondering that if I didn't say anything, would she
and
have
a
even
theme
said
is helping a
anything
lot
at all?
right now.
And it just feels I don't know. I said, I hope you don't turn into somebody that will always prioritize the business over the people who care about you, and I guess that's also why I was shocked to see everything. But also it made sense because of what I saw. I just feel so fucking shit about it because these are just all things that with everything, could have been prevented just by talking to people.
Absolutely.
Like just, it's
It's also self-inflicted, yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, basic communication, you know? Just basic communication.
I'm somebody that I feel if there is an issue, I want to talk about it. It's uncomfortable, but it's something that I always want to do. And there was something that happened between us a couple months ago that I had talked to her about for months that she agreed to and was super excited about. But any other things that I heard about were not from herself, but from Red.
Right.
Numi's first and only message to me about her concert was on November 25, 2024, where she invited me to go, and didn't say anything about performing. This was
We've seen
about
this
2
message.
months before her
Again, this
show
is just
in NYC.
miscommunication between you, Red, and Numi. That's what this is. This whole section right here. She messaged Red on 9-1 about me either performing going to the show, but this never went anywhere, and she never was given an answer. So there is that again. What she said holds true, though, right? Like, this was all self-inflicted, you know? It was all self-inflicted. Her next message about the concert was to Red a month later to start planning things. Did not message me about it. This was about 5 weeks before a show in New York City. Again, Red failed to communicate to you, right? This whole part, to me, it's just kind of sad. I'm not gonna lie, it's just kind of sad. It's how I feel about it. I'm just sad reading all this.
That I never knew how she was feeling. Anything that I was told was from Red. I agree that I should have talked to Numi much sooner
should have
than
gone
I
in the
did,
Numi
and
section.
been open with her from the start. It was wrong of me to let Red communicate my feelings for me. Numi never messaged me about the show, or how I was feeling about it, only Red. She never told the public that she went to Red in their DMs for communication about this from the start.
That doesn't mean that you should not have shared your worries leading up to the show, which you did say you should have done.
I just
to be
had
fair
a
to
bunch
Cinder,
of
right?
different reasons for why potentially they weren't going to be able to do it. It was very close to the date, a week and a half before, when I got told about that. Red messaged Numi about why I might not perform over 3 weeks, 22 days, before the concert in NYC, on January 10,
Again, this
2025.
is just all miscommunication.
And I think the thing that sucks the most about it was because from her perspective, she was talking about how excited she was, and then it was that same day from him that he said they're not going to do it anymore. On the same day as Red's messages to Numi above, I messaged Numi about the matching shirts she was making for us. I was excited about wearing them to the concert or during our collab in the hotel together and said nothing about my performance. I understand why this was confusing in contrast to what Red said to her earlier that day.
I want to point out here too that, this isn't the first time that Red has failed to communicate things, and vice versa, right? They clearly have a lot of miscommunication between each other.
3 days later is when Red told Numi I wasn't going to perform. This was 19 days before the concert in NYC. When Numi said a week and a half before, I can only assume she was talking about the date of her LA concert, which I wasn't performing at, but even that was a day under 2 weeks away.
Yeah. Okay, and again, I don't know why we're so... we're contesting the specifics about the dates when it can be easily explained away.
I have my music friend Holmes who spent, dozens of hours working on the set list for, me and office drummer to perform, and we put a lot of time and effort into putting this together, and I asked every single month for months and wasn't told about it until it was at a point where we literally couldn't find a replacement. Numi told Red in December that they already had a set list made, with an opening for me to perform one of my own songs if I wanted to. If there were any songs already planned in the set list for me to perform, it was never communicated to Red or I.
Yeah, Numi's section, it was Red agreed to do something, never told Cinder. Cinder was confused, went along with it, scheduled a collab, and ultimately chose that collab over Numi, right? So... This section again is just, I feel like this is very kind of like, he said, she said, we didn't share the same group chat or something. I don't know, it's just all miscommunication. This whole point right here, I think she's very held up on the fact that she needs to prove her innocence here, but everybody fucked up on this part, right? It's basic miscommunication. You can only say, guys, we didn't follow up, and Numi didn't follow up, and we just all fucked up. The end, that's it. Why does this need to be another whole section?
I asked every single month for months and wasn't told about it until it was at a point where we literally couldn't find a replacement. Numi's message above to Red was the one time she asked either of us about my performance in the concert, and the only time she messaged either of us first about planning it in general. She did not ask either of us every single month for months when this one message from her was 5 weeks before her concert.
Can I put something out there, chat? Can I put something out there really quick? So, one thing I want to add to you guys really quick, and I want you to consider this, right, as part of everything, because there's been a lot of times they're like, oh, well, we didn't get a message about it, etc., right? One thing that's important to remember is all these people are really close friends, right? And that doesn't mean that communication didn't happen IRL, over the phone, etc., right? So I think that's something you need to think about, chat. Is Numi could have asked her IRL in person, and she'd be like, oh yeah, but it wasn't in a message, so it's not proof, right? I think that's something to think about that could have potentially happened. Not that it is for sure, but it's a consideration.
On stream she said they literally couldn't find
because
a
they
replacement
did say that
for
they
me,
talked about
but
stuff
from her
IRL
messages
before.
to Red,
It was
sounded
mentioned
like she didn't need a replacement guest. It was her show, she had a set list made, and as far as I ever knew, it didn't include me at the time I pulled out. She told Red 3 days before he cancelled that she never announced me as a guest, and that I shouldn't feel pressured to perform, or even go at all. Bow. Put all of that aside
doesn't mean
just
she
to
wasn't
be there for me,
disappointed or
and to
upset.
be there for me
You
when
know,
Cinder couldn't even tell
maybe
me
saving
herself
face a
how
little
she
bit.
felt. I feel so mad thinking about how she did that for me and to save her for not being able to go. And to find out that she
probably
felt
just
that
saving
way
face.
about my best friend who has never given me any reason to not think of her as one of the best people I've ever met now. And I talked to her about how I felt, and I told Bao how I felt, and I didn't really know what to do, and I said like I just want to hear it from her. When Numi said Bao saved me for not being able to go, it sounds like I didn't go to her concert at all when I actually did. I did not feel
Maybe,
the way
yeah,
she
that's a
thinks
good point,
I did
Cook.
about Bao as
I
explained
didn't think
in her
about that.
section of this document, and she was an infinitely better friend than I was in this situation. Numi said she told Bao about how she felt about me not performing, but never confronted me about it. At the start of this retelling, Numi said I'm somebody that I feel if there is an issue, I want to talk about it. It's uncomfortable, but it's something that I always want to do. I agree, I should have talked to Numi, but she made it seem like it wasn't a problem for me not to perform to Red. If it really was an issue like she's saying, she never messaged me either.
Yeah, y'all are trying to point fingers at, well, you should have come to me, or they should have come to me. Y'all both fucked up. Let's be real.
I just wanted
Everybody
to know
should have
how she was
communicated
feeling
better.
through all of this, and not through somebody else. And I said if she does come up to me and tell me that it's any other reason than stage fright, anxiety, worries, I would not be happy. And I get a message from her a couple days after my concert saying that she couldn't go because she felt responsibility but the reason that she gave me was putting business above me over her new position and how she felt obligated to do this stream that she said she had to do. I said,
Yeah, I agree, Camden.
go for it. Yeah, go for it. Again, Numi doesn't specify
Well,
what
you can
concert
clearly
she's
figure out
talking
which one
about
she's
here.
talking about.
I messaged
The one
her
that was
night after
before
her
your
concert
actual
in
one.
LA, not after the show
He doesn't
I
need
was
to
supposed
specify.
to
It's
perform
clearly
at
the
in
chain of
NYC.
events. The chain of events, you can clearly tell what she meant. You know, like...
This was my reasoning for
But you
not
didn't
going to
clarify,
her show,
so
not
throw it
about
out the
not
window. No, you...
performing.
There's a
Numi,
pattern.
just
There's
like
not a pattern. There's
Shirley,
like a
is
order of
mixing up
events.
these two separate things into one. I
Yeah,
did put my
she's just
career
saving
over
face,
her,
doesn't wanna
and
guilt
that
trip
was
her.
wrong of me. The stage fright, anxiety, and worries were all true as to why I didn't perform, and that decision was made 2 weeks before this one. I did not, anywhere here, tell Numi I felt obligated to do this stream that she said she had to do, like
Yeah, you
she
felt-
said,
you said you felt
and
obligated,
she didn't reply telling
gamer
me
subs,
to go
right?
for it. My collab with Shiley wasn't even scheduled at the time my performance was cancelled on January 13, 2025, and wasn't my reason for choosing not to go to her show later on. After I didn't reply, sent a
What's up,
message
TP?
asking, saying maybe they can make it after all, and then getting a message from Red saying she felt really guilty she couldn't go and we
Right.
want to make it so that we can be there for you. And I just think that's what really caused me to want to say something, and I did.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I messaged Cinder and expressed my disappointment, and she apologized and told me all of the reasons that she should have said instead of bringing up the business. The night I sent my first message to Numi, I did feel guilty about it, but it was Red who told her that when it should have been me. Here, Numi again confuses the two different reasons for not performing and not going to her show. I forgave her, but I saw that she brought up a collab that
We've
she
seen
said
these,
she
several
couldn't miss, and I didn't believe that because if there's one person outside of Bao that I know would not put business over me, it's Lily. And I found out that I was lied to and that this was something that could have definitely been changed and didn't have to be on the day of a concert. Where did I say that? Where did I lie to Numi and say that? What I did say is that I could reschedule the collab to make my mistake.
I forgave
up
her,
to
but it's so she brought up a collab and then she said she could miss. And I didn't believe that because if there's one person that said about that I knew did not put business over me, it's Lily. and I was lied to, and that was something that could have definitely been changed. It didn't have to be in the name. So I think when she said, like, there's a part in here, right? I asked Lily to reschedule our times to be sooner, right? I think it's just the fact that you chose that particular thing over Lily when you knew the concert was happening really, really far in advance. I think that's what she's alluding to. How am I holding up? I'm dying.
I believe Shiley
I'm making
convinced
it up.
Numi to see things her way
Okay,
and
yeah,
made
no,
her believe my
no.
intentions were to hurt, sabotage, and lie to her. The same
Numi
way
is
she
her own
convinced
person,
Nana
man.
to believe Red was lying and manipulating her.
All right.
I sat
There's the
wondering
stretch.
that
I was
if
waiting
I
for
didn't
it.
say anything, would she have even said
Yeah,
anything
I was waiting
at all?
for it.
And it just feels I don't know. I said, I
Everybody
hope you
was
don't turn into
misinformed and
somebody
lied
that will always
to
prioritize the
take
business
me
over
down.
the people who care about you. No, I wouldn't have said anything. I would have kept my mistake to myself and hoped Numi didn't hate me because of it. I could not open up about how I felt.
It's
It
just
was
very,
this
like,
conversation with Numi that made me
delusional,
take
you know?
steps to change the way
It's
I've
very
been so
delusional, it's
closed
very
off to
just
people,
paranoid.
and made me realize I
Constantly.
can't keep holding everything in. I wasn't going to put business over a friend in a situation like this again, and wanted to be absolutely sure I was there for her at her next show.
All right. And again, this is the one time out we've been on hold for the Vinny's in Austin. Right there. By the way, guys, thank you for sticking with me. I appreciate all of you that have been here.
Bao, and Shiley couldn't have been misinformed on what happened with Numi's concert. They knew what happened, what I said, and that I was at the show. I'm choosing to believe that Numi and Bao didn't intentionally lie about the concert. Emotions were high and maybe they were speaking from feelings rather than fact, but the story told to the public wasn't true, and no evidence of what happened was shown.
But I feel like it's almost wrong to say, too, like, you know, I'm choosing to believe that Numi and Bao, well, like, intentionally lie about the concert. Like, you need to understand that there was miscommunication on your side, too. Like, it almost feels like there's no ownership. I'm choosing to believe that Numi and Bao didn't intentionally lie about the concert. Like, you need to understand that. You need to understand that you guys miscommunicated too. And where's the ownership from Red not communicating to you as well? That's your manager. You still own that responsibility. Another thing I want to address is what Numi said about Bao and Tricky being isolated. Let's listen.
Do better to make sure she never has to feel that isolated to her or Tricky. I hope Tricky doesn't ever have to feel isolated and alone, or Yuzu, or
This time not people feeling, you know, alone, right? So
another thing I want to address is what Numi said about Bao and Tricky being isolated. I've already conceded Bao was isolated due to my actions and apologized in her section of this document, and I apologized to Tricky in the accountability section for leaving her behind that day in Japan.
Which,
But
I mean,
Tricky
again, it's
was
just
not
left in.
isolated
It's
by
like
me or Red.
understandable.
I was doing
You
things
know?
all the time with her online, and with Boss Rush, and Red and I were almost always with Tricky during every trip we were on together when no one else was. All the time we spent around Tricky made her one of our closest friends. Red and I have done more for her than anyone else. Tricky confided in us about all the times she felt hurt by others when traveling.
Okay.
But Tricky, like myself, has always wanted to keep the peace between everyone instead of bringing things like that up.
Sure. Absolutely. Oh, gracious, chat. I need a good stretch here. Okay, so we have about 30 pages left of the breakdown. We have Aru and Spites, which these ones are kind of short. And then Silver Veils. Silver Veils is 288 pages. So I think this is probably what we're going to spend tomorrow on. Talking about the Silver Veil stuff, right? So it just has like a lot of history of her her design choices, things like that. You can see there's a lot of pictures, so this section will go quite a lot faster, right? So because it's a lot of just saying, look at this picture kind of thing. So yeah, this section is quite long. I think the Nanolith section might be a little bit longer, but yeah, there's a section with Aru and there's a section with Spite as well, which are pretty quick. So we will get into we will finish the breakdown tomorrow is my plan. And and then we'll try to finish the Silvervale section on Friday. Or I'm sorry, we're gonna try to finish the Silvervale section tomorrow. That is what I want to do. Finish the Silvervale section tomorrow, because holy shit, there's just so much to cover, guys. There's so much. You think you're like almost done, and then you're just not. There's just so much more. So, but guys, thank you so much, as always, for coming along and talking about this stuff. I'm fried after 6 hours. I'm absolutely fried. I owe you a wheel spin, so let me get you a wheel spin. This one is going to be times 11. And again, thank you all so much for all of your support today. Absolutely crazy. We have almost 5 hours left on the timer now because of your insanity today. But thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. Let's see what you land on. Okay, so well, that's 5.5 minutes. Okay, me smart. Me smart. Let me add this. YouTube, thank you guys for tuning in. I will see you all tomorrow. Okay, guys? Of course, on Twitter, thank you for tuning in. And thank all